Chapter 500. Chapter 500. Conquering the enemy with delicacies. Wait! Ning Chi reached out to stop second senior brother with a serious expression. Haha, are you afraid? Fear. The meat of fear tastes even more delicious. Second senior brother chuckled. What's so good about human flesh? If senior likes to eat, I have some other wild animals here. You can try them. Ning Chi smiled. Other wild animals. Second senior brother frowned and looked at Ning Chi with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What delicacy? For example, this. Ning Chi suddenly took out a roasted cow with salt, cumin, and chili on it. He threw it at second senior brother. This whole roasted cow was bought from the Dragon Slaying Merchant Center for 5 dragon slaying coins. It was more expensive than a low-grade, yellow-level spirit-raising pill, but the introduction clearly stated that it was made by some culinary god in the culinary world. It had the effect of quickly recovering strength after eating it, so the taste should not be too bad. This is... Second senior brother's nose twitched slightly, and then his eyes shone brightly. He caught the whole roasted cow and took a bite. At this moment his head expanded dozens of times. His mouth was like a black hole, and he directly swallowed the whole roasted cow. After chewing a few times he swallowed. Only then did his head return to its original state. Then he closed his eyes as if he was savoring the taste. Ning Chi looked at second senior brother, quietly waiting for the result. After a while, second senior brother opened his eyes and looked at Ning Chi excitedly. I've never eaten such delicious food. This is a cow, right? How did you do it? Well, it's called mysterious roasted whole cow. Senior, is it delicious? Ning Chi said with a smile. Hee hee, kid, it's delicious, but you must have hidden it in your universe ring, right? I can take it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, second senior brother's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, Ning Chi was already grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Ning Chi's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he was ready to take out the supreme dragon, slaying bullet and fight. No universe ring? Second senior brother put Ning Chi down with a surprised expression and said with a strange expression, Boy, where did you hide the thing? Take it out. Senior, don't be anxious. Speaking of which, this is a secret of my sect. If Senior thinks it's delicious, why don't we talk while we walk? About what? Of course it's to negotiate. Do you think I'm eating these delicacies for free? You. All right. After that, second senior brother walked side by side with Ning Chi. Occasionally, some demonic beasts would rush over after smelling Ning Chi's scent. However, when they saw second senior brother from afar, they immediately turned around and fled, frantically. Senior, how should I address you? Ning Chi chatted with second senior brother for a bit longer before changing the topic to Shintu Yuanba. He wanted to ask him where he was now. With second senior brother around, the rescue mission would probably go quite smoothly. Second senior brother snorted and said, When I was in the outside world, people called me Supremacy, Heavenly Pig. Celestial Pig? That was quite appropriate. However, Ning Chi was a little confused. Wouldn't he be angry if people called him a pig? After knowing Ning Chi's thoughts, Supremacy, Heavenly Pig looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. Am I not a pig? You're a human. If someone called you a celestial, would you be angry? That's right, Ning Chi smiled awkwardly. Let's not talk about this. Take out the thing. I'm starving. Supremacy, Heavenly Pig said while drooling. You've just eaten and you're hungry now. Ning Chi rolled his eyes in his heart. Naturally, he did not intend to let Supremacy, Heavenly Pig eat to his heart's content so quickly. At the very least, he had to ask what he wanted to know. How about this, Supremacy, Heavenly Pig? You said that before I came in, there was a human who was locked in here. Is he dead or alive? Ning Chi asked. Why are you asking this? Could it be that you are familiar with him? Supremacy Heavenly Pig's expression changed slightly as he looked coldly at Ning Chi. As a human, since I'm locked in the Draconic Penitentiary, I naturally have to plan for myself. If I can be with people of the same race in the future, at least I won't be eaten by an expert like you so easily, right? Ning Chi smiled bitterly. Supremacy Heavenly Pig seemed to think that his explanation was quite reasonable. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "That human has been taken away." "Taken away? Who took him away?" Ning Chi asked curiously. Supremacy Heavenly Pig seemed unwilling to talk about this, but Ning Chi kept asking. In the end, he said impatiently, "It's the grand disciple of Purple Sun Sword Emperor, one of the 3 great emperors here. Primordial Chaos Supremacy." 3 great emperors? Ning Chi's eyes were filled with doubt. Suddenly he was shocked. Could it be that there were 3 Dodi imprisoned in the Draconic Penitentiary? He had never heard of this matter before. "Senior, I've just arrived here and there are still many things I don't understand. Why don't you enlighten me?" As Ning Chi spoke, he took out a mysterious extreme roast cow and handed it to Supremacy Heavenly Pig. He also bought a large barrel of Green Island beer and handed it over. Seeing the roast cow, Supremacy Heavenly Pig was in a good mood. When he took the beer and finished it, his expression froze. "Senior, how does it taste?" Ning Chi smiled. It's too delicious. What's this?" Supremacy Heavenly Pig burped and looked at Ning Chi excitedly. "Senior, give me another barrel. Drink it and tell me about this place." Ning Chi handed Supremacy Heavenly Pig another barrel of Green Island beer. The Supremacy of Celestial Pig took the beer and drank it as he cheered. This was because the beer was still frozen. Then he saw Ning Chi's thirst for knowledge. He coughed and cleared his throat, then started to talk about the Draconic Penitentiary. "Let me tell you, I was imprisoned here 200 years ago. Before I came here, this Draconic Penitentiary had already existed for tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years! Why was it only a few thousand years in the outside world's records? Of course, tens of thousands of years ago, this place wasn't called the Draconic Penitentiary, but the Dragon Abyss. Anyone could enter and leave freely. How could it be like now, where the F** King Redbud Dragon Clan keeps us heroes in a prison? Heroes and warriors? Were there heroes who asked others if their meat tasted good the moment they met? Ning Chi curled his lips in disdain. Ever since this place was occupied by the Redbud Dragon Clan and turned into a prison, unlucky fellows were thrown in here from time to time. In these 200 years, I've seen at least 700 to 800 unlucky fellows. Only a small half of them survived, while the rest were all eaten. When I first came here, I was invincible. No one bothered with my business. I could eat whoever I wanted. In the end, 180 years ago, 3 fellows suddenly appeared. Which 3? Chapter 501. Out of the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Don't interrupt. These 3 fellows are the ancient dragon emperor of the dragon race, the demonic sky demon emperor of the demon race, and the purple sun sword emperor of the human race. No one knows where they have been hiding to cultivate, but they managed to evade the detection of the experts of the Amethyst Dragon Tribe and secretly achieved the emperor rank. Since then, the Draconic Penitentiary has been divided into 3 factions. Those who are unwilling to accept their jurisdiction can only wander around the periphery of the Draconic Penitentiary, living extremely miserable lives. At this point, Supremacy Heavenly Pig's face was filled with hatred. "I'm afraid that this pig is one of those who are unwilling to be governed," Ning Chi quietly exclaimed in his heart. However, he was incomparably shocked that the dragon prison really had an existence of a Dodi. After all, this news had never spread. Afterward, the Supremacy of Heavenly Pig explained the distribution of forces in the Draconic Penitentiary to Ning Chi as he drank. Unexpectedly, the Purple Sun Sword Emperor of the human race was the strongest and obtained the largest territory, followed by the demonic sky demon Tharch and the ancient dragon Tharch. It was a stark contrast to the outside world. In the Draconic Penitentiary, the majority of the Dragon Clan did not dare to provoke the human clan. This was because the Purple Sun Sword Emperor was very protective of his people, and because the lifespan of the human clan was relatively short, the Purple Sun Sword Emperor would personally appear at certain times to ensure that the human clan's population did not decline greatly. And the person who took Shinto Yuenba away was Purple Sun Sword Emperor's grand disciple, Primordial Chaos Reverend. In the mouth of the Supremacy Celestial Pig, the Primordial Chaos Supremacy was just a small character. As for the Supremacy Celestial Pig, it was only because of the Purple Sun Sword Emperor that it let Shinto Yuenba go. Otherwise, it would have swallowed Shinto Yuenba in one gulp. Ning Chi heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. At least Shinto Yuenba was taken away by the human race, so there shouldn't be too much danger. However, Ning Chi still had to bring him out of the Draconic Penitentiary. After all, this place was just a prison. Senior, why don't you take me to a human city? Ning Chi laughed. Supremacy Tianju smirked. Do you think I'm stupid? I'll send you to a human city, and then what will I eat? Stop dreaming. If you want to live, you have to follow behind me. I will guarantee your safety, but you have to give me food and drink every day. Otherwise, I will eat your flesh and drink your blood. This is a little tricky. Ning Chi fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed across the gray sky. Venerable Celestial Swine had a look of horror on his face. When the stream of light disappeared from his sight, he heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Chi sensed his abnormality and was about to ask what it was that made Venerable Celestial Swine so afraid when the stream of light appeared in their vision again. Not good. The Venerable Celestial Swine grabbed Ning Chi and flew into the sky. Before Ning Chi could react, he ate a mouthful of cold wind. Then he realized in shock that the speed of the light far exceeded the Venerable Celestial Swine's. In just 3 breaths, it appeared before the two of them. The Venerable Celestial Swine had no choice but to stop. The light transformed into a middle-aged man with long, flowing hair. He looked at Supremacy, Celestial Pig, and Ning Chi calmly. Primordial Supremacy, it's you again. Supremacy, Heavenly Pig, revealed an embarrassed smile. The Primordial Chaos Venerable asked indifferently, Why did you flee the moment you saw me? Isn't it because you snatched something from me? Supremacy, Heavenly Pig cursed in his heart, but he still put on a smile. Primordial Chaos Venerable, you've misunderstood. I'm going to Sky Demon City to buy something. He's the Primordial Chaos Venerable. Master is in his hands. Ning Chi was shocked. He wanted to speak, but he was still under the control of Supremacy, Heavenly Pig. He did not dare to offend him, afraid that he would be crushed to death. Oh, go on then, the Primordial Chaos Venerable said. Supremacy, Heavenly Pig was stunned. He was overjoyed and wanted to leave. However, the Primordial Chaos Venerable said indifferently, Leave this human behind and you can leave. What? Supremacy Heavenly Pig revealed a look of hesitation. If it was an ordinary human, he would have slipped away a long time ago. However, Ning Chi had that super delicious roasted whole cow and super tasty wine. He was unwilling to give Ning Chi to the Primordial Chaos Venerable just like that. At the thought of this, Supremacy, Heavenly Pig's face darkened. He looked at the Primordial Chaos Venerable and said, Primordial Chaos Venerable, don't be so ruthless. I already gave that guy to you without a second word. This time, you want to snatch him away again? The Primordial Chaos Venerable glanced at Ning Chi and then at Supremacy, Heavenly Pig. Let him go. You. Let him go. Let him go. No matter what Supremacy Heavenly Pig said, the Primordial Chaos Venerable only had one simple sentence. Let him go. After a few times, Supremacy Celestial Swine seemed to feel a terrifying aura lock onto him. He panicked and threw Ning Qi towards primordial chaos supremacy. He turned around and fled, disappearing from Ning Qi's sight in the blink of an eye. You were just imprisoned here? Which sect are you from? The primordial chaos venerable looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently. Ning Qi hurriedly bowed and said, I'm Ning Qi from Cloud Rising Sect. You must be senior primordial chaos venerable. The middle-aged man you took away from supremacy, heavenly pig, is my master, Shintu Yuanba. Cloud Rising Sect. The primordial chaos venerable looked at Ning Qi with a playful and strange look in his eyes. When Ning Qi saw this, he knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, he felt a tremendous force attack him the next moment, and he fainted. The primordial chaos venerable carried Ning Qi and flew towards the largest human city in the Draconic Penitentiary, the Sword Darch City. After half a day, the primordial chaos venerable arrived at the Sword Darch City. Although the sky was dusky and he could not see the entire Sword Darch City clearly, a corner of it was revealed. It was majestic and spectacular. Moreover, there was a faint killing intent. Ning Qi had already woken up by this time. However, he pretended to be dizzy and secretly opened his eyes a little to see the scene in front of him. Where is he taking me? Why did he have such a huge reaction when he heard the Cloud Rising Sect? After the primordial chaos venerable flew into the Sword Darch City, he flew for a distance. In the end, he loosened his grip and Ning Qi was thrown down. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Ning Qi hurriedly mobilized all the fighting energy in his body and landed steadily. This person is new. All of you keep an eye on him. I might come and look for him again after a period of time. The primordial chaos venerable disappeared without a trace after leaving these words. After that, Ning Qi realized that there was an old man standing in front of him. The old man was so old that he was unrecognizable. The wrinkles on his face were like layers of stairs. His entire body was covered with age spots, and he emitted a faint aura of death. It was as if he had just crawled out of the soil. This made Ning Qi think of the old Dosheng monsters in the Dongshan land. However, this old man was not a Dosheng. He was only a 3-star Dozun. However, his life was about to come to an end. The Red Bud Dragon Tribe has sent 2 humans here in such a short period of time. TSK, newcomer. Take this and scram to the mines. Chapter 502. Mining. Ning Qi couldn't understand why he had to go mining the moment he arrived. Ning Qi couldn't understand why he had to go mining the moment he arrived. That old man seemed to have sensed Ning Qi's thoughts. He laughed coldly and said, Don't even think of escaping. This place is personally placed by the Purple Sun, Sword Emperor. Even a Dosheng would not be able to escape from this place. Quickly go and dig. The more you dig, the more you will be able to eat today. Only then will you be able to redeem the medicinal pills. Your cultivation will definitely regress. With that, the old man turned and left, seemingly unafraid of Ning Qi escaping. Ning Qi looked up and saw faint runes in the sky. Obviously, there was a restriction placed in the sky. The reason he was thrown down was likely related to the fact that the primordial chaos venerable was the grand disciple of the Purple Sun, Sword Emperor. At this time, the miners that passed by Ning Qi were all looking at him with gloating eyes. Among them, there were even some Dozong-level existences who looked at Ning Qi with malicious intent. No one knew what they were planning. Hey, you must be new. What law did you break to be locked up here? A short-haired girl, standing behind Ning Qi, asked curiously. Ning Qi turned around and frowned. I only get locked up here because I broke the law? The short-haired girl rolled her eyes at Ning Qi. Of course. You don't even know what law you broke, do you? TSK, let's go mining. It's getting late. If I don't dig up some heavenly spirit crystals to exchange for lower earth-level qi gathering pills, I might not be able to survive the demonic storm when it's midnight. With that, she carried the same shovel as Ning Qi's and walked towards the cave. Ning Chi quickly followed, ignoring the malicious gazes of the nearby fellows. He asked in a low voice, "Miss, what is a heavenly spirit crystal? And what is the demonic storm?" The short-haired girl looked at Ning Chi strangely. "Don't tell me you were just locked up in the draconic penitentiary by the Purple Sun Dragon Tribe." "Yes." Ning Chi nodded decisively. "No wonder you don't know anything. You are really unlucky. You just entered the draconic penitentiary, and now you're locked up in the Sky Prison." The short-haired girl looked at Ning Chi with eyes full of pity. "Sky Prison?" Ning Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. "This place is called the Heaven Prison. Actually, it's just a heaven spirit crystal mine. However, during the Z period, there will be an evil chi storm. It will cause the cultivation of those caught in the storm to regress. If one's cultivation speed can't keep up with the weakened battle chi, it's normal for 1 or 2 stars to regress. Later on, the Purple Sun Sword Emperor laid down a forbidden technique, allowing those who broke the rules of the Sword Monarch City to come in and work as miners to excavate the Heaven Spirit crystals for the Purple Sun Sword Emperor. I was sentenced to 7 years in prison." As the short-haired girl spoke, a look of anticipation appeared on her face. She then looked at Ning Chi with a gloating expression. A demonic storm at midnight? Ning Chi was somewhat anxious. Lifeless Thorn and the others would wait for him outside the draconic penitentiary for at most half a month. If he exceeded this deadline, they would probably assume that he had died in the draconic penitentiary. If he could not find Shinto Yuenba in time and escape with him, would he be imprisoned in the draconic penitentiary forever? Thinking of this, Ning Chi could not help but shiver in his heart. At this time, he had already followed the short-haired girl into the cave. The inside was bigger than Ning Chi had imagined, and there were a lot of people. They were all in their respective corners, holding shovels and digging something. Occasionally, he could see someone walking out with a happy face, but they were stopped and then turned back with a pale face. However, there were also some people who walked out, and no one dared to stop them, so they all gave way. "I see that you're new. I'll bring you around for the next 2 days. Follow me, but remember, don't look around if you have nothing to do. It's best if you don't make eye contact with others." The short-haired girl warned Ning Chi. "Oh, okay. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ning Chi. How should I address you, young lady?" Ning Chi smiled. "Just call me Dudu," the short-haired girl said. Dudu. Ning Chi was stunned for a moment, seeing that the short-haired girl did not have any bashful expression. He guessed that this name in the draconic penitentiary must have another meaning. It was not as cute as it seemed on the surface. Dudu led Ning Chi for a long time. Finally, they came to a very small cavern. This cavern seemed to be a small branch of the entire cavern. It was also full of traces of excavation, but now there was no one else except for Ning Chi and Dudu. "Let's dig here. Although it is difficult to find Tianling crystals here, the advantage is that there is no one here. Even if a Tianling crystal appears, it will not be snatched away immediately." After saying that, Dudu found a corner and dug with a shovel. Seeing this, Ning Chi also tried to dig on the other side. Only then did he realize that the stones here were a little special. With his great strength, the shovel could only go about 3 inches into the ground. Although this shovel was not a fighting weapon, the material it was made of should not be ordinary, as it could withstand the power of Ning Chi's 5 dragons and 5 elephants. "By the way, Dudu, what is a Tianling crystal?" Ning Chi asked while digging. He could not find it in the Dragon Slayer Mall. He secretly guessed that it could be an ordinary Tianling crystal in the outside world. If that was the case, he had a lot of them. You will know when you dig it, but it is definitely not the Tianling crystal you think. Dudu said without turning his head. "You know a lot about the outside world. Were you imprisoned here or were you born here?" Ning Chi asked again. "Look at my age. Of course I was born here." Dudu's tone was a little impatient. Perhaps it had something to do with her not being able to find a Tianling crystal after digging for a long time. Seeing this, Ning Qi thickened his skin and asked, "Was there anyone who was imprisoned here like me?" "There was one, but that guy was not as lucky as you. He met me. He is now working under 2 Ba and has not received a qi gathering pill for some time. His cultivation seems to have regressed to a 6-star dozone," Duda said. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. It was very likely that Duda was talking about Shen Tu Yuan Ba. Could it be that the Cloud Rising sect has a grudge with the Purple Sun Sword Emperor here? Otherwise, why would they imprison me here after hearing my background? Now that master is probably here, I have to find a chance to meet up with him and see if there is a way to escape. Ning Qi thought in his heart. At this time he saw that the shovel was too slow to dig, so he directly took out the Dragon Slayer saber. Sure enough, the Dragon Slayer saber was much more useful than the shovel when chopping these stones. In a short while, huge rocks were piled up beside him. Ding! Discovered a piece of inferior grade spirit godstone. The system's beep rang out. Ning Qi was dumbstruck as he took out a green stone from inside. Tianling crystal, is it a spirit godstone? This place was a forbidden technique set up by the Purple Sun Sword Emperor when he became a D 180 years ago. Thinking of this, Ning Qi seemed to know something. At this time, Duda turned to look at Ning Qi. Ning Qi had already put away the Dragon Slayer saber, and Dudu could only see the inferior grade spirit godstone in his hand. Chapter 503. A Great Harvest. Dudu looked at Ning Qi in shock. No, it was the spiritual godstone in Ning Qi's hand. In the next second, she turned into green smoke and appeared in front of Ning Qi. She excitedly snatched the spiritual godstone from Ning Qi's hand. This is such a big Tianling crystal. This can probably be exchanged for 90 earth, low-grade qi gathering pills. If I eat one a day, won't I be able to eat until I leave the sky prison? Thinking of this, Duda's expression suddenly changed. She disappointedly handed the spiritual god stone to Ning Qi and said, "Quickly hide it. If someone sees it, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to leave this place." Hide? Hide what? Tianling crystal? But I already saw it. A mocking voice came from outside. Duda's expression immediately changed. She pulled Ning Qi over and looked at the person with a serious face. "Huyen Gaolong, what are you doing here?" "Just now, I heard that you have brought a new person in. I want to see who has obtained your favor the moment he arrived." Humph. It is unexpected that he is merely a 7-star Dohuang. However, this brat's luck is indeed very good. He managed to dig up such a large piece of Tianling crystal the moment he arrived. "Get him to hand over the Tianling crystal," Huyen Gaolong said indifferently. There was a trace of disdain in his tone. He was a Do Huang who had stepped into the first stage of life and death. He could indeed look down on anyone below the peak of the Do Huang realm. Duda's cultivation was 2 stars higher than Ning Qi's, a 9-star Do Huang. At this time, Ning Qi had already placed the spiritual godstone into his space bag. Huyen Gaolong noticed this, but did not care. He looked at Dudu. As long as Dudu agreed, he could kill or seriously injure Ning Qi on the spot, and then personally find the Tianling crystal on Ning Qi's body. A trace of hesitation flashed in Dudu's eyes. Finally, she glanced at Ning Qi and made a decision. She slowly shook her head at Huyen Gaolong. "I will be leaving in 3 months. You just need to endure for another 5 months. Don't be meddlesome. Just pretend you didn't see us. Go." "Pretend I didn't see you? How is that possible?" Huyen Gaolong laughed coldly. Then he looked at Dudu affectionately and said, "Dudu, you know that I love you. When I get out, you will marry me. If we can get a few more heavenly spirit crystals in this final period of time, we can also exchange them for some medicinal pills from Elder Chiao. At that time, won't we be able to be together forever?" After saying that, Huyen Gaolong glanced behind him. When he turned back again, his expression was one of anxiety. Someone will be coming soon. Dudu, hurry up and make your decision. Who wants to be with you? When Dudu heard this word, his expression immediately changed. If you really plan on snatching this heaven spirit crystal, we won't take it anymore. When the time comes, we'll throw it out. Let's see who can snatch it from you. You. Huyen Gaolong flew into a rage, but his expression soon calmed down. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes as he gave Ning Chi a deep look, then turned around and left. Ning Chi thought that he was about to make a move and was ready. In the end, the other party was intimidated by a few words from Dudu. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He won't let you off so easily, but he won't dare to openly deal with you. After all, such a big piece of heaven's spirit crystal. If someone finds it, it won't end up in his hands. But when you sleep at night, I'm afraid you have to be careful, Dudu said to Ning Chi. All right, I got it. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. This short-haired girl was quite kind-hearted. Ning Chi was a little curious as to what law she had broken to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Then, Dudu immediately noticed the gravel. A trace of shock flashed in her eyes. How did you do it? She had just dug for half a day and only managed to dig a small hole. Ning Chi's hole was more than 10 times bigger than hers. It's very simple. Ning Chi smiled. At this time, someone passed by. After glancing at the two of them, he ignored them. Ning Chi could see a trace of mockery in the corner of their mouths. They had no intention of coming in to dig. Obviously, in their eyes, this place was of very low value. After they left, Ning Chi gestured for Dudu to follow behind him. Then he found another corner. There were some jagged rocks blocking the view from the outside. When he dug, he wouldn't be seen. Dudu knew that Ning Chi wanted to hide his mining method for her, so she was looking forward to it. In the next moment, the Dragon Slayer saber appeared in Ning Chi's hand. Ning Chi waved it and dug a big hole in a few moves. Those stones seemed to be ordinary rocks in front of him. However, this time, he didn't dig out any low-grade spirit stones. He was slightly disappointed. Dudu looked at Ning Chi in shock. Your battle weapon can even dig heavenly steel rock? And so easily? After the shock, she was stunned again. No, when you were locked up, didn't your universe ring be taken away? Universe ring? Ning Chi laughed in his heart. The existence of the space bag was probably something even a Do-Di couldn't discover. He had never used something like a universe ring. Seeing Ning Chi smile without saying a word, although Dudu was very curious, she didn't ask further. Instead, she said happily, "Forget it, don't care about that. Since you have such a powerful battle weapon, let's work together. I'll teach you the rules here. You're in charge of digging. Halfway through, I want 30%. No, 20%. Is that okay?" There was a trace of anticipation on Dudu's face, as if she was afraid that Ning Chi would reject her. Of course. Ning Chi nodded. Following that, Dudu stood guard at the door while Ning Chi dug hard. When someone passed by, Dudu would squat down at the corner of the wall and use a shovel to dig a few times. It could only dig out some small gravel. Those people glanced at it, smiled, shook their heads, and left. They secretly mocked Dudu in their hearts, thinking that Dudu was dawdling here because it was about to leave the heavenly prison. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-grade spirit stone. Ding! Ning Chi continuously dug for about 6 hours. There were already no less than 7 low-grade spirit stones in the space bag. This was a total of 70,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Time is up. Let's quickly leave this place. The evil storm at night began to erupt from this place. There was once a fellow who forgot the time when he was mining and was discovered unconscious here the next day. His cultivation had also changed from a 1-star dozong to a 1-star dodosher. Dudu stepped forward to stop Ning Chi from continuing to dig. As she pulled Ning Chi out, she told Ning Chi about the chilling matter. A 1-star dozong became a 1-star dodosher? Ning Chi was slightly shocked. The two of them passed through many passageways and arrived at the entrance of the cave. Huyen Gaolong saw Dudu pulling Ning Chi's arm. His face immediately became incomparably gloomy. He had originally thought that Dudu was being kind and wanted to teach the newbie, but now it seemed that it was a little different from what he had imagined. Chapter 504. The tired Shintuyuanba, why are you still here? Dudu frowned and looked at Huyen Gaolong. Huyen Gaolong withdrew the killing intent in his eyes and said to Dudu, I was waiting for you to go back together. Oh, then let's go. Dudu nodded. Intentionally or unintentionally, Huyen Gaolong walked in between Dudu and Ning Chi, not letting Ning Chi get close to Dudu. Ning Chi happily followed behind the buttocks of the two, using his peripheral vision to look around. Suddenly, he saw an incomparably tired face following behind a team. Dudu hurriedly signaled the two to stop, and the rest of the people also stopped at the same time. There were more than 30 people in this group. Compared to the scattered people nearby, the scale was much larger. All of them followed behind the strong man who was leading the group. Shintuyuanba, you didn't even dig a single Tianling crystal today. You don't even need to eat. At the back of the team, a middle-aged man looked coldly at the tired face. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Yes, Shintuyuanba nodded. At this moment, a few people purposely slowed down their footsteps and walked side by side with Shintuyuanba. They mocked, newcomer. You have already been here for a few months. Why are you still not used to the environment of the sky prison? It's not that I want to criticize you, but you should work harder. Even those Do Huangs are more capable than you. As a 7-star, oh no, a 5-star Dozong, don't you have any shame? He's always been like this, half dead, half alive. Why would he feel ashamed? Shintuyuanba, I'm warning you. Don't think that I can't see that you are slacking. When you first came in, the Tianling crystal you dug was 10 times more than what you have now. If you don't get anything tomorrow, I'll let Brother Tuba break your limbs and throw you in the cave. You'll have a taste of the demonic storm at close range. At this moment, the man at the front of the team turned his head. What are you guys whispering about? Why aren't you leaving? Yes, Brother Tuba. Those few people hurriedly nodded in fear. They fiercely glared at Shintuyuanba and immediately quickened their footsteps. Not long after, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Only when they left did the surrounding people start to move again. It's only been a few months, but Master's cultivation has already regressed by 2 stars. Ning Chi looked at the exhausted figure, and his eyes flashed with a hint of heartache. Ning Chi, that group just now belonged to Tuba. Did you see the leader? He's a 4-star Do Zun, Tuba. He's a famous existence in the Sky Prison. Even Elder Chiao is polite to him. He'll be able to leave the Sky Prison after being locked up for another 100 years or so. There's also that guy at the back of the group. He's the same as you. He was just locked up some time ago. It's said that he dug up quite a number of heaven's spirit crystals, but they were all divided up by others. This resulted in him not having any chi gathering pills to consume. Du said to Ning Chi, so you must be careful here. Don't provoke them. Huyen Gaolong said in a bad mood, Dudu, why are you talking so much with him? You'll be out in 3 months. With his strength, he'll die here sooner or later. But Huyen Gaolong's tone changed as he looked at Jiang Tai. His eyes were filled with greed. If you give me the heavenly spirit crystal that you just dug out, I can introduce a few experts to you. When Dudu and I get out, you can follow them. At least, you won't die under the demonic chi storm. Ning Chi glanced at him and chuckled, ignoring such a rude request. Seeing this, Huyen Gaolong was furious. He really wanted to make a move on Ning Chi, but on one hand he couldn't do it because Tudu was there. On the other hand, the heavenly prison actually didn't allow the miners to kill each other. Otherwise, who would mine for them? Whoever had a personal grudge would settle it in the mine. They wouldn't kill him directly, but would severely injure him and let him experience the baptism of the demonic energy storm. Be arrogant. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant in a few days. Huyen Gaolong thought fiercely in his heart. After walking for a few dozen miles, They passed by a few different mines. There were miners coming out from them in an endless stream. Finally, everyone was heading in the same direction. Not long after, a flat ground appeared in front of Ningqi. There were tents of varying heights erected on this flat ground. At the very center of the flat ground, there was a house made of stone, which was very conspicuous. Ningqi looked around, but didn't see Tuba's team. Naturally, he couldn't find any trace of Shintu Yuanba either. Now that I know where Master is, how do I leave this place? Ningqi thought to himself. You can stay here tonight. Tudu brought Ningqi to the front of an incomparably tattered tent. Its previous owner is already dead. Don't worry, I'll stay next to you. Tudu pointed to a tent next door that had been mended. At least it wouldn't leak. Huyen Gaolong's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. Seeing that Tudu had completely ignored him, he couldn't help but coldly snort at Ningqi. He said to Tudu, Tudu, I'll go to Elder Chiao's place to hand over the Heaven Spirit crystals. Do you want to come with me? I'll go over later. Tudu waved his hand. Huyen Gaolong was startled, then nodded his head and turned to walk towards the stone building. However, after a few steps, he suddenly turned his head and saw that Tudu had invited Ningqi into her tent. Huyen Gaolong's face instantly turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and turned his head, walking towards the stone building. He kept cursing Ningqi in his heart, thinking of dozens of ways to kill Ningqi. Let's use that. Huyen Gaolong's mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile. He seemed to have thought of something happy, and his footsteps became lighter. In the tent. Quick, let me see how much we've gained today. Tudu said impatiently. Earlier in the mine, because she had to act as a lookout, Ningqi would occasionally dig up some Heaven Spirit crystals and keep them. Therefore, she didn't know how many Ningqi had dug up. Ningqi smiled and took out the low-grade spiritual godstones, placing them on the table in the tent. Including the first piece, there were a total of 7 pieces. Their sizes weren't much different. Tudu's eyes seemed to have turned into peaches, looking at the low-grade spiritual godstones in surprise. Ningqi suspected that she even wanted to go up and give them a kiss. According to my share of 20%, I'll take one. 5 pieces. After a moment of joy, Tudu said to Ningqi. She then planned to split one low-grade spiritual godstone in half, but was stopped by Ningqi. A trace of vigilance flashed in Tudu's eyes. Are you going back on your word? Ningqi smiled and handed 2 low-grade spiritual godstones to Tudu. There's no need to split it so clearly. You can take 2. Hearing this, Tudu's face revealed a look of ecstasy. Really? Really? Ningqi smiled and nodded. I knew that I didn't choose the wrong person. Tudu happily kept the low-grade spiritual godstones, her heart filled with pride. Chapter 505. Will to live Dudu carefully knocked a little off one of the Heaven Spirit crystals. It was about the size of a fingernail, and then put the rest away. This is enough for today's Qi gathering pills. If I can exchange for 2, I'll treat you to 1. Dudu gave Ningqi a bright smile. You go first. I want to familiarize myself with this place. Ningqi smiled. All right, don't wander around. Dudu hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said. After she left, Ningqi also walked out of the tent. Ignoring the malicious gazes of the miners around him, he pretended to stroll around casually. Not long after, he saw an incomparably huge tent near the stone building. There were even 2 guards standing at the entrance, eyeing the people around them covetously. Ningqi recognized these 2. They were 2 of the people who had been mocking Shintu Yuanba. Seeing Ningqi look at them, the 2 stared at Ningqi. Ningqi pretended to lower his head in fear. Only then did they look at each other and let out a hearty laugh. Laugh all you want. Ningqi sneered in his heart. Suddenly, he saw a very dilapidated tent not far from the huge tent. It was full of holes. What attracted Ningqi's attention was the back view that flashed by. Ning Chi purposely circled a few times. When the two fellows were not paying attention, he slowly walked to the front of the dilapidated tent. With a flash, he entered the tent. "Who is it?" Shinta Yuanba turned around vigilantly and shouted. His face was solemn with a trace of exhaustion. When he saw Ning Chi's appearance, his expression became extremely shocked. "Master." Ning Chi went forward and bowed respectfully. You, why are you here?" Shinta Yuanba's voice was trembling. He looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. When he was imprisoned in the Draconic Penitentiary and brought to the Sky Prison to become a miner, Shinta Yuanba never thought that he would see Ning Chi again. Was he seeing things? Or was Ning Chi really appearing in front of him? "Master, I'm here to pick you up," Ning Chi said softly. At the same time, he glanced at Shinta Yuanba. He did not see his Qian Kuan ring. It should have been taken away in the Amethyst Dragon Clan. Otherwise, he would not have lost Qi-gathering pills, causing his cultivation to fall by 2 stars. "Come in and pick me up." Shinta Yuanba's face revealed a trace of sorrow. He already understood what was going on. Looking at Ning Chi, his eyes were slightly red as he muttered to himself, "Foolish child, foolish child." "Master, don't be sad. I've already convinced Lifeless Thorn. He's agreed to let me take you out," Shifeng said. Ning Chi whispered. Shinta Yuanba was stunned. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He stared blankly at Ning Chi. "What did you say? Will Lifeless Thorn let us out?" How was this possible? The dragon race was the most vengeful. The Red Bud Dragon tribe was the strongest of the Purple Thorns Dragon tribe. How could Lifeless Thorn agree to let him go after he had killed a few of them? Ning Chi explained everything that had happened in a low voice. When he heard that Ning Chi had used the dragon blood fruit to exchange for this opportunity, Shinta Yuanba's face was filled with gratitude and regret. She was touched that Ning Chi had used the extremely rare dragon blood fruit to save her and even entered the Draconic Penitentiary without fearing for his life. Shinta Yuanba regretted his actions back then. He had been too impulsive. Not only had he put his disciple in danger, but he had also caused the sect to lose a large sum of tribute and dragon blood fruit. So, Master, don't be sad. The most important thing for us now is to find a way to leave this heavenly prison. I don't know why the primordial chaos Venerable went crazy. He captured me the moment he heard that I was from the Cloud Rising sect. Ning Chi smiled bitterly. Actually, I know a little about this matter. Shinta Yuanba was just about to open his mouth and tell Ning Chi a little of the secret that he knew when he subconsciously swept a glance at Ning Chi. He said in a stunned voice, "You are now a 7-star Do Huang." Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Shinta Yuanba revealed a look of pleasant surprise. The last time he had seen Ning Chi, he had only been a peak Do Huang. It had only been a few months, and he was already a 7-star Do Huang? Such a cultivation speed was too terrifying. If Ning Chi was considered an ordinary Heaven's pride in the past, he was now comparable to the Heaven's pride of the 9 great clans. Of course, in Shinta Yuanba's heart, the Heaven's pride of the 9 great clans was only at Feng Bai's level. He did not know that Ning Chi had far surpassed Feng Bai. Even his elder brother was no match for Ning Chi. "If you can't return to Dongxian because of me, I will be the sinner of the Cloud Rising sect." Shinta Yuanba's face revealed a bitter expression. "Master, why are you mentioning this? Even if we can't get out, it doesn't mean that we can't show our strength in this draconic prison." Ning Chi comforted. Shinta Yuanba's aura changed when he heard this. His tired and dispirited expression instantly disappeared. He had already lost his will to live. Now that he saw Ning Chi, his heart was filled with the desire to live. "Yes, I can't die here. Even if I can't get out, I must at least stay alive. Only then can I watch him and see how far he can grow." Shinta Yuanba looked at Ning Chi with sparkling eyes. Ning Qi smiled inwardly when he saw Shinto Yuanba's aura change. He knew that his words had an effect. Subsequently, Ning Qi took out 2 inferior, earth-ranked qi amassing pills from his spatial bag. These were dropped from the gambling gift bag. Ning Qi did not have the chance to use them. There were all sorts of things in his spatial bag. If he carefully sorted them out and sold them, he could probably earn a considerable amount of spirit crystals. Ning Qi handed the pills to Shinto Yuanba and said, "Master, take these pills first. If nothing goes wrong, I will find a way to get out in 2 or 3 days." The deadline of 2 or 3 days was imposed by Ning Qi himself. Even if he escaped, he might not be able to reach the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary. At that time, if Lifeless Thorn and the others were not outside, he still wouldn't be able to get out. Joy flashed in Shinto Yuanba's eyes. He took the pills and waved his hand, saying, "Go out first. Don't let Tuba's men see you. Be careful outside." "Yes, master." Ning Qi nodded. He turned around and observed his surroundings. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly slipped away. Not long after Ning Qi left, someone strolled to the entrance of Shinto Yuanba's tent. This person laughed disdainfully at Shinto Yuanba before swaggering off. Inside the stone tower, the 3-star dozong that Ning Qi had seen before, an old man with a wrinkled face and nearing the end of his lifespan, coldly looked at the queue in front of him. He took pieces of heaven spirit crystals from them and gave them inferior, earth-ranked qi amassing pills according to the number of heaven spirit crystals they had. Elder Chiao. When it was Huyan Gaolong's turn, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to carry out his plan. He then transmitted his voice to the old man. "What's the matter?" The old man looked at him coldly. The newcomer obtained a very large piece of heaven spirit crystal. However, I don't think he has any intention of exchanging it for qi amassing pills. Chapter 506. A flash of inspiration. "Oh, there's such a thing? Stand to the side." Elder Chiao's expression changed as he spoke. "Yes." Huyan Gaolong was overjoyed and quickly stood to the side. When the others in the queue saw this scene, a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. However, because Elder Chiao was present, they didn't question Huyan Gaolong. Tudu, who was at the back of the queue, had a bad premonition. She stared at Huyan Gaolong, but found that he was purposely avoiding her gaze. "What is this guy up to?" Tudu frowned. She would run out of the stone building after exchanging for the qi gathering pills. No matter what, she had to warn Ning Qi first. Ning Qi was already a few miles away from the camp. He wanted to see if there were any loopholes in the spell set up by the Purple Sun Sword Emperor. If not for the fact that he was afraid of causing too much of a commotion, he would have used the Supreme Dragon Slaying Bullet to see if it could blow up the spell. "You're new here, right?" Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above Ning Qi. Other than the guards, no one else could fly in the sky prison. Ning Qi scanned the other's attributes and found that it was a 3-star dozong. This 3-star dozong mockingly looked at Ning Qi and said, "Every newcomer wants to escape from this place at the beginning. Unfortunately, the prohibition spell that the Purple Sun Sword Emperor has placed is something that even a Do Sheng cannot forcefully break. You are merely a 7-star Do Huang. You should go back and think about how to block the evil storm tonight." It was time to exchange for the qi gathering pills, but Ning Qi had appeared here. It was obvious that he had not dug up any heaven spirit crystals today. With that, the 3-star dozong turned and left. Ning Qi thought for a moment, then turned and walked back to the camp. The other party was so straightforward. It was obvious that he was not afraid that Ning Qi would escape. Since that was the case, Ning Qi could only rely on the dragon-slaying maul. He would go back and search to see if there was anything that could help him. Luckily, I obtained a few lower spiritual godstones. They've come in handy. Ning Qi thought bitterly in his heart. At the same time, Elder Chiao had finished distributing the qi gathering pills and was led by Huyan Gaolong to Ning Qi's tent. Tuda couldn't find Ning Qi, So she returned to her tent and waited, seeing Elder Chiao beside Huyen Gaolong. She knew that her worst-case scenario had probably come true. "Elder Chiao, you!" Dudu plucked up his courage and stepped forward. At the same time, he glanced at Huyen Gaolong. Huyen Gaolong averted his gaze and brought Elder Chiao directly to Ning Chi's tent. However, he was surprised to find that Ning Chi wasn't in the tent. "The guy you mentioned, where is he?" Elder Chiao said calmly. Huyen Gaolong hurriedly looked at Dudu. "Where's Ning Chi?" Dudu glared at Huyen Gaolong. "I don't know." At this time, not far away, Tuba also seemed to see the situation here, and a trace of curiosity rose in his eyes. What did Elder Chiao say to the two little fellows? Tuba muttered to himself, "Brother Tuba, why don't we go and take a look as well?" Tuba's subordinate suggested with a smile. "Go." Tuba nodded and led the group in Dudu's direction. Shintu Yuenba happened to walk out of his tent. Seeing the scene, he frowned slightly and followed. Other than Tuba, there were two other forces in the heavenly prison that were on par with Tuba's. These two forces saw that Elder Chiao from the heavenly prison did not leave after distributing the elixirs, and were very curious. Under the lead of their respective leaders, they gathered in Elder Chiao's direction. Huyen Gaolong saw the group approaching step by step, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He said to Dudu in a low voice, "Is that kid hiding? He doesn't have a chi gathering elixir now. If he encounters the demonic storm at night, his cultivation will definitely regress. If you really want to help him, let him out." Dudu frowned. "I really don't know where he went." "Disciple, don't underestimate this demonic storm," Shintu Yuenba thought worriedly. He guessed that Ning Chi had probably gone to scout out the terrain and find a way to leave. Elder Chiao frowned slightly. Previously, the primordial chaos venerable had specially instructed him to keep an eye on Ning Chi and bring him away in a few days. In the end, Ning Chi had left the camp when the demonic storm was about to arrive. What a worrisome fellow! Chiao Lilong thought to himself. He planned to call for the nearby guards to capture Ning Chi. In the end, a figure walked over from not far away. "Elder Chiao, it's him." Huyen Gaolong pointed at Ning Chi excitedly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's gaze immediately stopped on Ning Chi. Something's not right. Ning Chi revealed a strange expression. He swept his gaze across the crowd and finally walked in front of Chiao Lilong. He first nodded at Dudu, then glanced at Shintu Yuenba. Finally, he said to Chiao Lilong, "Elder Chiao, I heard that you secretly hid a very large heaven spirit crystal on you?" Chiao Lilong said lightly. When Ning Chi heard this, he glanced at Huyen Gaolong. Huyen Gaolong revealed a proud expression and transmitted his voice. "Who asked you to be so arrogant? I'll tell Elder Chiao the news now. At the very least, I can get 2 or 3 chi gathering pills as a reward. Don't even think of leaving a single hair on your body. Not taking the initiative to exchange for chi gathering pills is really courting death. Are you regretting it now? Ha ha ha, if I had known earlier. You would have given me the heaven spirit crystal. Perhaps I could have given you 5, no, 10 chi gathering pills. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Idiot." Ning Chi looked at Huyen Gaolong and lightly spat out 2 words. He did not transmit his voice. Everyone heard him. Huyen Gaolong's face immediately turned green and red. "Elder Chiao, I did dig up a piece of heaven's spirit crystal. However, I didn't keep it for myself. Instead, when I first arrived here, I couldn't help but wander around. Here it is. Elder Chiao, please accept it." Ning Chi reached into his clothes and pretended to take out the heaven's spirit crystal. When everyone saw this, they gasped. It was indeed a large piece of heaven's spirit crystal. Shintu Yuenba's eyes flashed with pride. This kid, he really dug up such a large piece of heaven's spirit crystal when he just arrived here. He's indeed my good disciple. Huyen Gaolong did not expect Ning Chi to be so straightforward. He was immediately stunned on the spot. Xiao Lilong reached out and took the Heaven Spirit Crystal. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. As for Ning Qi saying that he wandered around, he naturally knew what was going on. Every newcomer would wander around. Wouldn't they return to the camp obediently in the end? Ning Qi looked at Xiao Lilong's extremely old appearance. His heart flashed, and he suddenly had an idea. This Heaven Spirit Crystal can be exchanged for 90 Qi gathering pills. Take it. Xiao Lilong directly threw a large porcelain bottle to Ning Qi. When everyone saw this, their eyes could not help but reveal greed. How can Elder Qiao be so easy to talk to? Shouldn't he just confiscate the Heaven Spirit Crystal? Chapter 507. Demonic Storm. Thank you, Elder Qiao. Ning Qi cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he took out 2 Qi gathering pills and gave the rest to Tudu. Tudu looked confused, not knowing what Ning Qi meant. I can't finish them all by myself. It's my first time here, so I don't have any good gifts. Tudu, help me distribute these Qi gathering pills to everyone. Ning Qi smiled. Tu Ba and the others heard this and their eyes flashed. They looked at Ning Qi with much gentler eyes. This guy knows what to do. Yes, he's quite tactful. If he doesn't hand over these Qi gathering pills today, I'm afraid he'll die in the mine tomorrow. Everyone looked at Xiao Lilong. Only when he nodded would they dare to accept these Qi gathering pills. Xiao Lilong looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile, then turned and left. Tu Ba saw this, and his lips curled into a faint smile. He walked to Tudu and said, "Give me the pills, I'll distribute them." Tudu naturally did not dare to refuse, and quickly gave it to Tu Ba. Tu Ba, don't think of keeping it all for yourself. At this time, the leaders of the other 2 forces also walked over. Of course, everyone who sees it has a share. Tu Ba smiled. When he said everyone who saw it had a share, it was only the people from the 3 forces. It had nothing to do with the ordinary miners. They could only watch enviously as Tu Ba distributed the 80 Qi gathering pills. Shintu Yuanba hid behind the crowd, feeling rather satisfied with Ning Qi's methods. From the very beginning when he had taken Ning Qi in as his disciple till now, he knew that he had not actually taught Ning Qi much. He had only played the role of a backer, and for Ning Qi to be able to grow to his current stage, it was also due to Ning Qi's own efforts. Thinking of this, Shintu Yuanba could not help but secretly sigh. I really am not a good teacher. Huyan Gaolong watched as Tu Ba and the other 2 distributed the Qi gathering pills. His complexion alternated between green and white. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Not only had Ning Qi not been punished by Elder Qiao, but he had also won the favor of the 3 major forces. This was simply lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. Huyan Gaolong, don't ever appear in front of me again. Tudu looked coldly at Huyan Gaolong. Tudu, listen to my explanation. Huyan Gaolong wanted to quibble a little more, but Tu Ba strode towards Ning Qi. Seeing this, Huyan Gaolong immediately shut his mouth and respectfully looked at Tu Ba. Seeing this scene, the corner of Dudu's mouth curled up into a faint sneer. What's your name? Tu Ba looked at Ning Qi and said calmly, Senior, I am Ning Qi. Ning Qi cupped his hands. And in the future, if you have any problems here, you can look for me or the 2 of them. We won't take your pills for free. Tu Ba smiled. Thank you, Senior. Ning Qi showed a hint of flattery at the right time. Seeing this, the 3 of them smiled in satisfaction and left with their subordinates. Huyan Gaolong saw that Tu Ba and the rest had already left, and was about to open his mouth to explain. However, Tudu had already dragged Ning Qi into her tent, not giving him a chance to speak. Ning Qi, Huyan Gaolong's eyes were filled with hatred. He gnashed his teeth and muttered Ning Qi's name. It seemed as if he wanted to bite it into pieces. Phew, that was close. You were almost killed by Huyan Gaolong. Fortunately, you reacted quickly. If you didn't admit it, I'm afraid. After Tudu entered the tent, she let out a long sigh of relief. She looked at Ning Chi with admiration, and at the same time a hint of rejoicing. That guy has a bad heart. Don't get cheated by him in the future. Ning Chi smiled lightly. I already knew that. Tudu rolled her eyes. After a pause, she continued, This is your first time resisting the demonic chi storm. Why don't you stay here with me tonight? Feeling that her words were a little ambiguous, Tudu hurriedly said, Let's meditate together. When the time comes, I will teach you how to use the chi gathering pill to counteract the terrifying side effects of the demonic chi storm. How long is it until the ion time? Ning Chi asked. Tudu counted with her fingers, about an hour. Then I will return to my tent. Ning Chi smiled. Seeing Ning Chi leave, for some reason, Tudu felt a little disappointed in her heart. After returning to the tent, Ning Chi did not take the demonic chi storm to heart. But to be on the safe side, he still prepared 10 low-grade earth chi gathering pills, which could be consumed at any time. Then his mind was immersed in the dragon slaying maul. Medicinal pills. Auxiliary medicinal pills. Oh, I got it, it's here. Ning Chi finally found the medicinal pill that he had thought of after a flash of inspiration. Yellow low-grade longevity pill. Increases lifespan by 1 year. Price 500 dragon slaying coins. Yellow mid-grade longevity pill. Increases lifespan by 3 years. Price 5,000 dragon slaying coins. Yellow high-grade longevity pill. Increases lifespan by 5 years. Price 20,000 dragon slaying coins. This kind of longevity pill ranged from low-grade yellow class to top-grade heaven class. But the price of a top-grade heaven class longevity pill reached an extremely terrifying level. Ning Chi couldn't even be bothered to count the string of zeros behind it, because he could not afford it. Yellow top-grade longevity pill increases lifespan by 10 years. Price 50,000 dragon slaying coins. Only this is suitable. The profound ones are too expensive, but I have to prepare at least 3 to have a chance. Ning Chi secretly said in his heart, one person could only take 3 of these longevity pills, so the price would increase exponentially. After taking the yellow low-grade longevity pill, the middle grade and above would have no effect. After making the decision in his heart, the time seemed to have come to midnight. At this moment, everyone was quietly sitting in their tents, waiting for the arrival of the demonic chi storm. At a place thousands of feet deep, there was a green ball that suddenly emitted a faint light. Then, in the various minds, a violent wind suddenly rose, like a wave, surging out, converging halfway, and finally rushing towards the camp. Perhaps they were used to it, other than the guys who did not get the chi-gathering pills. The others were very calm. Ning Chi sensed a dangerous aura rapidly approaching him, so he immediately swallowed 10 earth-step, low-grade chi-gathering pills at once. The pills melted as soon as they entered his stomach, then turned into a violent and turbulent battle chi, colliding everywhere in Ning Chi's body. At this time, the demonic chi storm had already swept over. The wind swept past Ning Chi, and a mysterious force from the wind drilled into Ning Chi's body. Ning Chi clearly felt that this mysterious force was devouring his cultivation. If not for the chi-gathering pills, this mysterious force would have devoured his own battle chi. This state lasted for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before gradually disappearing. And the battle chi that Ning Chi had produced from the 10 chi-gathering pills before was almost gone. This is too strange. Chapter 508. Sage Mo Dudu said that 1 chi-gathering pill could basically negate the invasion of the demonic storm. However, all the battle energy produced by my 10 chi-gathering pills was devoured. Could it be that this demonic storm has its own consciousness? Ning Chi's expression turned serious. However, since the demonic storm had passed, Ning Chi did not intend to study it further. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Thousands of feet below the ground, The storm of evil chi returned to the mine after sweeping through the entire heavenly prison. Finally, it passed through the cracks of the mines and poured into the ball that was emitting a faint green light. After absorbing the storm of evil chi, the ball seemed to be filled up a bit. The green light gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Sword Darch City. There was a huge mountain in the center of the city. This mountain towered into the clouds, and there were many buildings on the mountain peak. Among these buildings, there was a large hall that stood out the most. It stood at the highest point and was completely made of something that looked like black jade. In front of the large hall, the most eye-catching thing was a huge sword that was over 100 feet tall. This huge sword was inserted into the soil, revealing only 3/4 of its blade. At this moment, Primordial Chaos Venerable was standing beside the huge sword, as if he was waiting for someone in the large hall. Not long after, an elder in his 50s slowly walked out of the large hall. Master, Primordial Chaos Venerable hurried forward and bowed. This elder was one of the 3 true disciples of the Purple Sun, Sword Darch, Saint Mo. He was also Primordial Chaos Venerable's master. Saint Mo looked at Primordial Chaos Venerable indifferently. "What's the matter?" Primordial Chaos Venerable said in a low voice, "I found another imprisoned Cloud Rising Sect disciple. I have already sent him to the Sky Prison. Master, please make a decision." "Cloud Rising Sect? Haha, I didn't expect to see 2 Cloud Rising Sect disciples consecutively in just a few months. They don't seem to be having a good time outside. Perhaps one day the entire Cloud Rising Sect will be suppressed by the Amethyst Dragon Tribe and imprisoned in the Dragon Penitentiary. When that time comes, the Sword Darch will be incomparably happy." Saint Mo smiled faintly. His words were filled with undisguised mockery. After a pause, Saint Mo knew that Primordial Chaos Venerable was waiting for his decision. "What is the cultivation of the imprisoned Cloud Rising Sect disciple?" 7-star Do Huang, Grand Mist Venerable said in a low voice. "He's just an ant. Let him fend for himself in the heavenly prison." With a wave of his hand, Saint Mo turned and walked towards the main hall. After the Primordial Chaos Venerable Master understood Saint Mo's attitude, he watched him enter the main hall before turning to leave. Heavenly Prison. Early the next morning, the people in the camp set off to dig for Heaven's spirit crystals in the various mines. Ning Chi woke up late on purpose. When he came out of the tent, Dudu had already been waiting at the entrance for a long time. She looked Ning Chi up and down, and after seeing that his cultivation was not affected by the demonic storm, she couldn't help but nod. Then she said unhappily, "Sleeping in is not a good thing in the heavenly prison." "I did it on purpose." Ning Chi laughed. "On purpose?" Dudu's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. "Do you know if there are any mines here that are rarely visited? The kind that's almost abandoned?" Ning Chi asked. "There are, but it's too far from the camp. If we come out a little later, I'm afraid that we won't be able to make it in time for the demonic storm to start. When we return to the camp, there are very few Heaven's spirit crystals. As time passes, no one goes there anymore." Dudu nodded. "That place is suitable for us. Let's go." Ning Chi smiled. Surprise flashed in Dudu's eyes. With Ning Chi's mining speed, he wouldn't be able to display his full potential in places with people. Going to those abandoned mines was perfect. Although they were called abandoned mines, there were actually quite a number of Heaven's spirit crystals. It was just that they were deeper and farther away, which was why they were abandoned. Not long after the 2 left, Huyen Gaolong also walked out of his tent and coldly watched the 2 leave. At this moment, a shifty-eyed old man walked to Huyen Gaolong's side. This old man looked to be in his 60s. He was skinny, and his cultivation was the same as Huyen Gaolong's. He was a peak Do Huang who had entered the first stage of life and death. "Brother Huyen, they have already set off. Shall we follow them?" The old man laughed softly. Huyen Gaolong glanced at him indifferently and said, "Remember, you must listen to my instructions. You must not make decisions on your own. Otherwise, I will not give you that chi-gathering pill. Yes, yes. Whatever Brother Huyen says, I will do. The old man lowered his head and smiled. Dudu brought Ning Chi and ran for about 700 kilometers. Ning Chi finally saw the abandoned mine that Dudu had mentioned. The two of them looked at each other and directly walked into the mine. There were potholes everywhere and gravel everywhere. Ning Chi randomly chose a direction and began to dig with the Dragon Slayer saber. Pieces of hard sky steel rock appeared relatively weak under the sharp Dragon Slayer saber. Seeing this, Dudu knew that no one would come here, so she picked up her small shovel and dug near the entrance of the cave. This way, she might be able to get some unexpected gains, and if someone came, she could inform Ning Chi immediately. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ning Chi had dug 3 feet deep. Ding! The system beep sounded. Ning Chi deducted a piece of low-grade spirit godstone. Its size was twice the standard specification, which was equivalent to 20,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Dudu dug with all her might while looking at Ning Chi. When she saw the incomparably huge Heaven Spirit Crystal, a happy smile appeared on her face. After that, Ning Chi never dug such a large spirit godstone again. It was basically some gravel, which could only be exchanged for a few dozen or 100 Dragon Slayer coins. Time gradually passed. Soon, half a day had passed. At this time, Huyen Gaolong and the old man went to a few abandoned mines and were found by Ning Chi and Dudu. Brother Huyen, there's still one more. We should go back after we've finished looking for that one. Otherwise, it will be too late. The old man smiled ingratiatingly. If you don't find them, even if you go back, don't even think about getting the chi-gathering pill. Huyen Gaolong said unhappily. The old man was anxious. Brother Huyen, that's not what you said at the beginning. I accompanied you for the whole day. If I go back without the chi-gathering pill, how will I survive the evil chi storm tonight? How you pass is none of my business. Huyen Gaolong sneered and walked in the direction of the last mine. The old man looked at his back, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he still followed. Someone's coming. Dudu stood up, a look of fear on her face. There was some doubt in her heart. Why would someone come to such a faraway, abandoned mine at this time? Ha! You adulterous couple are really here. Tong Dong, go take that kid down. Leave her to me. Chapter 509. Just one slash. Dudu was stunned. She hadn't expected that Huyen Gaolong would bring people to surround and kill Ning Chi. She didn't even have time to react. She had already started fighting with Huyen Gaolong. At this time, Tong Dong noticed that Ning Chi's mining progress was terrifying. Such a big gravel. Could it be that this kid has some special method? Yes. Otherwise, how could he have dug up such a big piece of Heaven's Spirit Crystal yesterday? A hideous grin appeared on Tong Dong's face as he appeared before Ning Chi with a flicker. Ning Chi furrowed his brows as he looked at Tong Dong. Then he looked at Dudu and Huyen Gaolong. Realizing that Huyen Gaolong wouldn't be able to take down Dudu in such a short amount of time, Ning Chi heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, tell me what method you used to mine, and I'll spare your life today. Tong Dong looked at Ning Chi greedily. Ning Chi said indifferently, If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of talking nonsense? Ha! A mere 7-star, Do Huang dares to be this arrogant. He really won't shed a tear until he sees his coffin. Tong Dong was so angry that he laughed. In the Sky Prison, his aptitude could be considered very ordinary, perhaps even below average. He was almost 100 years old, and yet he had only entered the first stage of life and death. Even a junior like Huyen Gaolong could come and go at his beck and call. Seeing that Ning Chi was the same, the anger in Tong Dong's heart flared up. The next moment, Tong Dong directly reached out to grab Ning Chi's neck. His movements were very fast, leaving a series of afterimages. He was full of confidence. Under this grab, Ning Qi had no way to escape. Is he scared, silly? Why didn't you hide? Just as he was about to catch Ning Qi, Tong Dong's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Then, the smile on his face became even wider. After exchanging over 100 blows with Huyen Gaolong, Duda had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Duda took the time to glance at Ning Qi and discovered that Ning Qi was about to be restrained by Tong Dong. A trace of anxiety appeared in Duda's eyes. Stop looking. Du, he is definitely going to die today. A 7-star Do Huang dares to be arrogant in front of me. You actually walked so close to him and did not give me any face. You are the one who asked for all of this. Huyen Gaolong's eyes were filled with madness as he laughed maniacally. Suddenly, Ning Qi moved. One slash. It was just one slash. It looked like an ordinary slash. Tong Dong's figure came to an abrupt halt as he stared dumbfoundedly at Ning Qi. His 5 fingers, which were as thin as an eagle's claw, stopped a fist's distance away from Ning Qi's neck, unable to advance any further. No, impossible, Tong Dong mumbled to himself. Old man, what are you waiting for? Huyen Gaolong saw Tong Dong standing in front of Ning Qi without making a move. A trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. What kind of saber technique is this? Tong Dong looked at Ning Qi with a bitter smile on his face. Horizon, bright moon, Dong. Before Ning Qi could finish speaking, Tong Dong's head had already rolled to the ground. Blood spurted out like a fountain, instantly shooting up to a height of 10 feet, and his body heavily fell to the ground. Saber, Ning Qi spat out the last word. Then he slightly raised his head and looked at Huyen Gaolong, who had a look of disbelief on his face. Du took the opportunity to retreat to Ning Qi's side. Her eyes also carried a trace of shock. Tong Dong's status in the Sky Prison was very low due to his lack of talent. However, he was also an expert of the older generation and had stepped into the peak of the Do Huang realm. Such an expert had actually died in the hands of Ning Qi, a 7-star Do Huang. More importantly, she did not even see how Ning Qi had killed Tong Dong. Du did not know that when Ning Qi was at the peak of the Do Huang realm, even Fang Yamo would be defeated by the Horizon Bright Moon Saber. Now he was already a 7-star Do Huang and was many times stronger than he was back then. If he were to fight with Fang Mo again, Fang Mo might not be able to receive even one blow from him, much less a small character like Tong Dong. You killed Tong Dong? Huyen Gaolong's eyes revealed a trace of shock. His strength was only a little higher than Tong Dong's. If they were to really fight, he could cause Tong Dong to fall into a disadvantage within 300 moves. He could seriously injure Tong Dong within 500 moves. However, if he wanted to kill Tong Dong, it would take at least 1,000 moves. Yet, Ning Qi had killed Tong Dong in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Huyen Gaolong's reaction was extremely fast. He did not linger and turned around to flee. As he fled, he shouted, "The 2 of you are finished. The Sky Prison does not allow private killings. I will inform Elder Chiao about this. The 2 of you will be executed." Ning Qi, what should we do? We have no evidence to prove that they were the ones who attacked first. Du's face revealed a trace of anxiety. Don't worry. Ning Qi walked to the entrance of the cave and took out the silver dragon cannon. He aimed at Huyen Gaolong's back. What is this thing? Du felt a very frightening aura from the silver dragon cannon. She guessed that it should be a Do weapon. However, she had never seen a Do weapon of this type and felt curious. After the silver dragon cannon had absorbed most of Ning Qi's dragon slaying Do Qi, it emitted a faint silver light. In the next second, a cannonball flew towards Huyen Gaolong's back like lightning. I did not expect that guy to be so strong. I have really miscalculated. Fortunately, they killed Tong Dong. As long as I inform Elder Chiao about this, they will not be able to bear the consequences. Huyen Gaolong thought to himself as he frantically ran. At this moment, he suddenly felt an aura rapidly approaching him from behind. This brat has caught up? Impossible. My soaring cloud has already been trained to the 6th level. Even a 1-star Do Zong might not be faster than me on the ground. As Huyen Gaolong thought of this, he turned his head and saw a ball of light 10 feet away. What is this thing? Huyen Gaolong's heart shook. He subconsciously increased his pace. He could feel the aura of death from that ball of light. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not outrun the silver dragon cannon. Boom! The silver dragon cannon carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth as it bombarded Huyen Gaolong's body. Du Du and Ning Qi could see a beautiful flame on the ground not far away. It was accompanied by smoke that lingered for a long time. Why did this happen? Huyen Gaolong muttered to himself in despair. His entire body was black as he lay on the ground. His hands and feet were badly mutilated. This was especially true for his back, where his internal organs could be seen. Let's go! Ning Qi signaled to Du Du, and the two hurried to Huyen Gaolong's side. Du Du, spare my life. I was wrong. Huyen Gaolong raised his head and begged bitterly. He knew that begging Ning Qi was useless. He could only hope that Du Du would soften. As expected, Du Du's heart softened. She looked at Ning Qi. Huyen Gaolong has already suffered such serious injuries. How about let's go? Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Du Du did not expect Ning Qi to be so straightforward. At this time, Ning Qi was already walking towards the camp. Du Du looked at Huyen Gaolong with pity and chased after Ning Qi. They really let me go? Huyen Gaolong's eyes were filled with ecstasy. However, the next moment he suddenly thought of something and shouted in despair. No, take me with you. Chapter 510. Chapter 510 of the WLD transaction. On the way back to the camp, Ning Qi counted the low-grade spiritual godstones that he had obtained this time. There was one piece that was twice the normal size, 9 pieces that were the normal size, and a few hundred pieces scattered around. Each piece could be exchanged for about 100 Dragon Slayer coins. After splitting the loot with Du Du, Ning Qi sold all the low-grade spiritual godstones to the system. Including yesterday's, his current balance of Dragon Slayer coins was 184486, a yellow level top grade longevity. Pills sold for 50,000 could buy 3 of them. After returning to the camp, Ning Qi and Du Du went to the stone building to exchange for Qi gathering pills. When they entered, they realized that Elder Qiao was not there. Instead, he was replaced by a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was considered young, even among Dozuns. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. If Qiao Lilong was not there, his plan could not be carried out. If it dragged on for a few more days, he would not be able to leave the Dragon Penitentiary even if he escaped from the Sky Prison. Ning Qi exchanged for Qi gathering pills with a heavy heart and walked to the entrance of the stone building with Du Du. At this moment, Qiao Lilong walked towards them. Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of joy, and he decisively transmitted his voice. Elder Qiao, you should only have 2 or 3 years left to live, right? Qiao Lilong's body paused, and he coldly looked at Ning Qi. He indeed only had a few years left to live. After all, he was already over 300 years old. However, this matter was something that even an existence stronger than him would not mention. Ning Qi, a mere 7-star Do Huang, actually dared to mock him in such a manner? A violent murderous intent was emitted from Qiao Lilong's body and instantly locked onto Ning Qi. Du Du was shocked. It did not understand why Elder Qiao would suddenly do such a thing. Perhaps I only have 2 or 3 years left to live. However, you may not even have 10 breaths left. Qiao Lilong said faintly, Elder Qiao, I have a way to let you live a few more years. If you want to know, come to my tent and we can talk in detail. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up into a faint smile as he transmitted his voice. After that, he walked out of the stone building, ignoring Qiao Lilong's aura lock. He knew that Qiao Lilong would not dare to attack him. Du Du hurriedly bowed to Qiao Lilong respectfully, and then chased after Ning Chi with a puzzled face. As expected, Xiao Lilong's expression changed after hearing Ning Chi's transmission. Ning Chi, what happened to you and Elder Xiao just now? Why did he want to kill you? Du said with a heavy expression. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll go back first. Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand, then entered the tent. Seeing this, Du stood in place for a while. She felt more and more that Ning Chi was a little strange. She was afraid that he was hiding a lot of secrets. This feeling made her heart itch, and she really wanted to dig out Ning Chi's secrets. Forget it, we have plenty of time. Du smiled and entered his own tent. Ning Chi sat in the tent for about 10 minutes before the curtain was lifted. Xiao Lilong walked in expressionlessly. He looked at Ning Chi and asked, "What did you mean by what you said just now?" Senior's lifespan is about to come to an end, but I have a way to extend it for at least 30 years. With 30 years, it shouldn't be too difficult for Senior to break through again, right? Ning Chi smiled. You? Xiao Lilong laughed. He looked at Ning Chi with ridicule. You are a mere 7-star Do Huang. You want to extend the life of a 3-star Do Zun? Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Senior can believe it or not. In any case, you only have a few years to live, right? Ning Chi smiled. How dare you? Xiao Lilong had originally thought that Ning Chi knew when to advance and retreat. However, from the looks of it now, he was incomparably arrogant. Anger immediately rose in Xiao Lilong's heart, and he slammed his palm toward Ning Chi's head. Ning Chi looked at Xiao Lilong without changing his expression. He knew that when a person knew that he only had 2 to 3 years to live, and met a fellow who said that he could extend his life, even if he knew that the fellow was a liar, he would not easily let go of the hope in his heart. Sure enough, Xiao Lilong's palm stopped a fist away from Ning Chi's head. You are not afraid of death? Xiao Lilong frowned and said, Because I know that Senior is more afraid of death. You have trained hard for hundreds of years to reach your current level. You did not die in the hands of the enemy, but will die in the hands of the heavens. Senior must be very unwilling. Ning Chi smiled. You! Xiao Lilong's face became extremely livid. Every word of Ning Chi was like a dagger, stabbing into his heart. After a while, Xiao Lilong sighed and said, Tell me, what method do you have to help me extend my life? Why would I believe a 7-star Do Huang? Really ridiculous. Xiao Lilong mocked himself in his heart. I wonder if Senior has heard of the longevity pill? Ning Chi smiled and said, Longevity pill? Xiao Lilong's face became extremely solemn, and the eyes that looked at Ning Chi also changed from suspicion to caution. Boy, are you talking about the ancient elixir that has been lost for tens of thousands of years, the longevity pill that can increase one's life? Xiao Lilong said in a deep voice. Yes. Ning Chi nodded and said with a smile. It seems that Senior knows about it. This is easy. You mean that you have the longevity pill? Impossible. Xiao Lilong sneered. What do you want? Tell me what you want. Ning Chi smiled and said, I will give Senior the longevity pill, and Senior will let 2 people out of the heaven prison. What do you think of this deal? A yellow-level top-grade longevity pill can increase one's life by 10 years. That's what he wants. Xiao Lilong frowned slightly. Based on his position in the heavenly prison, it was a piece of cake for him to release 2 people. It was as easy as lifting a finger, and no one would say anything about it. However, Ning Chi was brought here personally by the primordial chaos Venerable Master. He was different from the others. Thinking of this, Xiao Lilong suddenly restrained Ning Chi and searched him from head to toe. He did not find the Qian Kuan ring or the longevity pill. Ning Chi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Senior, if you want to do this deal, then do it. If you don't, then forget it. How could I keep something as precious as the longevity pill on me? However, I can guarantee that once I leave the sky prison, you will receive the longevity pill in the next second. How do I know if you are lying to me? Xiao Lilong was already tempted, but he still wanted to find some clues from Ning Qi's face. His eyes stared intently at Ning Qi, trying to determine if he was lying from his expression. Senior is a 3-star Dozun, and I am merely a 7-star Dohuang. Senior's strength is enough to crush me. Why would I dare to lie to you? Instead, I am afraid that Senior will go back on his words. However, in order to leave this damn place, I have no choice but to take a gamble. The longevity pill is a treasure passed down in my family. Ning Qi smiled and said, I will send this brat out and accept the medicinal pill. If it is real, everyone will be happy. If it is fake, I will kill him on the spot. Thinking of this, Xiao Lilong asked indifferently, Who is the other person? Shinta Yuanba. Chapter 511. Chapter 511, Death Mutation, Shintu Yuanba. Oh, you're with him. Xiao Lilong came to a realization. Shinta Yuanba and Ning Qi had something in common. They were both personally sent to the heavenly prison by the primordial Chaos Master. It seemed like they were from the same sect. All right, I promise you, letting you guys out is nothing to me. But if you lie to me, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiao Lilong sneered. Elder Xiao, don't worry. Ning Qi smiled faintly. There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. Xiao Lilong said. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with joy as he nodded. Sure. Follow me. Xiao Lilong glanced at Ning Qi before turning to leave the tent. Ning Qi followed, closely behind. Xiao Lilong brought Ning Qi to Tu Ba's tent. Elder Xiao. Tu Ba happened to walk out of the tent with his subordinates. When he saw Xiao Lilong, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi behind Xiao Lilong suspiciously. Why is this kid following behind Xiao Lilong? You have a subordinate called Shinta Yuanba, right? Where is he? Xiao Lilong smiled. Shinta Yuanba? Go and bring him out. Tu Ba frowned and said to his subordinates. Tu Ba's subordinates nodded. They were confused as to why Elder Xiao wanted to see Shinta Yuanba. Seeing that Xiao Lilong was looking at them indifferently, they hurriedly turned around and entered the tent. Following that, they carried Shinta Yuanba out. Seeing this, Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Shinta Yuanba was covered in injuries. It was obvious that he had just been tortured. Xiao Lilong could not help but frown. Tu Ba laughed and explained, Just now, a few of my subordinates quarreled over a small matter. Elder Xiao, please excuse us. At this moment, Shinta Yuanba narrowed his eyes and saw Xiao Lilong and Ning Qi. Ning Qi sent a voice transmission. Master, I have found a way out. Found a way? Shinta Yuanba's eyes flashed with joy. Ning Qi took 2 steps forward, took out a top-grade Earth Step Spring returning pill, and fed it to Shinta Yuanba. He planned to take Shinta Yuanba away from the hands of Tu Ba's subordinates. Kid, what are you doing? Seeing this, Tu Ba's subordinate bellowed. If not for Xiao Lilong, they would have attacked Ning Qi directly. Tu Ba faintly smiled and glanced at Ning Qi. Then he looked at Xiao Lilong and said, Elder Xiao, I want to take him away. Do you have a problem with that? Xiao Lilong smiled. Take him away? Tu Ba let out a dry laugh as a fierce light flashed in his eyes. However, thinking that Xiao Lilong didn't have much time left to live, he took a step back and said, Of course, I have no objections. Did you hear that? Ning Qi looked at Tu Ba's 2 subordinates. They resentfully let go, allowing Ning Qi to take Shinta Yuanba away. However, they stared at Ning Qi with undisguised killing intent. After taking the rejuvenation pill, Shinta Yuanba's injuries gradually improved. At the very least, he could stand on his own. Xiao Lilong said indifferently, Let's go. Only after the 3 of them left did Tu Ba's subordinates berate the miners who were watching the commotion. They were so scared that they hid back in their tents. Then they angrily said to Tu Ba, Big brother Tu Ba, This elder Qiao did not give you face in front of so many people. You don't have to be afraid of him. He's just an old man who's about to die. It's because he's about to die that I'm afraid of him. Tu Ba glanced at his subordinates and sneered. Elder Qiao, wait a minute. Ning Qi suddenly stopped in his tracks. Shinta Yuanba and Xiao Lilong looked at him doubtfully. Do you have something else? Xiao Lilong frowned. I'll be right back. Ning Qi nodded. Then he turned around and ran back to Dudu's tent. At this time, Dudu was secretly admiring the Heaven Spirit crystal in her hand. Seeing Ning Qi suddenly rush in, she was shocked. If Ning Qi's hand had not dodged, she would have kicked his crotch. Ning Qi, why didn't you say anything when you came in? You scared me. Dudu said angrily after seeing it was Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and said, It's my fault, my fault. How about this? These Qi-gathering pills will be my apology. He knew that in the Draconic Penitentiary, cultivation resources were actually very scarce. Pills that were not considered very valuable in Dongxian were probably worth more than 10 times more in the Draconic Penitentiary. Ning Qi gave Dudu a bottle of Qi-gathering pills, 12 of them. Seeing this, Dudu looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. For me? Apology? Yes. I hope we can meet again in the future. Ning Qi smiled and nodded, then turned around and left. Dudu was stunned for a while before she reacted and chased after him. However, she did not see Ning Qi. She looked around Ning Qi's tent, but did not see him either. This guy, what does he mean? Meet again in the future? He says it like he can leave this place. Dudu stood on the spot and thought with a frown. After a while, she suddenly raised her head, a trace of shock in her eyes. Could it be that Ning Qi, seeing that Ning Qi had only left for half an hour, Xiao Lilong's expression became slightly better. Next, don't speak. Xiao Lilong reminded the two of them, and they naturally nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he brought Ning Qi and Shinta Yuanba to the exit of the Sky Prison, in front of a huge stone building. On both sides of the stone building, there were not only Grandmaster level guards, but also Zun level experts entering and exiting from time to time. Xiao Lilong hesitated for a while, but still brought Ning Qi and Shinta Yuanba into the stone building. In the end, they met an elder with an aura that was even more terrifying than Xiao Lilong's. Elder Qiao, who are these two fellows? Is it time to serve your sentence? The elder stood in front of Xiao Lilong and glanced at Ning Qi and Shinta Yuanba. Xiao Lilong's expression changed slightly. Then he laughed dryly and said, Yes, it's time to serve my sentence. Oh, the elder did not seem to suspect anything and brushed past the three of them. Ning Qi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances with Shinta Yuanba, he continued to follow Xiao Lilong outside. We're almost there. Ning Qi saw the exit in front of him, and his hands held onto 2 middle Xian rank invisibility talismans. This was to prevent Xiao Lilong from going back on his words. As long as they left, they would leave behind the medicinal pills and then slap the invisibility talismans on the two of them. At that time, Xiao Lilong would not be able to cheat them even if he wanted to. These 2 high Xian rank invisibility talismans had cost Ning Qi a total of 10,000 dragon-slaying coins. However, being unable to detect anyone below the Dosheng realm was also worth the price. All right, give me the medicinal pills. Xiao Lilong suddenly stopped and turned to look at Ning Qi. At this moment, the exit was only a few steps away from Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. We agreed before that I would only give it to you after we leave. Xiao Lilong's expression changed slightly as he coldly looked at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi did not seem to have any intention of compromising, he waved his hand and a faint ripple appeared at the exit. Only at this moment did the door to the Sky Prison open. Chapter 512. Chapter 512. Forced mission, what's going on? Xiao Lilong revealed a shocked expression. This loud sound was too frightening and deafening. Before Ning Qi could react. The two of them had been restrained by Qiao Lilong. It was useless to use the invisible talisman now. Qiao Lilong immediately led the two of them to the sky prison. Countless Do Zone guards were led by Do Zun level experts as they broke through the air. Elder Qiao, something big has happened in the sky prison. Go and take a look. Along the way, they met a middle-aged man whose face was covered in blood. Ning Qi had seen him before. It was the Do Zone guard who had mocked him when he was surveying the terrain. Quickly informed the Sword Emperor Mansion. Qiao Lilong nodded, after which he led Ning Qi and Qinta Yuanba into the air and flew in the direction of the loud sound. The primordial chaos Venerable immediately sensed the fluctuation from the sky prison. Without saying anything, he rushed towards the sky prison. Other than him, there were 7 to 8 other people who were of the same generation as him. They were also the Purple Sun Sword Emperor's disciples. However, perhaps the fluctuation was too weak and did not attract the attention of the Do sages. At this moment, in a mysterious place in the dragon prison, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Is that guy going to come into being? Ha ha ha! I have waited for so many years. It is finally coming. What kind of aura is this? In the Sword Emperor City, a 15 to 16-year-old youth with a face as white as jade, red lips, and starry eyes faintly frowned. Strange. What is the Purple Sun Sword Emperor doing again? Oh, forget it. I'll go back to sleep. One of the behemoths muttered, then closed its eyes, flipped over, and went back to sleep. 300 miles away from the campsite, the ground had caved in to form a huge pit. In the middle of the pit, there was a round object that was emitting a faint green light. The vicinity of the pit was surrounded by the miners of the sky prison. What is that thing? Someone asked doubtfully. Who knows? Just now, a guard was seriously injured by the explosion. Brother Tuba, you are a 3-star Dozun. Can you tell what it is? Could it be a treasure? Tuba shook his head faintly when he heard this, indicating that he did not know either. At this moment, there was finally a fellow who could not resist and jumped in. He arrived in front of the circular object, but before his hand could touch the circular object that was emitting a pale green glow, this fellow was shocked to discover that the Do Qi in his body was being wildly swallowed by it. In a short while, his cultivation had dropped from a 1-star Do Zong to the peak of the 9th life and death test, the Do Huang at the peak of the 9th life and death test, after which it was the 8th and the 7th life and death test, Do Wang Do Ling. This continued all the way until he became a 1-star Doja. Finally, his flesh seemed to have weathered away and fell to the ground, leaving only white bones. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at this scene, their eyes were filled with fear. What the hell is this? A Dozong had died in this manner? Evil creature. Tuban narrowed his eyes. It's too scary. The leaders of the other two forces, subconsciously, took a step back. After seeing this scene, they immediately lost interest in the circular object that was emitting a pale green glow. They only wanted to see how the people from the Sword Emperor City would deal with it when they arrived. Du hid in the crowd. When she saw a Dozong turn into a skeleton, her expression was the same as the others. She was shocked and deeply doubtful. She suddenly remembered that she had walked past this place before and felt a lingering fear. If it had exploded at that time, she would have been blown to death. Just when this Dozong jumped into the huge pit, Qiao Lilong, Ning Qi, and Qinta Yuanba arrived and saw the scene. Ning Qi glanced at the circular object, and his heart immediately trembled. Elder Qiao, what do you think of this matter? The other Dozuns in the sky prison gathered together when they saw Qiao Lilong. Although Qiao Lilong's cultivation was not the highest, he had lived the longest and was the most knowledgeable. I'm afraid that this kind of thing is not something that you and I can touch. Let's wait for the primordial chaos Reverend and the rest to arrive before making a decision. Qiao Lilong said, That's good. Everyone nodded. Sigh. I was just one step away from escaping from the sky prison. In the end, something like this happened again. However, it is really surprising that such a thing exists in the dragon penitentiary, Ning Chi sighed in his heart. As for the circular object that was emitting a green light, it had already been identified by the dragon slaying system. At the same time, the dragon slaying system also gave Ning Chi a mission. This was the reason why he was so shocked. The fallen god heart is the heart left behind by the top experts of the dragon mainland. Other than this, there was no other explanation. It did not say what was so powerful about this thing. After that, it was the mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fallen god heart. Please bury it in the fallen god land within 10 years. If the mission is successful, the host will receive God's grace. If the mission is failed, 1 million dragon slaying coins will be deducted. Please note, this is a mandatory mission. That's right. The green circular object that everyone was afraid of and did not dare to approach was now Ning Chi's. With just a thought, Ning Chi could put it into his space bag. The top experts of the dragon mainland should not be referring to Emperor Fighter, but those who have surpassed Emperor Fighter, Ning Chi, calculated the difficulty of the mission. Logically speaking, as long as he found a place to bury this thing, it would be considered a success. However, where is the fallen god land? It's like the dry bones forbidden ground, a fragment of a continent that was shattered in ancient times. Who knows where it is now? Ning Chi revealed a wry smile. At that moment, a ray of light came from afar and stopped above the sky prison. It was the primordial Chaos Master. Xiao Lilong and the other elders quickly went forward and bowed. What's that? The primordial Chaos Master nodded at Xiao Lilong and the others before looking at the fallen god heart with a frown. After Xiao Lilong explained what had just happened, the primordial Chaos Venerable was shocked. However, he then did something that shocked everyone. He flew towards the evil thing. The primordial Chaos Master is too bold. Xiao Lilong sighed inwardly when he saw this. The primordial Chaos Master gradually approached the fallen god heart. However, when he was about 10 feet away from it, he suddenly felt the fighting energy in his body leaving him at a crazy rate. It was a sudden and unforeseen loss of fighting energy. The primordial Chaos Master was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He turned and ran. Chapter 513. The 9 kings of Sword-Darch City. The primordial Chaos Venerable ran to Xiao Lilong and the others before stopping. He looked at the evil object in shock. Being the personal disciple of Saint Mo, other than a few people of the same generation as him and the direct disciples of the demon race and dragon race, the remaining Dozuns were no match for him. If even he was unable to approach this evil object, it was likely that only his teacher would be able to know the origin of this evil object if he were to personally come. Xiao Lilong and the others did not dare to make a sound. After all, the primordial Chaos Venerable had been embarrassed in front of so many people. It would be unwise to speak now. At this moment, a few more rays of light descended. Like the primordial Chaos Venerable, they were also the grand disciples of the Purple Sun Sword-Darch. They held great power in Sword-Darch City. There were 4 men and 1 woman, and each of their auras was not weaker than the primordial Chaos Venerable. Senior Primordial Chaos, what happened here? After the 5 people arrived, they only glanced at the crowd indifferently before turning their attention to the evil object in the center of the pit. Only one of the men greeted the primordial Chaos Venerable. At this moment, the miners beside Ning Chi and Shintu Yuanba gasped in shock when they saw the 5 people arrive. I did not expect to see 6 of the 9 kings today. If I was still outside the sky prison, I probably would not have the chance to see them in this lifetime. When I am released, I will go out and tell my brothers. They will be so envious of me. From the exclamations of the people beside him, Ning Chi found out that the primordial Chaos Venerable and the other disciples of the same generation were known as the 9 kings in Sword-Darch City. The 9 kings naturally did not mean Doang, but meant that they held the power of life and death. They were the top dozuns. There were a total of 9, and they were all the grand disciples of the Purple Sun Sword Arch. After the primordial chaos, Venerable exchanged a few words with the man. The 6 of them looked at the evil object from afar and discussed what they should do next. "Ningqi, why are you here?" Dudu had squeezed to Ningqi's side and asked with a surprised expression. At the same time, she mocked herself. So Ningqi did not find a way to leave the sky prison like she had thought. But what did he mean when he said, "We will meet in the future"? "Dudu, we meet again." Ningqi gave a hollow laugh. Shinta Yuanba looked at Ningqi, then looked at Dudu. He thought to himself, previously when this kid was in the Cloud Rising sect, I heard that female disciples often came to look for him. After coming to the sky prison, he actually got to know another one in just a day. It's good to be young. "You're still talking, you?" Before Dudu could finish his words, 2 burly men suddenly walked to the side of the 3 of them and looked coldly at Shinta Yuanba and Ningqi. Dudu raised his head, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. These 2 people were 2 Ba's subordinates. One of them was called Lin Zhong and was a 1-star dozong. The other was called Ming Xiong and was a 2-star dozong. They were insignificant minions under 2 Ba, but they liked to bully the weak. In the sky prison, there were quite a number of unlucky fellows who had been secretly thrown into the mine by the 2 of them. Therefore, when Tutu saw these 2 fellows, he was so afraid. Lin Zhong raised his head and glanced at Xiao Lilong before looking mockingly at Shinta Yuanba and Ningqi. "I don't know what method you used to invite Elder Qiao, but from the looks of it, he doesn't have the time to care about the 2 of you?" Shinta Yuanba's face was cold. He was not good with words. He could either make a move or wait for the other party to make a move. Obviously, with the 6 kings present, they would definitely not dare to make a move. Seeing that Shinta Yuanba was too afraid to speak, Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong looked at each other and laughed. After laughing, Ming Xiong said indifferently, "When this matter is over, come find Big Brother Tu Ba and admit your mistakes. Otherwise, don't even think about staying in the sky prison. Elder Qiao can protect you once, but he can't protect you forever. Remember my words." After saying that, the 2 of them turned around and left. Ningqi looked in the direction of their figures and happened to meet Tu Ba's gaze. The corner of Tu Ba's mouth curled up into a faint smile. However, his eyes were incomparably cold and filled with indifference. Smiling tiger. Ningqi sighed in his heart. At this moment, Primordial Chaos Venerable and the others seemed to have come to a conclusion. Our masters are not in Sword Emperor City. Why don't we ask Sage Mo to take action? Among the 6 kings, the only woman spoke. Primordial Chaos Venerable nodded and sighed. "That's the only way." Primordial Chaos Venerable's master? Isn't that the disciple of the Sword Emperor? He would at least be a battle sage. No, once he comes, there will be many variables. Ningqi's heart trembled, and he immediately made a decision. Withdraw. The evil object that was emitting a pale green light and was so terrifying that no one dared to approach, it disappeared under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes. What's going on? Where did it go? Everyone was shocked. Primordial, Chaos, Venerable, and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Their divine soul cultivations weren't low, so they were certain that the evil object hadn't sunk into the ground. There were only 2 explanations. Either a mysterious fellow had taken the object away in front of them, or the object had the ability to teleport. No one would believe the former option, even if they were beaten to death. In that case, only the latter explanation would make sense. Split up and search. One of them shouted and flew towards the northern side of the heavenly prison. Seeing this, the Primordial Chaos Venerable Master and the others each found a direction and tore through the sky. They planned to search in all directions. After all, this thing had a strange origin and was extremely terrifying. They would be unwilling to let it disappear just like that. What are you all waiting for? Go and search. A few dozuns beside Qiao, Lilong shouted at the miners on the ground. Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly nodded and dispersed in all directions. However, you want us to search for this evil object? What a joke! Even primordial Chaos Venerable is afraid of it. If we are not careful, we will end up like that skeleton. On their account, let's put on an act. Master, let's go too. Ning Qi immediately transmitted a message to Shintu Yuanba. Go where? Shintu Yuanba was slightly taken aback. Without Qiao Lilong's method of opening the restriction, they would not be able to leave even if they ran to the exit. However, Ning Qi already had an idea. It might be possible to give it a try. Therefore, he transmitted a message to Shintu Yuanba. I have a way. I have a 50% chance of leaving the sky prison, now that Primordial Chaos Venerable and the others are here. Qiao Lilong will not dare to let us go no matter how bold he is. If we do not leave the sky prison in a day or two, we can only be natives here. Shintu Yuanba immediately nodded. Although he had some doubts in his heart, Ning Qi always exceeded his expectations. Perhaps there was no harm in trusting him once. Dudu saw the two of them rushing away and thought that they were going to search for the evil object. It hurriedly followed. At this moment, Shintuba glanced at Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong. Chapter 514. Suppressing Ning Qi and Shintu Yuanba were rushing towards the exit when they realized that Dudu was following them. They quickly stopped. Why are you following us? Dudu asked curiously, Aren't you going to find that evil thing? I'm coming with you. Shintu Yuanba looked at Ning Qi with a smile that was not a smile. Ning Qi frowned and said seriously, Dudu, go back to the camp now. Don't get involved in this. Dudu's face showed a trace of doubt. At this moment, ha ha ha, you two brats, where are you going? The three of them looked into the distance and saw Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong quickly running towards them like cannonballs. They appeared in front of the three of them the moment the sound reached them. That's Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong, two Ba's underlings. What are they doing? The miners nearby looked over. Some of them showed a strange expression when they saw Ning Qi. Didn't that newcomer use the Qi gathering pills to buy the hearts of the three factions? Why are two Ba's underlings so aggressive now? What's so strange about that? Tu Ba is temperamental. How could he care about a few dozen Qi gathering pills? Look, who is standing next to the newcomer. Shintu Yuanba. Yes, he came a while ago. I don't know why, but he was not liked by Tu Ba. The Qi gathering pills that he exchanged were all taken by Tu Ba and his underlings. A 7-star dozong became a 5-star dozong in a few months. The newcomer is with him. Clearly, the two of them have offended Tu Ba. Oh, so that's how it is. This is not going to be easy to deal with. Shintu Yuanba's face revealed a bitter smile. Although his cultivation had regressed by 2 stars, he was still at least a 5-star dozong. He should not have placed Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong in his eyes. However, during these few months, what had regressed was not his cultivation. His body had also suffered an extremely serious internal injury. Even today, if it was not for the spring returning pill that Ning Qi had given him, it was likely that he would need someone to help him walk. Shintu Yuanba knew that he was more than enough to deal with a Do Huang. However, against the experienced Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong, he did not have the strength to do so. It's you guys. Ning Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing that Shintu Yuanba did not speak, Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong looked at each other, their lips curling into a mocking smile. Ming Xiong sneered at Shintu Yuanba. I don't care how you managed to get Elder Qiao to stand up for you. Now that the sky prison has changed, Elder Qiao no longer has the time to care about you. Today, you have embarrassed Brother Shintuba in front of so many people. Shouldn't you do something about it? Lin Zhong said, Don't waste time talking to them. Just suppress them. From the beginning until the end, the two of them did not even glance at Ning Qi. Clearly, Ning Qi's mere 7-star Do Huang cultivation was nothing in their eyes. Shinta Yuanba was not good with words, so he kept his mouth shut. At this time, Ningqi smiled, took a step forward, and said, "Oh, what do you want us to do? Apologize? What right do you have to speak here?" Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong frowned. Ningqi smiled faintly. He looked at Shinta Yuanba and said, "Master, we don't have much time. Let me finish off these two." "Master?" The miners nearby who had stopped to watch the show revealed a doubtful expression. This guy actually had a master-disciple relationship with Shinta Yuanba. Dudu was also very shocked. At the same time, she came to a sudden realization. No wonder she vaguely saw that the way Ningqi looked at Shinta Yuanba was a little strange. At that time, Dudu only thought that Ningqi had seen her in the future. Originally, she wanted to comfort Ningqi, but she did not know how to comfort him, so she gave up. She did not expect Ningqi to be Shinta Yuanba's disciple. Ha ha ha! So there is such a relationship between the two of you. No wonder, no wonder. Lin Zhong laughed out loud. The next moment, his smile immediately disappeared. He looked at Ningqi with an incomparably cold expression. At the same time, his body emitted a strong killing intent. "Brat, you want to finish off the two of us?" Lin Zhong said coldly. Shinta Yuanba frowned slightly and transmitted his voice, "Don't be rash." From his point of view, Ningqi was indeed very strong. When he was still at the peak of the Douling level, he had suppressed Hua Wushang in the Cloud Rising sect's outer sect disciple selection. However, the higher one's cultivation level, the greater the gap. Just like the Heaven's Pride of the 9 great clans, when they were at the Dowang level, they could fight Emperor-level opponents. However, when they reached the Douhuang level, it was already very impressive for them to be able to fight 5 to 6 levels. Only those Heaven's Pride of the 9 stages of life and death would have the chance to fight against a 1 or 2-star Dozong. Currently, Ningqi was only a 7-star Douhuang. Above him were the 8-star, 9-star, and the peak of the 3 levels. After that, there were the 9 levels of life and death. Adding them all together, he was a dozen or so levels behind Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong. How could he defeat them? "Master, don't worry. I will finish this quickly." Ningqi transmitted his voice to Shinta Yuanba, after which he walked in front of Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong and said indifferently, "I do not have much time. If you want to fight, then fight. TSK, this brat's brain is really damaged. Could it be that the demonic storm last night was too violent and he could not withstand it? That's possible. Another possibility is that he has just arrived at the Sky Prison. He is not used to it and has given up. Or, why don't you say that he has already lost the courage to live? That's why he is staking it all on one throw, thinking that the other party will have some reservations and let him go?" The nearby miners looked at Ningqi with eyes full of schadenfreude, mockery, pity, and pity. "Ningqi, are you crazy? Even if your master was humiliated and tortured by them, he at least managed to keep his life. You will cause the two of you to die. Quickly apologize to Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong." Dudu hurriedly transmitted her voice to Ningqi. Her face showed a trace of anxiety. Ningqi ignored Dudu and continued to look at Lin Zhong and Ming Xiong. Seeing this, Dudu could not help but stomp her feet. It was clear to see how anxious she was. AI arrogant. Really arrogant. Ming Xiong, let me teach him a lesson. Lin Zhong sighed lightly. Please. Ming Xiong smiled slightly. In the next moment, Lin Zhong suddenly appeared in front of Ningqi. He wanted to use the most direct and simplest method to suppress Ningqi. His fan-like palm fiercely covered Ningqi's head. At this moment, a dark green battle chi exploded from his body. A different type of battle chi, the corner of Ningqi's mouth, slightly rose. This was the first time he had seen a dark green type of battle chi. From the aura it emitted, it was probably poisonous. It's over. He is going to die. Dudu's eyes showed a trace of sadness. Shinta Yuanba also frowned as he looked at Ningqi. He was a little nervous. The nearby miners who were watching the show shook their heads and continued to move forward. The show in front of them had already come to an end. There was no point in continuing to watch. It was better to look for the demonic creature. At least it could put on an act. Otherwise, if Qiao Lilong and the others saw them slacking off, they would inevitably make things difficult for them. Chapter 515. Terrifying. Seeing that Lin Zhong's palm was about to cover his head, Ning Qi moved and a dragon roar sounded. 6. The silver dragon circled around Ning Qi's arm and fiercely bombarded Lin Zhong's chest. Lin Zhong only felt a sharp pain in his chest before he was sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. What is going on? Dudu looked at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded expression. Shinta Yuanba's eyes also revealed a trace of shock. The miners who were about to leave suddenly stopped and looked at Ning Qi and Lin Zhong in bewilderment. Lin Zhong, are you all right? Ming Xiong was shocked and quickly ran to Lin Zhong's side to check on his injuries. Lin Zhong grabbed Ming Xiong's shoulder and stood up with difficulty. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. If Ming Xiong had not dodged quickly, this mouthful of old blood would have sprayed onto his head. At this moment, everyone realized that Lin Zhong's chest had actually caved in. That palm print was visible to the naked eye. So strong, how did this kid do it? If I am not wrong, he is only a 7-star Do Huang. How could he defeat Lin Zhong in one blow? He was already a 1-star Do Zhong 10 years ago. Just now, I saw a strange beast following him. That strange beast gave me a feeling similar to the dragon race. What kind of palm technique is that? Why have I never heard of it? I don't understand. Looks like these two guys are not simple. The way they looked at Ning Qi and Shintu Yuanba had a huge change. Ning Qi, as a disciple, was already so strong. How terrifying was Shintu Yuanba's strength? This kid is not simple. After Lin Zhong spat out the blood, his complexion looked better. He said to Ming Xiong with shame and anger, "You were too careless." Ming Xiong shook his head. After a pause, he said, "Wait here and see how I suppress him." After saying this, Ming Xiong strode towards Ning Qi. At this moment, Ning Qi vaguely saw Qiao Lilong's figure appear in the sky. His expression slightly changed. Before Ming Xiong could approach, a dragon slayer saber appeared in his hand. What is this? Do weapon? This kid actually has a Qian Kuan ring? Wasn't he searched when he was brought in? The miners nearby looked at the dragon slayer saber in Ning Qi's hand in shock. Even Ming Xiong was shocked. Then, a look of greed appeared on his face. Although he did not know why Ning Qi had an interspatial ring, he knew that there must be many good things in it. He finally understood why Ning Qi had been so generous before, giving away more than 80 Qi gathering pills without showing any sign of distress. So this was the source of his confidence. He, kid, hand over the item to me. I'll go and plead with Big Brother Tu Ba to let you and your disciple off. Ming Xiong walked toward Ning Qi with a grin. Heavens, Ning Qi smiled. What did you say? Ming Xiong frowned because Ning Qi's voice was too soft and he couldn't hear him clearly. Cliff! At this moment, Ning Qi's aura suddenly changed. Even Shinta Yuanba could not help but take a few steps back. This kid, Shinta Yuanba was shocked. Something's wrong. Ming Xiong seemed to have reacted and stopped in his tracks, but Ning Qi still slashed at Ming Xiong. Horizon bright moon blade. So close yet worlds apart. This blade seemed to have traversed through space, directly closing the distance between the two and landed on Ming Xiong's body like lightning. Ming Xiong looked down dumbfounded, only to see a red line of blood slowly appearing on his stomach. The next moment his body suddenly fell to the side, but his lower body was still standing. Fresh blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. 1/kill. Hiss! This kid is so terrifying. The nearby miners who were watching the show had a look of horror on their faces. At this moment, Ning Qi glanced at them and they quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Ning Qi. As for Lin Zhong, he was so scared that he stood rooted to the ground. When Ning Qi looked at him, Lin Zhong screamed in horror and turned to escape. "This blade technique of yours," Shinta Yuanba said in shock. "Master, let's go out first." Ning Qi pulled Shinta Yuanba and escaped towards the exit, shouting at Dudu, "Don't follow us!" "Where are you going?" Dudu transmitted his voice. "Outside the Draconic Penitentiary," Ning Qi said without turning his head. Outside the Draconic Penitentiary? He actually plans to escape the Sky Prison and the Draconic Penitentiary. Dudu stopped in shock. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. To be honest, if not for the fact that she was born in the Draconic Penitentiary and her family was in the Draconic Penitentiary, she really wanted to go out to take a look. The premise was that Ning Qi could really get out. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi and Lin Zhong disappeared from Dudu's sight. At this moment, Primordial Chaos Venerable and the rest were still leading the elders, guards, and miners in the Sky Prison to search for the whereabouts of the god Perishing Heart. At the exit, due to the great changes in the Sky Prison, there was not a single guard here. Ning Qi was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, they probably thought that no one could forcefully break through the restrictive spell set up by Purple Sun, Sword Emperor. Looking at the ripples at the exit, Shinta Yuanba went forward and touched it with his hand. It was extremely tough. Even at his peak, he could not forcefully break through it. Shinta Yuanba looked at Ning Qi. "Disciple, the method you mentioned is..." "Master, move aside a little, let me try." Ning Qi smiled. Seeing this, Shinta Yuanba nodded and took a dozen steps back. Seeing that Ning Qi was still looking at him, he was a little surprised. A dozen steps wasn't enough? With this thought, Shinta Yuanba took another dozen steps back. Only then did Ning Qi nod. "System, the god Perishing Heart won't devour me, right?" "The god Perishing Heart is now the host's mission item. It will not harm the host." "I understand." Ning Qi smiled, and a round object that emitted a faint green light appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Shinta Yuanba's heart seemed to have a shocking wave. How did this thing end up in Ning Qi's hands? And Ning Qi did not seem to be affected by it? One had to know that even Primordial Chaos Venerable was so scared that he turned around and ran. At the same time, Ning Qi had already smashed it against the restrictive spell at the exit. Boom! Almost without any pause, the restrictive spell at the exit was smashed into a big hole. At the same time, the entire restrictive spell of the Sky Prison underwent a huge change, weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Master, don't just stand there, run." Ning Qi kept the god Perishing Heart, then slapped a mystic mid-grade invisibility talisman on Shinta Yuanba and himself, and pulled Shinta Yuanba out of the Sky Prison. At this time, the system notification sounded again. "Warning, the host used the mission item god Perishing Heart without permission. The host will be deducted 10,000 dragon slaying coins. After that, the god Perishing Heart will be in a sealed state, and the host can only take it out when the god Perishing Land is found." Stingy! Ning Qi cursed in his heart, but he did not have the time to argue with the system. In the Sky Prison, Chapter 516, Purple Sun, Sword Emperor. Why did the restrictive spell set up by the Grandmaster collapse? The woman among the 6 kings opened her mouth in shock. Her beautiful face seemed to have lost all color, causing the miners on the ground to be dumbfounded. It must be because of that evil item, Primordial Chaos Venerable said. At this time, some of the miners also came to their senses and tried to fly into the air secretly. After discovering that the restrictive spell could not suppress them, they immediately escaped from the heavenly prison with joy. "Quick, catch them!" Xiao Lilong came to his senses and shouted with a gloomy face. The guards hurriedly chased after the miners who had the intention to escape. The rest of the miners who did not escape were either about to be released after serving their sentences, or had been locked on by someone using their aura. They did not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, everyone felt their vision blur. A middle-aged man with his hands behind his back appeared in front of them. Primordial Chaos Venerable and the others were shocked when they saw him. They quickly half-knelt in the air. "Greetings, Grandmaster." Purple Sun, Sword Emperor had come personally. Qiao Lilong and the others didn't dare to delay. They all knelt on the ground. This middle-aged man's appearance was very ordinary, but there seemed to be a scar at the corner of his mouth, a bit like a sword wound. In addition, his hair was jet black and soft, and he was taller than ordinary people. On his waist hung a scabbard. Oh, only the scabbard, it was empty inside. However, Primordial Chaos Venerable and the others were extremely respectful when they saw the scabbard. They hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to take a second look. Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, flew above the giant pit. When he realized that the item he had been waiting for so many years had disappeared, his expression changed slightly. Where did it go? The item? Did the Grandmaster already know that the evil item was buried here? That's right. Otherwise, why would the Grandmaster come here personally? Even Saint Emma wasn't here. Everyone came to a sudden realization, but their expressions soon turned extremely strange. In the end, it was the Primordial Chaos Venerable One who mustered his courage and went forward to ask in a low voice, "Grandmaster, are you talking about that round object that's emitting a faint green light?" "Yes." Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, nodded. At the same time, his spirit enveloped the entire heavenly prison in a second. However, the result was shocking. He couldn't sense the aura of that thing at all. How could this be? Could it be that those two fellows took advantage of the chaos and stole it? The Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, fell into deep thought. Grand Mist Venerable recounted everything that had happened in a low voice. At the same time, he secretly observed Purple Sun, Sword Emperor's expression. When he discovered that Purple Sun, Sword Emperor's expression didn't look too good, Grand Mist Venerable was even more shocked. This meant that the evil item was something that even a top expert like his Grandmaster cared about. Next, the Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, enveloped the entire Sword Monarch City with his divine soul. He wanted to see where that thing was. The Purple Sun, Sword Emperor's expression changed slightly. He sensed two suspicious guys. His divine soul detected them from time to time, but they disappeared from time to time. If it was any other time, he would definitely go and investigate. It was very likely that it was a spy from the Dragon Clan or the Demon Clan. But now he was not in the mood. Find it, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Do you hear me? The Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, said coldly. Yes, Grandmaster. Grand Mist Venerable and the others bowed in unison. Following that, they began an incomparably huge project. After all, the ground of the Sky Prison was mostly formed from sky steel rock. It wasn't that easy to dig 3 feet into the ground. Elder Qiao, take a look. Did you miss any of these guys? The Sky Prison guards went around and captured all the guys that escaped. They gathered them together and asked Qiao Lilong to go over and take a look. Qiao Lilong went over to take a look. After counting, he nodded and said, "Yes, they are all here." Tu Ba said with an ugly expression, "Elder Qiao, 2 of my subordinates are missing." "Oh." Qiao Lilong frowned slightly. "Big brother Tu Ba, I am here." Ming Xiong walked out from the crowd and stood beside Tu Ba. His eyes flickered. "Oh, where's Lin Zhong?" Tu Ba frowned. He was killed by Shinta Yuanba's disciple. Ming Xiong said in a low voice, a little embarrassed, "Shinta Yuanba's disciple." Tu Ba revealed a trace of doubt. Ming Xiong hurriedly said, "It's that new guy. I didn't expect them to be master and disciple, that guy. Isn't he a 7-star Do Huang? How did Lin Zhong die in his hands?" Tu Ba's face revealed a trace of shock. At this moment, Qiao Lilong's expression changed. With a flash, he appeared in front of Ming Xiong. "Where are those 2 fellows?" Ming Xiong pointed to the exit. Elder Qiao, they escaped in that direction. Now, they have probably escaped from the sky prison. Ah! Qiao Lilong let out a furious roar. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. After which, he turned into a ray of light and chased in the direction that Ning Qi and Shinta Yuanba had escaped to. Everyone looked at each other. They did not know why Elder Qiao's reaction was so big. Wasn't it just two unimportant fellows that escaped? Could they really escape from the Sword Emperor city? When Qiao Lilong chased after them, Ning Qi and Shinta Yuanba had already escaped the Sword Emperor city. After all, they were wearing middle Xian class invisibility talismans. Those below the Do Sheng realm would not be able to detect them. Disciple, why can't they see the two of us? Shinta Yuanba's heart was filled with doubt. After not seeing Ning Qi for a period of time, he could not understand Ning Qi's methods. For example, killing a one-star Dozong with one strike was shocking. Such talent had probably surpassed the ordinary prodigies of the 9 top clans. Master, we are wearing 2 middle Xian class invisibility talismans. An ordinary Do Zun will not be able to detect us. Ning Qi transmitted his voice. Middle Xian class invisibility talismans? A Do Zun will not be able to detect us? Shinta Yuanba fell into deep shock. Not good. I was unconscious for a period of time when I came. There is a part of the road that I did not remember. Ning Qi's expression was a little ugly as he stopped. After separating from Heavenly Pig, he did not remember the middle part of the road because he was knocked unconscious by Primordial Chaos Venerable. I can't live like this anymore. I have been imprisoned in this dragon penitentiary for a total of 30 years. Back in the 9 prefectures empire, I had servants to take care of my food and clothing. I could play with any woman I wanted. Even the side branch disciples of the 9 great clans had to address me respectfully as young master Xiao Yao. But look at me now. What have I become? Not only do I have no clothes to wear, but I also have no food to eat. Most importantly, the women in the dragon penitentiary are so arrogant and look down on me. Ugh, damn it. Just as Ning Qi and Shinta Yuanba were discussing how to get the map of the exit of the dragon penitentiary, for people flew over their heads. One of them was a 3-star Do Huang in tattered clothes who looked to be in his 40s. He complained to his companion. Chapter 517. Another foodie master. Let's catch up to them and ask for directions. Ning Qi said. Shinta Yuanba nodded, and the 2 of them chased after the 4. Duan Baoshan, forget it. Aren't you a disciple of the divine dragon marquis residence? You boast so much that even the disciples of the 9 great clans call you young master Xiao Yao. Do you really think I've never stayed in the 9 states empire? A youth beside Duan Baoshan mocked. Zhuang Haidong, I'll spare your life for now on account of your youth and ignorance. All right, can you 2 stop bickering? One is in his 50s, and the other is in his 20s, but you're still acting like 7 or 8-year-old kids. The other 2 girls tried to persuade them. I don't care. This time, I must see if I can break out of the draconic penitentiary. I'll go crazy if I stay here any longer, Duan Baoshan said with determination. Now that we've found that thing, we have a high chance of leaving the draconic penitentiary. All right, let's stop talking. Hurry up, one of the girls said. Ning Qi, who was about to ask for directions, stopped in midair. What did these 4 find that gave them the confidence to leave the draconic penitentiary? If not for lifeless Thorn waiting outside, Ning Qi really did not have much confidence in breaking through the terrifying flames. Disciple, they also planned to escape the draconic penitentiary. Let's just follow behind. Shinta Yuanba said. Yes, master. Ning Qi had the same intention. There's nothing? Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, looked at Primordial Chaos and the others. Cold sweat broke out on Primordial Chaos' back. He lowered his head and said, This disciple is incompetent. I can't find the whereabouts of that thing. Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, Fine. It seems like I'm not fated with it, not fated? Could it be that the Grandmaster had seen that evil thing before? Everyone was filled with questions. Right, Grandmaster, this disciple has caught 2 people from the Cloud Rising sect. They were imprisoned by the Amethyst Dragon clan. Primordial Chaos seemed to recall something and suddenly said, previously, when Saint Mo had told them that their cultivation levels were too low and that there was no need to disturb Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, Primordial Chaos, Venerable, had been a little unwilling. After all, this was considered a great merit. However, he had no choice but to listen to Saint Mo. After all, Saint Mo was his master. However, after what had happened today, the Sword Dharch would definitely be unhappy. If the 2 fellows from the Cloud Rising sect were to be handed over to the Sword Dharch, he might be able to alleviate some of his unhappiness. When the time comes, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Hee, Primordial Chaos, Venerable, thought happily. When the other 5 fellows, who were also the Purple Sun Sword Emperor's grand disciples, heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't help but look at the Primordial Chaos Supremacy with jealousy. As expected, Purple Sun Sword Emperor frowned when he heard the words Cloud Rising Sect. Where are they? Bring them to me. Yes, Primordial Chaos Venerable said happily. They actually escaped without a trace. Xiao Lilong mobilized all the resources he had to search for Ningqi and Shintu Yuanba in the Sword Monarch City. However, there was no result. His face turned ashen. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered with the Sky Prison and gotten the elixir pills first. Xiao Lilong was filled with regret. Sky Prison. When Xiao Lilong returned, he saw the ashen-faced Primordial Chaos Supremacy. Beside him were 2 Ba and the other miners of the Sky Prison. Primordial Chaos Supremacy. Xiao Lilong hurriedly bowed with a guilty conscience. Where are the 2 people that I sent in? Primordial Chaos Supremacy said coldly. I was also searching for them earlier. They should have escaped during the chaos, Xiao Lilong said softly. Why did I hear that you have an unusual relationship with the 2 of them? Primordial Chaos Supremacy sneered. Xiao Lilong reacted and secretly glanced at Tu Ba. He noticed that Tu Ba's expression was a little unnatural. He knew that Tu Ba must be snitching on him behind his back. Thinking of this, Xiao Lilong hurriedly said, It's a misunderstanding. I just don't say any more. Search hard for me. Primordial Chaos Supremacy growled. Yes. Xiao Lilong hurriedly nodded and turned to leave. His back view was a little panicked. Half a day had passed, but he still could not find Ningqi and Shintu Yuanba. During this time, Primordial Chaos Supremacy had used all the forces he had to search the entire Sword Dharch city. However, he still could not find the 2 of them. He could only return to Purple Sun, Sword Monarch, regretfully. If he had listened to his master, Sage Mo, and not tried to take credit for his selfishness, he would not have fallen into such a predicament. Where are they? Purple Sun, Sword Monarch, said indifferently. Grandmaster, the 2 of them should have escaped when the restrictive spell was broken, Primordial Chaos Supremacy said softly. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but show a hint of schadenfreude. Restrictive spell, Purple Sun, Sword Monarch, suddenly frowned and asked, Was the restrictive spell broken after that thing was unearthed? Not long after it disappeared, Primordial Chaos Supremacy said, What? Purple Sun, Sword Monarch revealed a look of shock. He had always thought that the restrictive spell of the Sky Prison was broken when that thing was unearthed. However, his grand disciple was saying that the restrictive spell was only broken after that thing disappeared. Thinking of this, 2 figures appeared in Purple Sun, Sword Monarch's mind. Could it be that the 2 people I captured in my spiritual sense were from the Cloud Rising sect? Could the disappearance of that thing be related to them? Purple Sun, Sword Monarch, turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of everyone. Senior brother Primordial Chaos, you have miscalculated this time, someone mocked. Humph. Primordial Chaos Supremacy snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. He swore to capture Ning Qi and Shinta Yuanba with his own hands. They can't have gone far. In his opinion, even if the two of them had left Sword the Arch City, they would still be in the Draconic Penitentiary. As long as they were in the Draconic Penitentiary, he would capture them one day. The middle grade, mystic class invisibility talisman didn't last long. After 3 days, it lost its effect. Ning Qi and Shinta Yuanba found an opportunity to pretend to meet Duan Baoshan and the rest. After a conversation, they purposely revealed that they planned to go to the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary to see if there was a chance to escape. Duan Baoshan and the rest looked at each other and enthusiastically invited the two of them to go with them. Duan Baoshan, are you planning to let them try the effects of that thing first? Of course. Don't spill the beans. They are planning to escape the Draconic Penitentiary anyway. If that thing really works, we will be their benefactors. After a series of communication, the 4 of them became even more enthusiastic towards the 2 of them. When there was still a day to go, the 6 of them encountered a huge problem along the way. Not far away, Heavenly Swine was roasting an incomparably huge thing. According to the scattered scales on the ground, it was a dragon. Chapter 518. Why not leave? Supremacy, Heavenly Swine. Duan Baoshan looked at that figure with a pale face. The young man beside him was on high alert as he took half a step back. The 2 ladies were ready to attack at any moment. This fellow is a Dozun. Shinta Yuanba's face darkened. At that moment, Supremacy, Heavenly Swine laughed out loud and flew in front of them. Oh my! Duan Baoshan was about to speak. But Supremacy, Heavenly Swine walked past him and stared at Ning Qi with his green eyes. Kid, we meet again. That's right. Ning Qi smiled. The 5 of them were shocked. Ning Qi knew Supremacy, Heavenly Swine? Could it be that these 2 fellows brought us here on purpose? Duan Baoshan and the other 3 exchanged glances. The young man transmitted his voice. That's not possible. We've been leading them the entire time. The 2 ladies nodded. Let's see how it goes. If it doesn't work, you guys escape first. I'll see if I can hold them back. Duan Baoshan transmitted his voice. Supremacy, Heavenly Swine's eyes scanned Ning Qi and then looked around cautiously. When he did not see Primordial Chaos, Heavenly Swine, he smiled. Kid, hurry up and take out the things. I'm starving. Dragon, meat isn't as delicious as your roasted beef. What is he doing? Is he asking Ning Qi for food? Supremacy, Heavenly Swine is indeed a glutton. But what could Ning Qi have that he wouldn't even eat dragon meat? Everyone found it strange. At that moment, Ning Qi had already bought a whole roasted cow and 10 barrels of Green Island beer from the dragon-slaying mall. He handed them to Supremacy, Celestial Swine. Supremacy, Celestial Swine's eyes lit up. He took a huge bite and drank a mouthful of cold beer, letting out a comfortable ha sound. The roasted beef emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Duan Baoshan and the other 3 could not help but sniff and salivate. Smells so good. There's actually such a delicacy in this world. Even Shinta Yuanba could not help but gulp. Seeing that, Ning Qi generously bought a few more roasted beef. Since we've met, it's fate. Let's have a meal first before we continue. Ning Qi smiled. Duan Baoshan and the other 3 looked at each other. Seeing that Shinta Yuanba had already taken a whole roasted cow and started to tear into it, they smiled and went forward. When the first mouthful of beef and the first mouthful of beer entered their stomachs, everyone couldn't help but let out a hearty ha, like the Supremacy Celestial Pig. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, everyone had already cleaned up everything. Because the 2 women drank beer, their faces were slightly red, and they looked bright and beautiful. Delicious, really delicious. Duan Baoshan patted his belly and sighed. The somewhat arrogant young man and the two women also did the same. They were not stingy in praising the taste of the whole roasted cow. At this moment, Ningqi looked at Venerable Celestial Pig. "Senior, you're full now. Don't tell me you're going to eat us?" Venerable Celestial Pig burped. This time Ningqi gave him 10 whole roasted cows and 100 barrels of Green Island ice beer. It was a great meal. He looked at Ningqi in satisfaction and smiled. "There's only so much meat in the few of you. It's not even tasty. Why would I eat you?" His tone suddenly changed as he looked at Ningqi and sneered. "Kid, you have to roast whole cows for me every day in the future. Otherwise, I'll swallow you whole." Duan Baoshan and the other 3 looked at each other. They thought that Ningqi and Venerable Celestial Pig were good friends. It seemed like their relationship wasn't as simple as they thought. Ningqi smiled. "Senior, roasting whole cows is too simple. It's not like it's some elixir or medicine. How can I not give you some?" Venerable Celestial Pig felt that it made sense and nodded in satisfaction. Shinta Yuanba looked at Ningqi and smiled. Based on his understanding of his disciple, he was probably going to bluff people again. Indeed, Ningqi continued, "The most important thing now is to go to the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary." "Why do you want to go to the exit? You have a partner that's going to be locked up. Are you going to fetch him?" Venerable Celestial Pig frowned. Ningqi sighed. "It's primordial chaos, Venerable. Primordial chaos, Venerable?" Venerable Celestial Pig revealed a look of fear as he looked around. Duan Baoshan and the other 3 were shocked too. Ningqi was related to primordial chaos, Venerable. He was one of the 9 kings of the Sword Dharch city, the grand disciple of the Purple Sun Sword Dharch. To be honest, I'm escaping now. Primordial chaos, Venerable, might catch up at any time. That's why I ran to the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary to hide. He wouldn't have expected me to hide there. Ningqi said, "If Zhu Beiji doesn't fall for it, I'll just use the bronze puppet to suppress him. Even if I have to waste some spiritual divine stones, there's nothing I can do." Ningqi thought to himself, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go." Venerable Celestial Pig stood up immediately. A look of fear flashed in his eyes. Obviously, primordial chaos, Venerable, had left a deep scar in his heart. Those 2 auras seemed to be running towards the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary. After the Purple Sun Sword Dharch left the Sword Dharch city, he searched everywhere for traces of Ningqi and Shinta Yuanba. In the end, he determined the direction of their escape based on the auras they left behind. Could it be that they were sent by the Red Bud dragon race? Is it because of that thing? The Purple Sun Sword Thearka's face darkened. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary. Red Bud dragon race. At the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary. It's already been 8 days. Wu Hu and Xiaobing's hearts were heavy. Hua Wushang's complexion was getting better by the day. Ningqi had been in the Draconic Penitentiary for so many days. The chances of him coming out were too small. Jing Wusen's lips curled into a mocking smile. He glanced at the expressionless Nu Tao and looked at Jing Wuming. "Big brother, I'm afraid you've made a mistake this time." Qi Jin's expression was a little ugly. She secretly glared at Jing Wusen. Wasn't he purposely putting Jing Wuming on the spot by mentioning this in front of so many people? The dragon race's prodigies who had come with Jing Wusen all laughed in their hearts. They did not expect the intelligent Jing Wuming to actually believe that a 7-star Do Huang could steal so many dragon blood fruits from the dry bones forbidden area, and that he could bring his master out of the Draconic Penitentiary. This was really being too smart for one's own good. Although they had not suffered any losses, they had waited here for so many days. It was inevitable that there would be gossip if word got out. Ningqi should have died in there. "Why don't we leave?" Lin Deng said in a low voice. Everyone looked at him in unison. A trace of anger surged on Wu Hu's face. Elder Lin, we agreed on 10 days. 10 days it is. It was fine for the dragon race to mock him, but Lin Dang, as a managing elder of the Cloud Rising sect, was actually so impatient. It was really infuriating. Chapter 519. Chapter 519. Returned to Sword Monarch Sidinu Tao glanced at Lin Dang without saying a word. However, she knew that her master did not want Ning Qi to come out of the draconic penitentiary. He just wanted to maintain the dignity of a green-clothed elder in front of Wu, Xia Bing, and the other deacon elders. Big brother, even the Cloud Rising sect doesn't believe that kid can come out. What are we waiting for? Jing Wusun continued. Everyone turned to look at lifeless Thorn, waiting for him to speak. 2 more days, Jing Wuming said indifferently. Jing Wusun's eyes flashed with displeasure. However, since Jing Wuming had already spoken, he did not dare to say anything else. He could only suppress the frustration in his heart. Xia Bing, Wu Hu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Whether Ning Qi could come out on time or not, at least Jing Wuming did not break his promise. We're here. Ning Qi looked at the entrance of the draconic penitentiary, which was still 100 miles away. This trip to the draconic penitentiary had finally come to an end. They crossed the 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Everyone landed on the ground. However, the draconic penitentiary's passageway was filled with raging flames. This was out of Ning Qi's expectations. After asking around, he learned that at certain times of the day, the flames in the draconic penitentiary's passageway would increase by 1,000 times. Then they would gradually disappear. This cycle had been going on for tens of thousands of years. I have to wait for the flames to disappear before I can leave this place. Ning Qi frowned. I have a cave abode here. Follow me. The primordial supremacies might not be able to find it. Supremacy Tianzhu said. However, no one moved. Duan Baoshan and the other 3 solemnly took out an item from their interspatial rings. The item seemed to be made of gold and jade, and it gave off an unsettling aura. Venerable Celestial Pig suddenly looked at the item, and his eyes were filled with shock. Fire-forbidding stone! Senior, this is indeed a fire-forbidding stone. Duan Baoshan nodded. Seeing Supremacy Tianzhu's greedy expression, he casually tossed the stone to Supremacy Tianzhu. What is the meaning of this? Supremacy Tianzhu took the fire-forbidding stone with a suspicious look on his face. Tens of thousands of years ago, the passageways of the draconic penitentiary already had that kind of terrifying flame. However, at that time, there were still people who could freely enter and exit the draconic penitentiary by relying on the fire-forbidding stone. Later, the fire-forbidding stone was confiscated by the Dragon Clan, and it was rare to see it in the world again. The Red Bud Dragon Clan's method of controlling the draconic penitentiary was to rely on the fire-forbidding stone. Senior, we plan to use this fire-taming stone to escape from the draconic penitentiary. I wonder if Senior is willing to come with us? Duan Baoshan smiled. With an expert like Venerable Celestial Pig accompanying him, he would have an additional chance of survival against the Red Bud Dragon tribe after he escaped. Escape from the draconic penitentiary? Supremacy Celestial Pig dreamed of it, but could such a small piece of fire-taming stone really work? If he failed, he wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying flames with his cultivation. But Supremacy Tianzhu gritted his teeth. Let's go. Brother Ning, Senior Shintu, you too should also join us. Duan Baoshan also gave both of them a piece of fire-forbidding stone. You can avoid the flames with this thing? Ning Qi did not believe it, but he still took it and said to Duan Baoshan, Thank you, Brother Duan. Just at this moment, a stream of light flew over from the horizon. Everyone in front, stop right there. Following this roar, everyone felt a majestic aura descend from the sky, suppressing them so much that they could not breathe. Emperor? The other party called himself an emperor? The ancient dragon emperor? The The demonic sky demon emperor? Or the purple sun sword emperor? Everyone's faces revealed a shocked expression. They did not dare believe their eyes as they looked at the figure walking over through the air. Why was there a Do D class person present? Not long later, the purple sun sword emperor appeared in front of everyone. He stood in the void and scanned the faces coldly. Finally, his eyes stopped on Ningqi and Qintu Yuanba. Supremacy Tianju couldn't help but kneel on the ground. He shouted, "Junior greets the purple sun sword emperor." Duan Baoshan and the rest also knelt down. Just as Ningqi and Qintu Yuanba were about to bow, the purple sun sword emperor said, "Are you disciples of the Cloud Rising sect?" No. Ningqi shook his head. Qintu Yuanba kept quiet. "No one can lie to me," the purple sun sword emperor said indifferently. He lifted his hand and pointed at Ningqi. An extremely condensed Do Qi pierced Ningqi's thigh like a needle. A breath later, Ningqi felt an intense pain on his thigh. There was a wound on his thigh that was about the size of a coin. What grudge does this guy have with the Cloud Rising sect? He attacked me just like that. Ningqi cursed in his heart. At the same time, he rejoiced a little. The blow from the purple sun sword emperor had dealt a total of 300,000 points of damage to him. If it had been an ordinary Do Huang, it would not have been as simple as a leg injury. He would have died on the spot. A trace of doubt flashed across the purple sun sword emperor's eyes. He had indeed planned to kill Ningqi. If the item was really stolen by someone from the Cloud Rising sect, it could only be with a 5-star dozong. He did not care about Ningqi's cultivation. Heavenly Pig, Duan Baoshan, and the rest were shocked when they saw this. They quickly lowered their heads and did not dare to breathe. At the same time, they were surprised that Ningqi and Qintu Yuanba were disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. Qintu Yuanba immediately stood in front of Ningqi. He cupped his hands at the purple sun sword emperor and said, "Senior, my disciple was insensible and angered you. Please forgive him." The purple sun sword emperor said coldly, "You escaped from the sky prison, right?" "Yes." Qintu Yuanba nodded. "Is that item with you?" The purple sun sword emperor said indifferently. "So he is here for the God-falling heart." Ningqi was slightly shocked. Qintu Yuanba also reacted. However, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he showed a confused expression. "What item are you talking about, Senior? You didn't know about it in the sky prison." The purple sun sword emperor's killing intent suddenly increased. Qintu Yuanba's face turned pale as he took a dozen steps back. He was extremely shocked. As expected of a Dodi, his killing intent was almost tangible. "Senior, are you talking about the round object that is emitting a pale green glow? How could this item be with me?" Qintu Yuanba smiled bitterly. The purple sun sword emperor used his divine sense to scan the two of them. He did not find anything like a Qian Kuan ring. Moreover, a Qian Kuan ring might not be able to store such an item. Then is it really not with them? The purple sun sword emperor showed a confused expression. Chapter 520. Extreme Escape. Ningqi and Qintu Yuanba lost control of their bodies when the purple sun sword monarch grabbed them. They couldn't even move a finger. If we get caught by him, we can forget about leaving the draconic penitentiary. Ningqi's mind spun rapidly. How did they offend the purple sun sword monarch? Duan Baoshan and the rest were shocked. Over the past 100 years, the number of times the purple sun sword emperor had personally fought was extremely few. They had only heard of him fighting 7 or 8 times, and among those 7 or 8 times, 3 or 4 of them were against the ancient dragon emperor and the demonic sky demon emperor. The remaining opponents were at least Doshengs. Ningqi and Qintu Yuanba weren't even Dozun. Ningqi's cultivation was even lower, a 7-star Do Huang. Sigh. Qintu Yuanba sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that the Purple Sun Sword Monarch would catch up to them when they couldn't enter the Draconic Penitentiary. If the two of them were caught, they would be trapped in the Draconic Penitentiary even if they survived, not to mention the misunderstanding between the Purple Sun Sword Monarch and the Cloud Rising sect. The Supreme Celestial Swine looked at Ning Chi with reluctance in his eyes. He couldn't bear to part with Ning Chi's seemingly endless roast beef and Green Island iced beer. I won't be able to taste these delicacies ever again. With this thought, the Supreme Celestial Swine suddenly felt that life as a pig was boring. At this moment, a giant over 100 feet tall suddenly appeared in front of Ning Chi and punched at the Purple Sun Sword Monarch. The Purple Sun Sword Monarch's eyes flickered as he said in surprise, "Ancient puppet?" As expected of a Dodi, he recognized the true form of the bronze puppet at a glance. Ning Chi thought. At this moment, because of the appearance of the bronze puppet, he and Shinta Yuenba temporarily escaped from the Purple Sun Sword Monarch's terrifying aura. Ning Chi glanced at the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary and realized that the flames were much lesser. It was about the same as when he first arrived. He hurriedly said to Shinta Yuenba, "Master, run. Hurry. I'll stop him." With that, Ning Chi ignored Shinta Yuenba and took out the 2 supreme dragon-slaying bullets from his spatial bag and smashed them towards the Purple Sun Sword Emperor. Shinta Yuenba had been through hundreds of battles. He knew that if he stayed, he would not be of any help to Ning Chi. He turned around and fled towards the tunnel. When Supremacy Tian, Zhu, Duan Baoshan, and the rest saw this, their jaws dropped. What a joke! If you can escape from me, the Purple Sun Sword Emperor, I will let you take the position of the city, Lord of the Sword Emperor City. The Purple Sun Sword Emperor smiled coldly. His eyes revealed a trace of mockery, as if he was a cat chasing a mouse. Next, he extended a finger and tapped the bronze puppet lightly. Next, as if struck by an incomparably powerful force, the bronze puppet's massive body was instantly sent flying. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded. Warning: Host's bronze puppet has suffered great damage. Please spend 10,000 dragon slaying coins to repair it. If it is not repaired in 10 minutes, the bronze puppet will be classified as scrap. Ning Chi knew that the bronze puppet wouldn't be able to stop the Purple Sun Sword Emperor, but he didn't expect it to be crippled in a single strike. At this moment, the supreme dragon-slaying bullet flew in front of the Purple Sun Sword Emperor. Boom! The supreme dragon-slaying bullet exploded instantly. An extremely violent airflow and invisible radiation swept towards everyone. Supremacy Tian, Zhu, Duan Baoshan, and the rest hurriedly retreated a few hundred feet. They looked at this scene in shock. In the void where the Purple Sun Sword Emperor was standing, a huge mushroom cloud appeared. What kind of technique is that? Supremacy Tian Zhu's eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, he glanced at the bronze puppet. From its body, he could feel an aura that wasn't any weaker than his. That brat actually has such a technique. Supremacy Tian Zhu felt a little scared when he thought about how he wanted to eat Ning Chi previously. Fortunately, not only did Ning Chi not use such a technique to deal with him, but he even used a whole roasted cow to entertain him. Thinking of this, the way Supremacy Tian Zhu looked at Ning Chi changed slightly. When the supreme dragon-slaying bullet exploded, Ning Chi had already rushed towards the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary. The mushroom cloud dissipated, and the Purple Sun Sword Emperor appeared in front of everyone unscathed. Ning Chi took a look back and was so shocked that he sped up. Is a Do Emperor really so strong? Even a nuclear bomb can't kill him. Damn it, I have to become a Do Emperor as soon as possible. Although the Purple Sun Sword Emperor was unscathed, his hair was messed up. Therefore, there was a faint anger in his eyes. Just as he was about to kill Ning Chi, he realized that Ning Chi's figure had suddenly disappeared from his sight. The Purple Sun Sword Emperor revealed a faint look of doubt. given Ning Qi's strength as a 7-star Do Huang. How could he disappear in front of him for no reason? Suddenly, he thought of the time when he was in the Sky Prison. His spirit had spread throughout the entire Sword Emperor city. At that time, Ning Qi and Shintayuanba were already faintly discernible under the cover of his spirit. Thinking of this, the Purple Sun Sword Emperor narrowed his eyes and swept towards the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary with his spirit. I wonder how long this middle-grade, mystic invisibility talisman can delay me. Ning Qi didn't dare to look back now. He just wanted to grow a dozen more legs and rush forward with all his might. Not long after, he saw Shintayuanba. "Disciple, you're here?" Shintayuanba revealed a look of surprise. Ning Qi nodded and continued to run. Not long after, he ran to the exit. At the same time, the Purple Sun Sword Emperor's spirit caught sight of Ning Qi and Shintayuanba again. The Purple Sun Sword Emperor's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint sneer. Subsequently, his spirit transformed and appeared in front of Ning Qi and Shintayuanba. "Run. Why aren't you running anymore?" The Purple Sun Sword Emperor smiled faintly. Behind Ning Qi and Shintayuanba was the exit filled with terrifying flames. Spirit materialization. Shintayuanba revealed a look of shock. "Is this Draconic Penitentiary so easy to get out? You want to offset the Heaven's Fury mystical flame with your fire forbidding stones? Looks like the Cloud Rising sect is getting worse with each generation." The Purple Sun Sword Emperor's spirit looked at Ning Qi and Shintayuanba with a sneer. Heaven's Fury mystical flame? Ranked third on the mystical flame list? No wonder. Ning Qi and Shintayuanba looked at each other in shock. From the Purple Sun Sword Emperor's mouth, they found out the origin of the terrifying flames. In the next moment, Ning Qi laughed maniacally and slashed at the Purple Sun Sword Emperor's spirit. "Let me see how strong your spirit is." The Snow Dragon Pearl on the Dragon Slayer's saber flashed, and an ancient ice dragon broke out of the Dragon Slayer saber. It combined with the saber force of the Horizon Bright Moon saber and slashed at the Purple Sun Sword Emperor's divine soul. The Purple Sun Sword Emperor's divine soul originally had a mocking expression on his face as he ignored Ning Qi's saber. But in the next second, his expression changed slightly. His divine soul actually began to dissipate uncontrollably. In less than a breath of time, it turned into ashes. At the same time, Ning Qi shouted towards the outside, "Jing Wuming, open the door, we're coming out!" The Heaven's Fury mystical flame instantly disappeared, and Ning Qi and Shintayuanba rushed out. "You deserve to die." Chapter 5:21. Not for sale heavenly pig. Duan Baoshan, and the rest stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what had happened. Why was Purple Sun Sword Emperor so angry? Were Ning Qi and Shintayuanba dead? Purple Sun Sword Emperor's emotions were extremely complicated. Before this, he had boasted that if Ning Qi and Shintayuanba escaped, he would give up his position as the city lord. But the cruel reality had slapped him in the face. 2 ant-like existences had escaped from the Draconic Penitentiary under his watch. It had something to do with him underestimating them. Now, not only was he gone, but Ning Qi had destroyed a small part of his divine soul. This small part would take at least 10 years of hard work to recover. "Don't let me out, or you will have nowhere to run to." Purple Sun Sword Emperor swore in his heart. He glanced coldly at Heavenly Pig and the rest before turning into a stream of light and disappearing into the sky. "Shall we go in and take a look?" After a while, Duan Baoshan finally asked for everyone's opinion. Phew! Ning Qi let out a long sigh. They had finally left the Draconic Penitentiary. From the trembling just now, he knew that if he had been a step slower, he would have died at the entrance. Everyone stared at Ning Qi and Shintayuanba, dumbfounded. Ning Qi had really brought his master out of the Draconic Penitentiary? What was that terrifying tremor just now? Nu Tao was expressionless. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang's faces were ashen. Wu Hu and Xia Bing were pleasantly surprised. Lin Dang and the other deacon elders looked at Ning Qi in shock. This kid really came out of the Draconic Penitentiary. Jing Wusen stared blankly at Ning Qi. He was unwilling to believe that a mere 7-star Do Huang from a human sect had done something that even he had no confidence in doing. Good lad. You didn't embarrass the young master. Qi Jin looked at Ning Qi with joy in her eyes. Jing Wuming smiled and was about to speak when the 2 old dragons at the entrance of the Draconic Penitentiary stood up. With a flash of light, they turned into 2 old men and appeared in front of Ning Qi. Kid, who was chasing you just now? The 2 old men looked very serious. Purple Sun, Sword Emperor. Ning Qi said, Purple Sun, Sword Emperor? Who was this? Is it one of the powerhouses in the Draconic Penitentiary? Everyone from the Cloud Rising sect looked doubtful, including Nu Tao. However, the Red Bud Dragon tribe was shocked beyond words. Their hearts were in turmoil as they stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. Is the one chasing you really the Purple Sun, Sword Emperor? If there's any falsehood in your words, be careful that I'll swallow you whole. One of the elders glared at Ning Qi. As long as Ning Qi showed the slightest hint of guilt, no one doubted that he would really swallow him whole. It is indeed the Purple Sun, Sword Emperor. Shinta Yuanba said slowly. As soon as he spoke, coupled with the violent tremors just now, everyone had no choice but to believe Ning Qi. However, how did Ning Qi manage to provoke the Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, in just a few days and chase him all the way here? The 2 old men looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They could not help but look at Ning Qi, wondering how the 2 of them managed to escape from the pursuit of the Purple Sun, Sword Emperor. Who is the Purple Sun, Sword Emperor? Nu Tao frowned. At this moment, a lady beside Jing Wusen looked at Ning Qi in disbelief and said to Nu Tao, The Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, is one of the 3 Do-Di in the Draconic Penitentiary. Speaking of which, he is related to your Cloud Rising sect. Do-Di? There was a Do-Di in the Draconic Penitentiary. Ning Qi had escaped from the Draconic Penitentiary under the pursuit of a Do-Di? How? How is this possible? Hua Wushang stared at Ning Qi. Other than jealousy, there was only hatred in his eyes. How could he escape from a Do-Di? How could he not die? Is his luck really that strong? Related to our Cloud Rising sect. Wu Hu and the rest were shocked as they looked at Nu Tao. Nu Tao's face was also filled with shock and doubt. As a green-robed elder of the Cloud Rising sect, he had never heard of this name before. He did not even know that there was a Do-Di in the Draconic Penitentiary. At this moment, Shinta Yuanba said, The Purple Sun Sword Emperor's real name is Su Zhen. Su Zhen. When Nu Tao heard these 2 words, his expression changed from ashen to deathly pale. Finally, a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. How could it be him? How could it be him? Just who is it? Wu Hu and the others were extremely curious. However, Nu Tao had no intention of explaining. In the end, he gave Ning Qi a serious look before turning around and leaving. He seemed somewhat dazed. When Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang saw this, they hurriedly followed. Let's go as well, Lin Dang said to the deacon elders. All right, since Nu Tao had turned around and left, how could they dare to remain beside a group of purple thorn dragons? In the end, Wu Hu and Xia Bing stayed behind. The 2 walked up to Shinta Yuanba and warmly exchanged greetings. At this time, Lifeless Thorn walked up to Ning Qi and smiled faintly. I now believe that you can steal 50 dragon blood fruits from the Withered Bones forbidden area. Ning Qi took out a dragon blood fruit from his spatial bag and handed it to Lifeless Thorn. This is the 2nd dragon blood fruit I promised you. Now, we don't know each other anything. MHM, we don't know each other anything. After storing the dragon blood fruit, lifeless Thorn smiled faintly and nodded. Ningqi inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that lifeless Thorn wouldn't go back on his word. No matter what, he had saved Shinto Yuanba, obtained the Godsfall heart, and more than 100,000 dragon slaughter coins. Although the journey had been fraught with danger, his harvest had been bountiful. However, the Godsfall heart was somewhat troublesome. He wondered if profound Eastland had any clues about the Godsfall land. This matter is finally resolved. Wu Hu and Xia Bing breathed a sigh of relief. However, lifeless Thorn smiled faintly. However what? Ningqi looked at lifeless Thorn warily. What was this guy up to now? Wu Hu and the others grew anxious once more. Was lifeless Thorn going to go back on his word? Sell your remaining dragon blood fruits to me as well. I can give you a satisfactory price, lifeless Thorn said, smiling. Big brother, just steal them from me. Big brother, just snatch it from us. The Cloud Rising sect is already paying tribute to the Redbud Dragon tribe. Jing Wusun grumbled. That's right. Jing Wusun's words make sense. Kid, hand over the dragon blood fruits. The other purple thorn dragons glared at Ningqi like tigers watching their prey. Oh, does the purple thorn dragon clan intend to rob me again? Ningqi sneered. Shut up. Lifeless Thorn finally lost his temper. His body radiated a frightening aura that swept toward Jing Wusun and the others. Startled, Jing Wusun and the others shut their mouths. They hadn't expected lifeless Thorn to lose his temper so suddenly. Afterward, lifeless Thorn turned to Ningqi and smiled, saying, I've made a fool of myself. How about it? State your price. I'm not selling. Chapter 5:22. Chapter 5:22. Introduction to become sworn brothers. Lifeless Thorn's smile froze on his face. Wu Hu and Xia Bing were shocked. If you don't want to sell it, at least say it nicely. We are in their territory now. What should we do if we anger them? What they didn't know was how important the dragon blood fruit was to lifeless Thorn. As long as Ningqi didn't point at his nose and curse his mother, lifeless Thorn wouldn't fall out with him. Aunt, you're courting death. Just a moment ago, Crimson Gold had a good impression of Ningqi. Now that Ningqi had insulted lifeless Thorn, he exploded with rage. He transformed into his true dragon form and bit down at Ningqi. Before lifeless Thorn could stop Crimson Gold, the two old men standing beside Ningqi simultaneously struck him with their palms. Crimson Gold cried out in pain as he was sent flying. Elder. Jing Wusun and the others were stunned. They didn't understand why their elder would attack their own people. If I can escape from the Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, how can I die in your hands? One of the old men smiled faintly. Then he and the other old man transformed into a giant dragon and returned to the two sides of the entrance of the Draconic Penitentiary to sleep. An awkward expression appeared on Crimson Gold's face as she flew back. She cupped her hands and apologized to the two old dragons before returning to lifeless Thorn's side. Ningqi glanced at the two old dragons, feeling a little surprised. Did the Redbud Dragon tribe really have such reasonable existences? Jing Wusun inwardly sneered at lifeless Thorn. You're not allowed to make a move, and the other party isn't giving you any face. Let's see what you can do. Tell me, how can you sell the dragon blood fruit to me? Apart from being useful to us dragons, it is useless to you humans. Lifeless Thorn said calmly. I've given all the dragon blood fruits to Elder Meng. I only have 2 left with me. Even if I wanted to sell them to you, I don't have the money. Ningqi smiled. It was all given to Meng Qingling. This was going to be difficult. Lifeless Thorn frowned. Normally, with Meng Qingling's strength, she would give him some face. However, if she took things seriously, he wouldn't be able to force Meng Qingling to submit. At the same time, Supremacy Heavenly Pig and the rest arrived at the exit of the Draconic Penitentiary. Supremacy Tianju said, "Who wants to test the effects of the fire forbidding stone?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward. After all, the consequence of failure was to be burned to ashes by the heavenly wrath. "I choose you. Hurry up and go. If you don't go, I'll swallow you. You're going to die anyway. Do you choose to fight, or do you choose to become my shit?" Supremacy Tianju looked at Duan Baoshan and shouted coldly. Seeing this, Duan Baoshan walked toward the exit with a bitter expression. Suddenly, he froze on the spot. Supremacy Tianju thought that he was afraid and frowned impatiently. Just as he was about to kick him, he froze on the spot like Duan Baoshan. What happened? The remaining three looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. They quickly took a few steps forward. Ning Qi, Shintu Yuanba, they're not dead? Everyone was shocked. The Purple Sun, Sword Emperor's attack, didn't kill the two of them? Why are they outside? Other than them, who are those guys? Red Bud Dragon Clan? I know Ning Qi and Shintu Yuanba were not imprisoned in the Dragon Penitentiary. Duan Baoshan said in shock. Yes, they must have been sent to the Draconic Penitentiary by the Red Bud Dragon Clan. Do you remember what the Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, wanted them to hand over? Oh, everyone looked at each other and came to a sudden realization. Brother Ning, Duan Baoshan shouted. Outside the Draconic Penitentiary, everyone turned their heads when they heard Duan Baoshan's voice. Jing Wuming frowned and looked at Ning Qi. He knows you. Isn't this the kid I imprisoned? The genius of the 9 States Empire's divine Dragon Marquis residence, Duan Baoshan. How dare an ant fight me in the House of Red Beauty? Jing Wuming sneered at Duan Baoshan. So he was imprisoned because of a woman, as expected of young Master Xiaoyao. Ning Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since Duan Baoshan had called for him, Ning Qi had to walk over. Brother Duan and everyone else, what's the matter? Ning Qi smiled. What's the matter? Of course there's something. Everyone cursed inwardly. The guy who had been with them and chased by the Purple Sun Sword Emperor had appeared outside the Draconic Penitentiary in the blink of an eye, while they were still imprisoned. How could they be fine? Brother Ning, plead with the Red Bud Dragon Clan to let us out. Duan Baoshan smiled fawningly. The other 3 looked at Ning Qi expectantly. If Ning Qi didn't agree, they could only try using the fire-forbidding stone. However, everyone knew that the outcome was 99% certain death. Life in the Draconic Penitentiary was too tough. Not only did they have to face the exploitation of the human race, but they also had to guard against the dragon race and demonic beasts. Cultivation resources were also scarce. Kid, no, brother. On account that I didn't eat you, you should let me out too, said Yi Futian with a smile. Supremacy Tianju cupped his hands and bowed to Ning Qi. Wu, who looked at them pitifully and said to Xia Bing and Shintu Yuanba, basically, those who are imprisoned in the Draconic Penitentiary will never be released. At this point, he reacted and quickly smiled at Shintu Yuanba. Of course, that doesn't include Elder Shintu. You've taken in a good disciple. Yes. Shintu Yuanba nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't make the decision. Ning Qi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Duan Baoshan, you idiot, you're not dead yet? Jing Wusen walked to the entrance of the Draconic Penitentiary with a cheeky smile and looked at Duan Baoshan and the rest with a mocking expression. When Duan Baoshan saw this, it was as if he had seen his mortal enemy. He roared at Jing Wusen. You bastard, this young master only took a glance at that Hua Kuei, and you threw this young master into the Draconic Penitentiary? Is there any law? Scream all you want. No matter how you scream, you can only stay in the Draconic Penitentiary. Ha ha ha. Jing Wusen laughed heartily. Did this guy just suggest robbing me? Ning Qi looked at Jing Wusen thoughtfully. Then he looked at Lifeless Thorn and asked, You want the dragon blood fruits? Huh. Lifeless Thorn looked at Ningqi, knowing that Ningqi wasn't finished. Let them out. The next time I enter the Dry Bones Forbidden Area, I'll help you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. I'll help you steal 5 dragon blood fruits and sell them to you cheaply. Ningqi smiled faintly. What? Jing Wusun was infuriated. He glared at Ningqi fiercely. They must not be released. The draconic penitentiary of the Red Bud Dragon tribe is not a place where you can order around. Duan Baoshan and the rest were stunned. Then, their faces lit up with ecstasy. Duan Baoshan stopped cursing Jing Wusun and looked at Ningqi expectantly. Brother, you're so loyal. When I get out, I'll definitely become sworn brothers with him. Venerable Celestial Pig looked at Ningqi ecstatically. At this moment, Ningqi had reached a very high position in his heart. What is Ningqi trying to do? Wu Hu and Xiaobing looked at Ningqi in shock. Were those 5 fellows worth 5 dragon blood fruits? Big brother, you absolutely cannot let them out. Jing Wusun demanded sternly as he looked at Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn hesitated. However, when he heard Jing Wusun's words, he slowly stepped forward and walked up to Ningqi. Are you serious? 5 dragon blood fruits? Yes. Chapter 5:23. Chapter 5:23. Return to the sect, release them? Wu Hu and Xiaobing were shocked. Is Lifeless Thorn really going to release these fellows from the draconic penitentiary? Big brother. Jing Wusun glared at Lifeless Thorn, his face livid. He was the one who had imprisoned Duan Baoshan in the draconic penitentiary. If Lifeless Thorn released them, wouldn't he be humiliated in front of so many people? Lifeless, I'm afraid we need to discuss this carefully. The other Red Bud Dragon Clan's geniuses hesitated for a moment before advising. At that moment, the 2 old dragons at the entrance of the draconic penitentiary opened their eyes and scanned Venerable Celestial Swine's and Duan Baoshan's strength. Heaven's wrath instantly disappeared. Venerable Celestial Swine and Duan Baoshan were overjoyed when they saw this. They reacted quickly and stepped out of the draconic penitentiary. In the next moment, Heaven's wrath reignited. If they hesitated, they would be burned to ashes. Ha ha ha! I'm finally free again. Venerable Celestial Swine roared happily. Suddenly, he noticed 2 old dragons on either side of the draconic penitentiary. Their auras were many times more terrifying than his. He quickly shut his mouth and walked to Ningqi's side. Duan Baoshan and the others did the same. Ningqi's request for Lifeless Thorn to release them had shocked them. They were touched, but they knew that this was not the time to be too ostentatious. Brother, thank you. Venerable Celestial Swine sent a voice transmission to Ningqi. Brother Ning, thank you. Brother Ning, I can't repay your kindness. If you come to my Duan family in the future, I'll treat you as an honored guest. Thank you. Thank you. Duan Baoshan and the others also sent a voice transmission to Ningqi. After Duan Baoshan emerged from the draconic penitentiary, Jing Wusun's complexion was livid, and his eyes were filled with resentment. If not for Jing Wuming's presence, he would have already killed Duan Baoshan and Ningqi. Duan Baoshan was clearly trying to embarrass him. Lifeless Thorn glanced at Venerate Celestial Swine indifferently. He didn't care about Duan Baoshan and the others. When Venerate Celestial Swine sensed Lifeless Thorn's gaze, he tried to look him in the eye, but for some reason he sensed a terrifying aura in Lifeless Thorn's eyes. This aura made his heart beat several times faster. He hurriedly lowered his head, inwardly shocked. Good fellow, I've only been imprisoned for 300 years, and the Red Bud Dragon Clan has such an expert. Judging from his age, he doesn't seem too old. He should only be a level 7 giant dragon. Could it be? He's Lifeless Thorn, who ranks 38th on Profound East's mortal list. 10. 7. 10 Tian Clan. Has. 10 clan, 1 dragon to the 1 Tian. Qi, even though Jing Wuming's cultivation was much lower than his, he might not be able to defeat Jing Wuming with the strength of a 3-star Do Zun from the human race if they were to fight. Venerable Celestial Swine knew how terrifying the 100 Shao clan's ranking was. The top 100 people all had their own trump cards. Their strength could not be measured by common sense. I've released them. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Lifeless Thorn said indifferently. Of course. Ning Qi smiled. In that case, you may leave. Qi Jin, send them out. Lifeless Thorn waved his hand. Yes, young master. Qi Jin nodded respectfully and walked in front of Ning Qi. She glanced at Venerable Celestial Pig, who was much lower than her, with a provocative look before saying, Please. Before leaving, Shinto Yuanba glanced at Lifeless Thorn. Coincidentally, Lifeless Thorn was also looking at him. Shinto Yuanba did not say anything. He turned around and left with Ning Qi and the others under Qi Jin's lead. Big brother, why did you let them go? You killed Shinto Yuanba's entire family. Do you think they won't take revenge on you in the future? Is a few dragon blood fruits worth the Red Bud Dragon Clan letting them go? Jing Wusun questioned Lifeless Thorn after Ning Qi and the others left. Lifeless Thorn glanced at Jing Wusun indifferently. What do you know? Jing Wusun turned around and left as well. Once I obtain enough dragon blood fruits and cultivate the sacred dragon battle body, I'll have a chance to rank first on the mortal list. Ning Qi and Shinto Yuanba will be nothing more than a piece of cake for me. Jing Wusun bellowed as he watched Lifeless Thorn depart. Jing Wusun, if you're still angry, we can have your subordinate kill them. Lifeless Thorn won't have any proof. A dragon clan's genius stepped forward and transmitted his voice to Jing Wusun. Oh! Jing Wusun fell into deep thought when he heard this. Then he grinned and said, Let's do that! When Qi Jin escorted Ning Qi to the palace, he discovered that Nu Tao and the others had already left. How can Elder Nu Tao do this? Wu Hu was furious. Without Nu Tao's worship, they would have to fly for a long time to return to the Rising Cloud sect. Not to mention, they would have to face countless demonic beasts and dragons along the way. With their strength, they could not guarantee a safe return. You can leave now. Seeing that Nu Tao had left, Qi Jin waved her hand to send them off. Let's go. Xia Bing said, Damn it. Wu, who cursed in his heart. Venerable Celestial Pig and Duan Baoshan could not wait to leave, so they all looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. It's good that Nu Tao and the others have left. I really don't want to be on the same path as them. Let's go. After that, Ning Qi led everyone out of the palace. Xia Bing only released her battleship after they left the Red Bud Dragon Valley. This was a battleship that was dozens of times smaller than the Fury Sea battleship. Ning Qi had seen it once during the Cloud Rising sect's outer sect disciple selection. Are you going back to the 9 States Empire, or? Ning Qi looked at Duan Baoshan and the others. Duan Baoshan quickly said, If you don't mind, the 4 of us would like to follow Brother Ning back to the Rising Cloud sect. They had just left the Red Bud Dragon Clan, and it was hard to guarantee that Jing Wusun would not capture them halfway. It was safer to follow Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded and looked at Venerable Celestial Pig. Senior, what about you? Brother, of course I'll follow you. You've saved me from the Draconic Penitentiary. With such a great kindness, I'll follow you in the future. Venerable Celestial Pig said righteously, I'm afraid you are doing this for my roasted whole cow. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. This, he, Venerable Celestial Pig laughed embarrassedly. Wu Hu and Xia Bing were shocked. They could tell that Venerable Celestial Pig was a demonic beast that could transform. A demonic beast that could transform was at least a rank 8 Dozun. He was willing to follow Ning Qi. Just like that? What was roasted whole cow? However, if Venerable Celestial Pig was with them on the way back to the Rising Cloud sect, it would be much safer. Venerable Celestial Pig's strength was probably similar to New Tao's. Then let's go together. Chapter 5:24. Black Wraith, Demonic Dragon on the Worship. Supremacy Celestial Swine came to Ning Chi's side with a cheeky smile. Brother, how about a whole roasted cow? Ning Chi scanned the crowd and released Little Purple, Little White, Little Gold, Little Fresh Meat, and Little Six. The moment they appeared, everyone except Little Gold was frightened by Supremacy Celestial Swine's aura and hid behind Ning Chi. Don't be afraid. We're on the same side. Ning Chi smiled and took out some inferior-grade, mystic-grade spirit-fostering pills, 10 roasted cows, and more than 20 barrels of Green Island iced beer. Everyone, let's eat together. Oh, it smells so good. Wu, who revealed a look of pleasant surprise as he looked at the roasted cows and involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As for Duan Baoshan and company, they had already tasted the deliciousness of the roasted cows and immediately took their share. Thank you, brother. Supremacy Celestial Swine hurriedly thanked Ning Chi and began gorging himself. Elder Xia, you can try it too. It tastes pretty good. Ning Chi smiled at Xia Bing. Xia Bing nodded. At that moment, Shinta Yuanba walked to Ning Chi's side and said worriedly, Jing Wuming isn't someone easy to deal with. I'm afraid it's not a good choice to make a deal with him. Ning Chi's strength was ultimately much weaker than Jing Wuming's. In a situation where one party was strong and the other weak, even if they could make a fair deal in the beginning, it was inevitable that accidents would happen in the end. Master, I know. It's just a stopgap measure. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. All right, it's good that you know. Shinta Yuanba heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, he swept a glance at Little Six and walked towards Wu, Hu, and Xia Bing, who were enjoying their meal. You finally left that place. Little Six looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that they weren't in the Withering Bones forbidden ground. At this moment, the supremacy of Celestial Swine seemed to have heard Little Six's words. He looked over in shock and scrutinized Little Six. However, Little Six's aura was too weak. Within a few seconds, the supremacy of Celestial Swine lost interest and continued to chew on the fragrant roast beef in his hand. Ning Chi knew that Little Six was afraid of the existence that had once been suppressed by the ancient sky dragon in the Withering Bones forbidden ground. Back when the ice suddenly appeared in the sky, even Ning Chi was given a fright. Little Six, let me ask you something. Do you know about the War God Temple? Ning Chi asked. War God Temple? What is it? Little Six was puzzled. Ning Chi nodded and asked, What about the Fallen God Land? God Fallen Land? What is this? Little Six was still confused. You claimed that you, the ancient sky dragon, knew everything, but I asked you 2 questions and you said you knew nothing. Are you bragging? Ning Chi said with dissatisfaction. Then do you know where an ant went to visit its relatives in the forest under your feet yesterday? Little Six asked. Ning Chi was startled and waved his hand. Go eat something. Little Six flicked his head in disdain and flew to Little Purple and company's side. He attacked the roasted whole cow with all his might. When I return to the Cloud Rising sect, I still have to get a spot from Elder Meng. I'll head to the Withering Bones, forbidden ground again, next year. After that, I'll seek out the whereabouts of the fallen Godland. Oh, before that, I should raise my cultivation level, Ning Chi thought to himself. He scanned his stats and discovered that the subsequent expenditure of dragon slaughtering coins was rather huge. For example, the bronze puppet in the puppet space required 10,000 dragon slaughtering coins to repair. Together with expenditure of 3 mystic-ranked invisibility talismans, several roasted whole cows, and Green Island ice beer, he had spent more than 25,000 dragon slaughtering coins. After deducting the above, he was left with 159,400 dragon slaughtering coins. With the system's help, The bronze puppet was almost instantly repaired. Ning Qi checked its stats through the system. Thankfully, the inferior grade spirit divine stone in its body was not shattered and could still be used. If not, his losses would have been even greater. Purple Sun, Sword Emperor, I'll beat you up the next time I enter the penitentiary. The battleship flew for about half a day. Due to its limited speed, it was still in the southern wilderness. Little Purple flew freely in the sky, while Little Gold sat on its head, as though it was directing Little Purple's direction like a captain. Little White Horse and Little Fresh Meat took a stroll on the battleship. Both of them were 5th rank demonic beasts now, so they had more common topics. However, they would consciously avoid the supremacy celestial swine when they were strolling. After all, it was an 8th rank demonic beast, and its aura made them a little afraid. Squeak, squeak. Little Gold suddenly let out a shriek. Little Purple reacted quickly and flew in front of Ning Qi. There's a dragon coming? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Little Six curled up on his shoulder and yawned. Yes, he said that there's a giant dragon flying towards us about 500 miles ahead. Strength. It should be 8th rank. Little Six said calmly. 8th rank dragon race? The supremacy celestial swine immediately walked to Ning Qi's side, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Brother, I'll shoot it down later. Make a roasted dragon for everyone to eat. Shinta Yuanba and the other two, as well as Duan Baoshan and the other two, walked to Ning Qi's side with some fear. They looked in the direction that Little Gold was pointing at. They knew that Little Gold was a dragon-seeking mouse and was especially sensitive to the scent of the dragon race. Not long later, a black, dark cloud appeared in the sky. Isn't this one? The supremacy celestial swine was shocked. So many? All of them are 8th rank dragons? There should be at least 20 of them, right? Duan Baoshan was shocked. Descend! Xia Bing shouted. The battleship immediately landed on the ground, ready to let the group of 8th rank dragons fly over first. Ning Qi glanced at their attributes. 8th rank low-level dragon race, black ghost demon dragon, vassal race of the red bud dragon race. A vassal race of the red bud dragon race. I'm afraid they're not here with good intentions. Ning Qi immediately prepared to fight at any time. He kept Little Purple, Little Six, and the rest into the demon pet space. The supremacy celestial swine and the rest became vigilant when they saw that. They're flying over! Duan Baoshan heaved a sigh of relief. The group of 8th rank dragons flew over their heads. Am I overthinking? Ning Qi narrowed his eyes. Just as everyone thought that this group of level 8 dragons were just passing by, and Xia Bing was about to continue powering the battleship, the group of dragons turned back. All of them transformed into burly men with muscles that were about the same height as Scarlet Gold. They were like giants, and the one leading them was the only mid-level 8 dragon among them. He looked like an 18 or 19-year-old youth in his human form. His face was filled with an evil aura, and he wore a black robe. His eyes locked onto Ning Qi like a sharp sword. He smiled. Do you think I didn't see you? We're doomed. Duan Baoshan and the other 3 were in despair. Shinta Yuanba and Wu, who were on their guard. The supremacy celestial swine hesitated for a moment. He wanted to escape, but he felt that he was not loyal enough. In the end, he sighed and looked at the youth. Chapter 5:25. What Jing Wusun? I don't know him. The youth sneered at Ning Qi. The black wraith demonic dragon behind him had sinister looks on their faces. Most frightening of all was the lack of white in their eyes. Their eyes were as black as ink. That's strange. You don't know Jing Wusun from the Red Bud Dragon clan? Jing Wuming should know him, right? Ning Qi smiled. The youth's expression changed, and he said coldly, If you don't know, then you don't know. The place you are passing through is my territory. You have to leave something behind if you want to pass through. Are they really not Jing Wusun's men? Duan Baoshan breathed a sigh of relief. There was still room for negotiation, since these fellows hadn't attacked directly. Then what do you want in exchange for letting us pass? Ning Qi smiled faintly. I want him. The youth pointed at Duan Baoshan. He had indeed been sent by Jing Wusun. Jing Wusun's order was to kill Ning Qi and the others, but he had used his connections to find out some inside information. He knew that Ning Qi and Jing Wuming seemed to have made some sort of deal. After weighing the pros and cons, he had come up with a compromise. He would bring Duan Baoshan back to report to Jing Wusun. This way, he wouldn't offend Jing Wuming and wouldn't have to worry about Jing Wusun's reproach. The Black Wraith demonic dragon clan had been chased all the way from the profound south to the profound east. If it hadn't been for the Red Bud dragon clan's protection, they would have been slaughtered long ago. Therefore, as a grade 8 dragon, he had to listen to Jing Wusun, a grade 7 dragon. You want me? You really were sent by Jing Wusun, that bastard. Duan Baoshan was furious. At the same time, he was worried that Ning Qi would abandon him because of the other party's strength. If that was the case, what awaited him would be a life worse than the one in the draconic penitentiary. The three people with Duan Baoshan looked hesitant. In the end, they involuntarily took a few steps back. Duan Baoshan's heart sank when he saw this. Even his good friend of many years had given up on him. What reason did Ning Qi have to protect him? Moreover, apart from Supremacy Celestial Pig, who could probably take on one of them, the rest were no match for this group of rank 8 dragons. Thinking up to here, Duan Baoshan's face revealed a trace of despair, and he sighed, Fine, I'll go with you. Let them leave. What? How could he make such a decision? Everyone looked at Duan Baoshan in shock, especially his 3 good friends who had come out of the draconic penitentiary with him. There was a tinge of guilt in their eyes. This lad sacrificed himself to save others. Not bad. Supremacy, heavenly pig, thought to himself. Wu Hu and Xiaobing exchanged glances and sighed in relief. Over 20 rank 8 dragons stood above their heads. Although they had already transformed into humans, they still felt as though huge rocks were hanging above their heads. They could be smashed into pieces at any moment. After all, the 2 of them were only 1-star dozongs. Shinta Yuanba did not say anything. The best outcome right now was for the other party to capture Duan Baoshan and then leave this place safely. The young man's lips curled up when he heard that. Mission accomplished. As soon as Duan Baoshan finished speaking, he prepared to fly up. At this moment, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Duan Baoshan was slightly startled. He turned his head and saw Ning Qi smiling at him. Since I brought you out, how could I let them capture you again? Stand to one side. Yes. Duan Baoshan revealed an ecstatic expression and hurriedly stood to one side. He really did not want to be captured by the other party. Why is he protecting Duan Baoshan? Is he crazy? The other party has over 20 rank 8 dragons. How are we going to deal with them? What is he going to use to protect us? Duan Baoshan's 3 good friends who had come out of the draconic penitentiary with him immediately lost their guilty expressions. They looked at Ning Qi in shock. At the same time, they sensed Duan Baoshan looking at them and hurriedly shifted their gazes, embarrassed to make eye contact with Duan Baoshan. Wu Hu and Xiaobing were also very shocked. Along the way, they felt that Duan Baoshan was fine except for his glib tongue. However, Ning Qi had to consider the situation if he wanted to protect him. Wasn't this putting everyone in danger? Only Shinta Yuanba seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Ning Qi with sparkling eyes. Aunt, do you really want to go against us, the Black Ghost Demon Dragon? Do you know that among the dragon race, the Black Ghost Demon Dragon's combat power is ranked at the top? Killing a mere 7-star Do Huang like you is as easy as flipping one's hand. In the words of you ants, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The young man suddenly exuded an incomparably majestic killing intent, which directly swept towards Ning Chi. "Damn it!" Heavenly Swine shouted and stomped his foot. The entire warship trembled, after which he charged towards the young man like a cannonball. "Eat my punch! How dare you!" The young man was furious. A mere demonic beast dares to challenge the dragon race. You're courting death. After which, the young man directly punched towards Heavenly Swine. The two of them collided with each other. With a loud bang, Heavenly Swine spat out fresh blood and flew backwards. Even Heavenly Swine is no match for him. He was defeated in one punch. We're done for. It's all Ning Chi's fault. If we had handed Duan Baoshan over, wouldn't everything have been resolved? If Duan Baoshan could hear what the three of them were thinking, he would probably be fuming. At this moment, Heavenly Swine landed beside Ning Chi. He panted heavily and smiled awkwardly. "Brother, I'm no match for him." Ning Chi patted his shoulder. "After today, I'll give you as much roasted beef as you want in the future." "Really?" Heavenly Swine's eyes lit up, but then dimmed. Ning Chi was comforting him. If he had given up on Duan Baoshan just now, he might have been able to leave this place. However, he had already attacked Duan Baoshan. Given the pride of the dragon race, they would obviously not let them off. Indeed, the young man's face darkened. "I had intended to let you go. I'll only take one person. Now, all of you will stay here. Bullsh *T. Ning Chi suddenly cursed at him. The young man was stunned. When his underlings saw that Ning Chi actually dared to curse at their leader, they immediately let out angry roars. Their roars reverberated through the heavens and earth. Even the clouds in the sky were scattered. Duan Baoshan and the rest covered their ears in pain. Countless streams of light came from afar. Hundreds of figures appeared. They were all human cultivators from the southern wasteland. "Who are those guys?" Lower your voice. "Do you see their eyes and their bodies? They're obviously from the black, ghost, demonic dragon race." "It's them. There are more than 20 of them, right?" "I heard that the black, ghost, demonic dragon race doesn't consist of old or young, only young and strong. It seems that it's true. Their auras are all stronger than mine. They're all rank 8 dragon race." A pinnacle fighting master said fearfully from afar. When the guys beside him heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Rank 8 dragon race, more than 20 of them? Thinking of this, they could not help but look at Ning Chi and the rest with sad faces. Chapter 5:26. Who else? "No one has ever dared to insult me like this." Repeat what you just said. The youth extended his hand to stop his crazed subordinates. He looked at Ning Chi and spoke in an indifferent voice. "No one likes to be scolded with the same words. You are the first, but you may not be the last." Ning Chi smiled. "Bullsh *T. This brat is so arrogant. Doesn't he know who he is facing? That's the black, ghost, demon dragon tribe. Other than the red bud dragon tribe, the black, ghost, demon dragon tribe is the strongest in the southern wasteland. Even those demonic beasts that can transform dare not offend them. That guy is only a 7-star Do Huang. Where does his confidence come from? Look, isn't that person behind him a demonic beast that can transform?" Someone looked at Celestial Swine in shock. He was much taller than a human, and it was obvious that he was not a human. "So that's how it is. His confidence comes from that guy? TCH, so what if he is a demonic beast that can transform? They are facing over 20 rank 8 dragons that can transform. Didn't you notice that he is already injured?" Everyone looked at Celestial Swine. Those with sharp eyes could see the traces of blood that he had just spat out. At this moment, a few people were shrouded in shadows in the distance. Outsiders could not see what was going on in the shadows, but they knew that someone with such skills was definitely not someone to be trifled with. No one dared to approach the shadows. In the shadows, Jing Wison narrowed his eyes and stared at Ning Chi. With a mocking smile, he said, "Take a guess. Given He Xian's character, what will happen to him?" The few heaven's prides of the dragon tribe who were as talented as Jing Wusun smiled. One of them said, "I guess He Xian will eat him from his feet to his head. He will make him watch as his flesh and blood disappear from his body inch by inch." This is not enough. Back then, there were a few dozongs from the human race who offended He Xian. He Xian tortured them for a couple of years, causing them to watch as their entire families were killed by He Xian. Only then did they swallow their last breath regretfully. It's a pity that we won't be able to see that. We must finish this quickly. Jing Wusun sighed. Everyone nodded. He was right. After all, Ning Qi had made a deal with Lifeless Thorn. If Lifeless Thorn found out about Ning Qi's torture, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, if they killed Lifeless Thorn, they refused to believe that Lifeless Thorn would break off relations with them because of Ning Qi. Such a thing was absolutely impossible in the dragon race. Is Ning Qi going to give up now that he has nothing to lose? Wu, who smiled bitterly as he looked at Ning Qi's back. Xia Bing sighed in her heart. They probably wouldn't be able to escape today. Duan Baoshan was dumbfounded. He had assumed that Ning Qi would use his relationship with Lifeless Thorn to protect him and reason with the other party. He had never imagined that Ning Qi would offend Lifeless Thorn so thoroughly. Apart from being shocked, he was also very touched. The three people who came out of the Draconic Penitentiary with him stood there with pale faces. They looked like they were ready to die. "Ha ha ha. Good. You're the first human I've ever seen to be so bold. I won't let you die so easily." He Xian looked at Ning Qi and laughed in anger. "Master, you guys leave first." Ning Qi transmitted his voice to Shintu Yuanba. Shintu Yuanba was stunned for a moment before nodding slightly. Then Ning Qi pointed at He Xian and said, "Kill him." "Kill him? Is this guy crazy? Who is Ning Qi calling to kill the Black Wraith demonic dragon?" Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi had gone crazy, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of He Xian and punched at him. It was as fast as lightning. Before He Xian could react, he was sent flying. He had over 4 million HP, but 1/10 of it was gone in an instant. What is that thing? The human cultivators nearby were shocked as they stared blankly at the bronze puppet. Could it be a Titan descendant? A faint, oppressive feeling was emitted from its body that was over 100 feet tall. Someone blurted out in surprise. From their point of view, apart from its body and skin color, this bronze puppet was no different from a human. They couldn't help but associate it with the ancient legends of the Titans that ate dragons as food. Jing Wusun and the others were shocked. Even they couldn't identify the origin of the bronze puppet for a moment. That's it. Duan Baoshan and the other three recognized the bronze puppet at a glance. Their hearts were in turmoil. That was someone who dared to attack Purple Sun, Sword Darch. Wasn't it still in the Draconic Penitentiary? Why would it appear here? And it didn't seem to be injured. Supremacy Tianju was also shocked. He immediately looked at Ning Qi. Although he was carefree, he was smart. He had already determined that the giant's origin was definitely related to Ning Qi. "Oh my God!" Wu Hu exclaimed. "Indeed." Shintu Yuanba revealed a smile and said to Xia Bing, "Let's go." Xia Bing reacted quickly. Even though she was filled with doubts, she still controlled the battleship and disappeared before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. At this moment, He Xian's subordinates finally reacted. They let out angry roars and attacked the bronze puppet. "I only have 10 minutes. There are no inferior grade spiritual godstones left. I have to end this quickly." Ning Qi calculated in his mind and flew to the side of the bronze puppet. He held the Dragon Slayer saber and pointed it at the group of black ghoul demonic dragons. "Come and die." At this moment, everyone finally understood why Ning Qi was so calm. He had such a strong backup. Roar. A burly man roared and transformed into his dragon, true body. He charged at Ningqi. As its name suggested, the black wraith demon dragon's entire body was as black as iron and covered in hard scales. However, from the gaps between the scales, there was a constant flow of black gas that circled around its body. This black gas gave Ning Qi a very dangerous feeling. It should be the demon Qi that could attack the soul. Boom! The bronze puppet sent the black ghoul demonic dragon flying with a punch. Its health was not as high as He Xian's, only about 3 million. This punch took away 15% of its health. However, the attack did not stop there. When the bronze puppet sent it flying, Ning Qi had already slashed at it from afar. Horizon Bright Moon's saber, so close, yet worlds apart. The incomparably violent dragon slayer, Do Qi, surrounded the ancient ice dragon and bombarded the black ghoul demonic dragon. Ning Qi was now a 6-star Do Huang. The dragon slayer Do Qi's damage to the dragon race was increased by 70%. In addition, the Dragon Slayer Saber's damage bonus and the Dragon Slayer Do Qi's ability to ignore armor. This strike caused a huge amount of damage to the Black Ghoul Demonic Dragon. It was even more terrifying than the bronze puppet's punch. At this moment, the Black Ghoul Demonic Dragon fell from the sky and smashed heavily onto the ground. A rank 8 Black Ghoul Demonic Dragon was seriously injured in one strike. Who else? Chapter 5:27. Brains are good, so strong. The black ghost demon dragon is no match for it. Everyone couldn't help but sigh when they saw the large hole in the ground created by the black ghost demon dragon. It was unknown whether the black ghost demon dragon was dead or alive. Unfortunately, no matter how strong it is, it cannot defeat the combined forces of over 20 black ghost demon dragons. Let's continue watching. That peak Do Zong spoke with a confident face. Brother Ouyang is right. Unfortunately, it is not worth it for such a person to die in the hands of the dragon race. Who told them to offend the dragon race? Isn't it good for them to live in peace like us? He Xian flew back from a distance with a shocked face. Waves of pain still radiated from his chest as he looked at the bronze puppet with fear. What are you? The bronze puppet naturally did not answer him. He stood quietly in the air with Ning Qi. His bronze skin, under the sunlight, made people feel a chill in their hearts. Didn't you want to keep me here? Ning Qi looked at He Xian and smiled. Don't think that the black ghost demon dragon race is afraid of you just because you called for help. He Xian was provoked by Ning Qi. He did not care about the bronze puppet's background and roared, "Go! Tear them apart!" Yes, one by one, the strong men transformed into their true dragon forms and pounced at Ning Qi and the bronze puppet. There are 8 minutes left. I should be able to finish them off. Ning Qi smiled faintly and charged toward the group of black ghoul devil dragons with the bronze puppet. Boom! 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 The bronze puppet's fist sent the group of black ghost demon dragons flying again and again. Ning Qi stood by the side and occasionally dodged the black ghost demon dragon's attacks. Their attacks basically landed on the bronze puppet's body. Soon, over 100 wounds of varying depths appeared on its body. If it were to heal, the system would probably extort another sum of Dragon Slayer coins. How is this possible? Jing Wusun stared dumbfounded at the puppet. It can actually withstand the combined attacks of over 20 Type 8 dragons? Is it really the natural enemy of the dragon race, a Titan remnant? Should we report this matter to the elders? No. Jing Wusun hurriedly shook his head. If we report it, my big brother will know about our little tricks. Let's wait and see. He Xian should be able to take them down. All right. The other dragon race geniuses exchanged glances. Since Jing Wusun did not agree to report this matter to the elders, they could only wait with Jing Wusun and wait for He Xian to take down Ning Qi and that big guy. He Xian stood in the void and didn't participate in the battle. His eyes were fixed on Ning Qi and the bronze puppet. As he watched them send his subordinates flying again and again, He Xian's expression became more and more unsightly. Don't engage in close combat. He Xian's aura instantly locked onto Ning Qi. Then he gave an order to his subordinates. Those black wraith demon dragons glanced at each other, then opened their mouths and spat out a mass of black flames at the bronze puppet. Even the human cultivators watching the show from thousands of feet away could feel the heat rushing towards them. Black Lotus Devil Flame. Someone cried out in alarm. The Black Lotus Devil Flame, ranked 43rd on the Heavenly Flame ranking. It is indeed worthy of being a member of the Black Wraith Demon Dragon race. They can even condense such an extremely difficult to control Heavenly Flame. It is really too frightening. Even a Dozun would not be able to endure even a little of it. With over 20 Black Lotus Devil Flames gathered together, if the other party isn't a 7-star Dozun, it is likely that he will definitely die. The Peak Dozong said in shock. The people beside him nodded in their hearts when they heard this, expressing their agreement with his deduction. Can those two fellows block this Black Lotus Devil Flame? Everyone nervously looked at Ning Qi and the bronze puppet. Ning Qi's reaction was extremely fast. In a flash, his body flashed into the bronze puppet's mouth, after which the bronze puppet crossed its arms and allowed the Black Lotus Devil Flame to spit out. In the next moment, its arms emitted a sizzling sound. At the same time, an unpleasant smell was emitted, accompanied by a thick smoke. This thick smoke directly enveloped the bronze puppet, causing everyone to be unable to see it clearly. The amount of Black Lotus Devil Flame condensed by these black ghost demon dragons was not much. After continuing to spit out for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, its mouth became dry and it could no longer spit out anymore. When the smoke dissipated, the bronze puppet was revealed. When everyone saw its arms, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even He Xian himself was shocked. They saw that the bronze puppet's skin had already been burned away, revealing its translucent internal structure. Numerous gears were continuously rolling, and the bronze pipes were continuously expanding and contracting. An ancient puppet, Jing Wusen, blurted out in shock, following which a relaxed expression appeared on his face. Fortunately, it is not a Titan descendant. If a Titan descendant had truly reappeared, it would definitely not be a good thing for the Dragon Clan. What exactly is this big block? It is definitely not human. I have seen puppets before, and their internal structure is somewhat similar. However, I have never heard of a puppet strong enough to fight against a rank 8 dragon. Brother Ouyang, do you know what this thing is? Everyone looked at the Peak Dozong because he was the only one among them who came from a large clan and had lived for hundreds of years. Thus, he knew some of the secrets of the continent. Ouyang Jing was a little embarrassed at this moment because he also did not know the origin of the bronze puppet. When he saw everyone looking at him, his expression involuntarily changed a few times. Finally, he bitterly smiled and said, "I also do not know." Hiss, even Brother Ouyang does not know. I'm afraid that the origin of this fellow is not simple. Someone exclaimed. However, the others looked at him as though they were looking at a fool. The fact that this person could fight with over 20 existences that were equivalent to Dozuns for so long naturally meant that his origin was not simple. Are you done spitting? Ning Qi flew out of the bronze puppet's mouth and coldly laughed at He Xian. After which, with a thought, the bronze puppet carried Ning Qi with one hand and charged at He Xian with the other. After running wildly for 2 steps, it suddenly leaped and appeared in front of He Xian in the blink of an eye. Go and die. He Xian was furious. His target was not the bronze puppet, but Ning Qi. A brain is a good thing. Unfortunately, you do not have one. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Everyone watched as the bronze puppet's hand, which was carrying Ning Qi, clenched into a fist and violently smashed into the stunned He Xian's body. Once again, He Xian was sent flying by a punch. This is also possible. Ouyang Jing involuntarily let out a sigh. At this moment, the black ghost demon dragon, which had been punched by the bronze puppet and slashed by Ningqi, woke up from its dizziness. It let out a loud roar and flew in front of Ningqi. Die! Ningqi sneered. He drilled out from the palm of the bronze puppet and slashed at it. The bronze puppet took advantage of this opportunity to raise its knee and heavily kick Ningqi. The cooperation between the two of them was extremely close. This was the advantage of a puppet. The black ghost demon dragon's health instantly fell to the bottom after suffering 2 blows. Chapter 528. Break. A single black ghost demon dragon had brought Ningqi a total of 4 million experience points. His experience bar had reached 2/3 of its original state. He was only 1 or 2 million away from advancing to an 8-star Do Huang. Other than this, ding! Congratulations to Host for obtaining 5,000 dragon-slaying coins. The human cultivators nearby were stunned. They did not expect that Ningqi and the bronze puppet had actually killed a rank 8 low-class black ghost demon dragon. Boss, he killed 9th brother. Kill him and take revenge for 9th brother. The remaining black ghost demon dragons instantly exploded as they roared wildly. He Xian only had half of his health left at this moment, but he still flew back from a distance. He was furious when he saw that one of his subordinates had died in the hands of Ningqi and the bronze puppet. His dark black, jade-like eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of red light. After his rage, He Xian saw reality clearly. They were no match for the other party. The strength of that giant had already surpassed that of a 7-star Do Zun. You want what? He Xian looked at Ningqi and said word by word. Ningqi smiled. What do I want? If you don't leave over a dozen black ghost demon dragons behind today, you will not be able to resolve this matter. Boss, attack with us. We will definitely be able to kill him. That's right. I don't believe that a 7-star Do Huang like him can last long under our combined attacks. The other black ghost demon dragons hurriedly opened their mouths to persuade He Xian when they saw that he intended to retreat. He Xian swept his eyes over everyone around him. He could sense some gloating and mocking gazes. The pride of the dragon tribe caused him to involuntarily issue an order to Ningqi that he would regret for the rest of his life. Go! The black ghost demon dragons roared furiously as they received the order and flew toward Ningqi. He Xian had also transformed into his true form of the dragon tribe. However, he was cautious and did not dare to face the bronze puppet head-on. Instead, he searched for an opportunity to kill Ningqi from the outside. The health of these fellows is no longer at its peak. Now is the time for me to reap the harvest. Ningqi looked at the 20+ black ghost demon dragons charging at him. Not only was he not afraid, but the corner of his mouth was lifted into a faint, cold smile. Then the crowd witnessed a horrifying and puzzling scene. The bronze puppet no longer sent these black wraith demon dragons flying. Instead, it used its massive palms to grab their necks, and then Ningqi used the horizon bright moon blade. The Dragon Slayer's battle chi cut through the black wraith demon dragon's reverse scale as if it were tofu. This was the dragon race's weak point. To others, this would be a fatal strike, but to Ningqi, this was a critical strike. If it was a critical hit, the damage would double. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the black ghost demonic dragon. You have obtained. Another black wraith demon dragon had fallen. 2. Ouyang Jing mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Ningqi. A 7-star Do Huang is actually able to kill the entire black ghost demon dragon tribe with his own hands. He is really the role model of our generation. There is only one place that we yearn for. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone looked at Ning Qi enviously. Although they lived in the shadow of the dragon clan, how could everyone not have a dream of slaying a dragon? Ever since they were young, their family elders or sect elders had instilled a certain concept in them. That was, there would be a day when the human race would once again become the overlord of the dragon continent. At that time, tens of thousands of clans would submit. Unfortunately, they only realized that reality was so cruel after they grew up. The overlord of the dragon continent was still the enormous dragon clan. Just the Redbud dragon tribe alone was able to suppress all the clans and sects in the southern wasteland until they could not breathe. Moreover, there were still the 3 great dragon tribes above the Redbud dragon tribe. That was the true overlord. The 9 top clans also had to listen to the orders of the 3 great dragon tribes and act according to their wishes. Now Ningqi had done it, although he had only killed a rank 8 black ghost demon dragon. He had already reached a height that some people would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Unfortunately, the black ghost demon dragon tribe has a good relationship with the Redbud dragon tribe. Even if he doesn't die here today, the Redbud dragon tribe will step forward and imprison him in the dragon prison. He might even be killed. That's right. With his 7-star Do Huang strength, the blade technique that he displayed was not only able to break the defense of the black ghost demon dragon, but even I couldn't see it clearly. This kind of talent has already surpassed the inner disciples of the 36 top sects, right? He would not be inferior even when compared to the ordinary heavens prides of the 9 great clans. If he trained properly, breaking through to the Do Zun class would not be a problem. What a pity, what a pity. No one was optimistic about Ning Qi's future outcome, even though Ning Qi had displayed a nearly invincible stance by cooperating with the bronze puppet. At this moment, another black ghost demon dragon died under Ning Qi's sky, edge bright moon blade. Aha! The black ghost demon dragons immediately flared up. They were extremely furious as they unleashed incomparably wild and violent attacks on Ning Qi and the bronze puppet. However, although their attacks were able to injure the bronze puppet, they were unable to cause it to lose its mobility. At this moment, the bronze puppet appeared to be covered in wounds. However, its fighting strength was not the least bit reduced. It continued to cooperate with Ning Qi as it wildly slaughtered the black ghost demon dragons. Ding! Congratulations to host. Ding! The system's notification continued to sound. These black ghost demon dragons with low health were killed by Ning Qi one by one after another. After a total of 10 black ghost demon dragons had fallen, they had already retreated 1,000 feet away without waiting for He Xian's orders. They were incomparably shocked and furious as they looked at Ning Qi and the bronze puppet. Ning Qi stood on the bronze puppet's palm as he coldly raised his blade and looked at He Xian. Everyone realized that Ning Qi's aura seemed to be countless times more berserk than before. Next, a white halo enveloped Ning Qi's body. Boom! Berserk Do Qi swept out from Ning Qi's body, reaching several feet in height. The silver Do Qi instantly surrounded Ning Qi, causing him to look like a silver god of war. He broke through? An 8-star Do Huang? Ouyang Jing blankly stared at Ning Qi. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. He had actually broken through in battle. How is this possible? Jing Wusen and the others also revealed shocked expressions. At the level of a Do Huang, every star breakthrough was extremely difficult. Most people would find a place to hide when they felt that their cultivation was about the right level. They would go into closed-door training until they broke through. The slightest mistake would result in a cultivation deviation. Only an extremely small number of people could break through in battle. At this moment, everyone was shocked. However, their shock was not over yet. This was because Ning Qi had broken through again. Boom! This time, the Do Qi was even more berserk. It shot dozens of feet into the sky like a silver cloud. A 9-star Do Huang. He broke through 2 levels in a row. Ouyang Jing could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Ning Qi. "Go, kill him for me," He Xian shouted at his subordinates. However, his subordinates hesitated on the spot. After exchanging glances, none of them dared to attack Ning Qi and the bronze puppet. Seeing this, He Xian was extremely furious. No, he still wants to break through? How is this possible? Is he going to break through 3 levels and directly become a peak Do Huang? This is unheard of. Which of the 9 great clans does he belong to? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly as he lightly said, "Break!" Berserk Do Qi's Do Qi directly swept into the sky. The silver Do Qi was hundreds of feet tall. It covered the sky and covered the earth, causing the human cultivators who were hundreds of feet away to feel a terrifying pressure. Chapter 5:29. Retreat! He has really broken through 3 ranks and become a peak Do Huang? Ouyang Jing stared at Ning Qi blankly. He did not want to believe what he had just seen. Back then, when he was still a Do Huang, he had spent at least 5 to 8 years advancing each star. When a 9-star Do Huang broke through to the peak of the Do Huang class, he had spent over 30 years. On the other hand, Ning Qi had broken through 3 levels within a couple of breaths, directly advancing from a 7-star Do Huang to the peak of the Do Huang class. This guy is a monster. Not only is he a monster, he's also a pervert. The goal I've been waiting for dozens of years has been accomplished by him in just a few breaths of time. No one would believe this kind of speed. The human cultivators all looked at Ning Qi in shock. They exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that this fellow has cultivated some sort of powerful technique? Otherwise, how could he have broken through 3 levels in a row? A dragon race genius beside Jing Wusen looked at Ning Qi and muttered to himself. Jing Wusen's complexion was extremely ugly. Previously, Ning Qi hadn't given him any face, so he had considered Ning Qi an enemy. Now, however, Ning Qi's talent had exceeded his expectations. Not even Lifeless Thorn had accomplished such a feat. This kid must be killed, otherwise our dragon clan will have another great enemy. Jing Wusen roared in his heart. At this moment, Ning Qi had already received a notification from the system to activate the advancement mission. He had killed a total of 10 black ghost demon dragons and obtained 40 million experience points. He had spent 18 million experience points to advance from a 7-star Do Huang to the peak of the Do Huang class. The remaining 22 million experience points were stored. Only after completing the advancement mission would he be able to use it to advance to the 9th stage of life and death. If it wasn't for this advancement mission, they would be even more shocked to see Ning Qi break through the 9 life and death gates. At that time, they would probably be so shocked that they wouldn't even be able to speak. He Xian stared at Ning Qi for a full 10 breaths of time. Then he turned around and fled with the remaining 10 or so black wraith demonic dragons. This change made all the human cultivators gasp. The black phantom demonic dragon has retreated. Hiss, too scary. If we were to go against him, we would probably be slaughtered in less than 10 minutes. Ning Qi smiled coldly. He had no intention of giving chase. Instead, he and the bronze puppet flew in the direction the battleship had left. What should we do? Are we going to keep him? Keep him here? Can you do that? Jing Wusen sneered. Are we really not going to report this to the elders? The few paragons of the dragon race exchanged glances with heavy hearts. If I report this to the elders, this matter will definitely not be able to escape from my big brother. If he finds out that you and I sent He Xian to rob and kill that kid Ning Qi, I'm afraid he won't be able to bear the consequences. I have my own discretion regarding this matter. Jing Wusen said coldly. When everyone saw this, they stopped talking and flew in the direction of the Red Bud Dragon Valley with Jing Wusen. Along the way, Jing Wusen's expression was incomparably ashen. His eyes revealed a look of contemplation, and no one knew what he was thinking. That was close. After flying for dozens of miles, Ning Qi immediately stored the bronze puppet into the puppet space. The low-grade spirit god stone in its body had already turned into powder during the last part of the flight. System, help me repair the injuries on the bronze puppet. How many Dragon Slayer coins do I need? 3,000. The system's answer was concise and forceful. It was obvious that the price was not negotiable. 3,000 it is. Hurry up and fix it. Ning Qi nodded. He could see that in the puppet space, the bronze puppet's body was suddenly enveloped in a faint golden light. After a few breaths, the golden light disappeared, and the injuries on the bronze puppet's body and the skin on its arms were instantly restored to their original state. It was impossible to tell that it had just experienced a great battle. This time, Ning Qi had earned a total of 50,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Adding on the 3,000 spent on repairing the bronze puppet, he had a total of 206,400 Dragon Slayer coins left. However, he had actually only earned a little more than 30,000 Dragon Slayer coins after calculating the cost of consuming an inferior grade Spirit Godstone. In addition, he had also obtained 2 large gambling gift bags. I haven't opened a bag in a long time. Ning Qi smiled. System, open the large gambling gift bag. Let's do both together. In the next second, 2 fictitious large turntables appeared in front of Ning Qi. Each gift bag had 10 options, and with the addition of them, there were a total of 20 options. Ning Qi looked at them as he flew. Earth-level, low-grade weapon, Tao Tai's sword, has the effect of drinking blood to repair itself. This is an upgradable weapon. Earth-level, low-grade weapon grade armor. Increases HP by 5,000 points. 1 chance to cleanse the body with great righteousness every day, increasing the wearer's physical strength. Middle-grade mystic pill rank breaking pill. Yang Jade Essence, Heaven and Earth spiritual item. Ranked 43rd on the exceptional flame list. Black Lotus demonic flame. Thank you for participating. Thank you. Those were the options of the first turntable. The second wheel's options were not much different from the first. The only difference was that there was an additional set of low-grade, earth-rank martial arts techniques. Ning Qi was only interested in the extreme yang, chalcedony. He specifically asked the system, but the system actually wanted him to spend 10 Dragon Slayer coins to view it. Yang Jade Essence, Heaven and Earth spiritual item can effectively increase the wearer's Yang Qi. For some martial skills and martial skills that require Yang Qi, it has the effect of increasing the speed of cultivation. It can also be smelted into a weapon, allowing the weapon to have a 1 in 10,000 chance of producing a Yang mystical flame. It can also be used for alchemy, which can greatly increase the grade of the pill. Don't little you. And the others need such an item? Ning Qi was slightly happy. Then, the pointer on the turntable began to spin rapidly. Ning Qi was more nervous on the first turntable. After a cup of tea's time, the pointer gradually slowed down. In the end, when it should have stopped on the Yang Jade Essence, it moved forward a small step. It was this step that caused Ning Qi to miss the Yang Jade Essence and obtain the Black Lotus demonic flame. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Black Lotus demonic flame, ranked 43rd on the exceptional flame list. The system notification sounded. Ning Qi was a little disappointed, but since he knew this item, he could also go to the Dragon Slayer Mall to buy it. Anyway, there was only 1 piece, not enough for 2 to wear. Black Lotus demonic flame. It seems that Dongfang did not condense an exceptional flame. I can leave it to him. Ning Qi thought in his heart. At this time, the pointer of the second turntable also gradually came to a stop. Congratulations, host. Host has obtained the fake Ancient Water Dragon Pearl. Wait a minute. Ancient Water Dragon Pearl? There was a trace of shock on Ning Qi's face. His attention was completely focused on the supreme Yang Jade Quintessence, and he had neglected this item. Could it be that it was the same as the ancient snow dragon pearl, an item that was missing from the dragon saber? Ning Qi was pleasantly surprised. He took out the ancient water dragon pearl and pressed it into the round hole on the dragon slayer saber. The dragon slayer saber emitted a repulsive force. No matter what, Ning Qi was unable to insert it. Chapter 530. The busy man Ning Qi. Is it because of the word pseudo at the end that it can't be used? Ning Qi frowned slightly. At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The host has obtained the quest, Search for the Water Dragon Holy Land. As this quest is a mandatory quest, the system will give the following 3 hints. East of the vast forest, Water Dragon Sword, Gu Sanduo. If the mission is successful, the host's ancient Water Dragon Pearl. Fake will become ancient Water Dragon Pearl, genuine. If the mission fails, 100,000 Dragon Slayer coins will be deducted from the host, and the power of the Dragon Slayer saber will be reduced by 30%. P.S. There is no time limit for this mission, but the ancient Water Dragon Pearl will automatically disappear after 3 years. System, is there something wrong with you? It was one thing for the mission to be mandatory, but the penalty was not only the deduction of Dragon Slayer coins, but also the reduction of the Dragon Slayer saber's power by 30%. This was tantamount to saying that his Snow Dragon Pearl was wasted. Ning Qi was slightly happy that the mission had no time limit. However, when he read further, he realized that this fake Water Dragon Pearl could only be preserved for 3 years. Once it disappeared, wouldn't that mean that he failed the mission? 3 quests in total. I'm really a busy man. Ning Qi smiled bitterly. Right now, he had a total of 3 quests. 2 were mandatory quests, and 1 wasn't really mandatory, but it was more important than mandatory quests. It was the advancement quest. Fortunately, the advancement quest this time was relatively simple. As long as he obtained the first place on the dragon rank, he would be considered to have completed the quest. It was much simpler than going to Water Dragon, Holy Land, and Fallen God Land in confusion. However, the current number 1 on the dragon ranking was the pride of the desolate ancient dragon tribe, one of the 3 great dragon tribes, desolate ancient dragon tribe. He was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the 9th life and death barrier. He was around 13 or 14 years old and had never tasted defeat in his few years of training. If he broke through to the Do Zone class, the first on the dragon ranking would become Huang Gushao, who was originally ranked 2nd. He was Huang Gu Li's elder brother and also a top expert who had stepped into the 9th life and death test. However, Ning Qi was the nemesis of the dragon clan. Whether it was the dragon-slaying Do Qi, the dragon-slaying saber, or the 18 dragons subduing palms, they all had a special damage bonus against the dragon clan. Therefore, he didn't think that it would be difficult to defeat them. The difficult part was where to find them. Go directly to the 3 dragon clans? There was only one outcome, becoming the dragon clan species. Let's postpone this matter for now. I have an agreement with Blackwater Dragon Clan's Blackwater Yinshur in a year. Thinking about it, it's about time. On the battleship. Senior Shen Tu, Brother Ning, will there be any danger? Duan Baoshan was a little anxious in his heart. Not seeing Ning Qi catch up after a long time, he could not help but walk in front of Shintu, Yuanba, and ask. At this moment, everyone was standing on the deck of the battleship. Hearing Duan Baoshan speak, everyone could not help but look at Shintu Yuanba. They were very curious. Just what kind of existence was that giant? Why did he appear in the draconic penitentiary again and again outside? He didn't seem to be injured at all. One had to know that Supremacy Celestial Pig and the rest had seen with their own eyes that this being was severely injured by Purple Sun, Sword Emperor's finger. Wu Hu and Xia Bing's expressions were grave. They had witnessed Ning Qi's potential. If he died at the hands of the Black Ghoul demonic dragon, it would definitely be the greatest loss to the Cloud Rising sect. He doesn't do things he's not sure of, Shintu Yuanba said indifferently. After he finished speaking, he placed his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of Ning Qi, and the black wraith demonic dragon. When everyone heard this, they wanted to say something, but stopped. Seeing that Shinta Yuanba had no intention to speak, they did not say anything. After all, Ning Qi was his disciple. If Ning Qi died, Shinta Yuanba would probably be the most upset. It was really dangerous this time. We almost died in the hands of the dragon race, right after we got out of the draconic penitentiary. Should we look for Duan Baoshan to explain? This, the three fellows who came out of the draconic penitentiary with Duan Baoshan looked at each other hesitantly. In the end, the two ladies walked forward. Baoshan we. There's no need to say anything. I understand. Duan Baoshan waved his hand and nodded lightly. When the two ladies saw this, they could only swallow their words. At this moment, Supremacy Celestial Pig could not take it anymore. He looked at Shinta Yuanba and said, "Brother Shintu, what's the background of that giant that just appeared?" Shinta Yuanba looked at Supremacy Celestial Pig and said indifferently, "I don't know either." "Sai, why don't I go back and take a look?" Supremacy Celestial Pig sighed. Wu Hu hurriedly nodded. "Senior, that's a good suggestion." Xia Bing also nodded slightly. If Senior is willing to go back and take a look, the Cloud Rising sect will be extremely grateful. Let's go then. Brother Ning was the one who brought me out of the draconic penitentiary and even treated me to so many roasted lamb. We can't not be loyal. Supremacy Celestial Pig nodded. Just as he was about to take off, he saw a purple light not far away. It sped towards them like a bolt of lightning. That's... Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. When the purple light neared, they exclaimed in surprise, "It's Ning Qi!" Little Purple flew above the battleship with Ning Qi. "All right, I'm going down. You continue to wander around and come back in a while, understand?" Ning Qi patted Little Purple's neck. Little Purple hissed, indicating that it understood. Then Ning Qi jumped from its back onto the battleship. Little Purple circled above the battleship a few times before speeding off into the distance. Ning Qi looked at everyone and smiled. "Why, don't you recognize me?" Supremacy Celestial Pig patted Ning Qi's shoulder in surprise. "Brother, how did you escape?" This time, he could not help but use more strength, causing Ning Qi to grimace. Supremacy Celestial Pig, be gentler. I'm sorry. I was too excited and forgot that you're a human." Supremacy Celestial Pig laughed awkwardly. Duan Baoshan went forward excitedly and knelt in front of Ning Qi. "Brother Ning, I can't repay your kindness. From now on, my life is yours. You can take it any time you want." Ning Qi went forward and pulled him up. He smiled faintly. "Why would I want your life?" Duan Baoshan was still very excited. The other three stood at the side, not knowing what to say. Wu Hu went forward and asked curiously, "Ning Qi, how did you escape from the black ghost dragon race? Who is that giant?" Everyone looked at Ning Qi curiously, especially Supremacy Celestial Pig. He could not wait any longer. It was as if a kitten was scratching his heart. It was so itchy. Ning Qi glanced at everyone. Seeing that the usually cold Xia Bing had an expectant look on her face, he could not help but smile. "It's a long story. I'll tell you when we return to the Cloud Rising sect. We're still in the southern wasteland, still the territory of the Amethyst dragon race." That's right. Everyone was on high alert. They looked around, afraid that the other party would catch up again. "Disciple, your cultivation!" Suddenly, Shinta Yuanba's expression changed. He walked forward in shock and stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. "Peak Emperor Do? Peak Emperor Do?" Chapter 531. Mo, Wenhui, my god. You didn't get eaten by the black ghost demon dragon and broke through instead? Tian Zhu stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. If not for Shinta Yuanba's reminder, he would not have realized it. After all, his mind was filled with nothing but eating and sleeping. How terrifying! Breaking through 3 levels consecutively, as expected of a prodigy, as expected of someone ranked at the 100th place on the dragon rank. Fong Mo from the Fong clan is nothing compared to him. Wu, who looked at Ning Qi excitedly and blurted out, "Genius? Ranked 100th on the dragon ranking? Fong Mo from the Fong clan?" Duan Baoshan and the other three inhaled a breath of cold air. They did not know who the third person was, but they knew what the first two meant. If a person was crowned with the title of Heaven's Pride, it meant that his aptitude had been recognized by everyone. They understood the dragon ranking even better. Everyone who could enter the top 100 of the dragon ranking was someone they had to look up to. Ning Qi was actually in the top 100 of the dragon ranking. I did not expect Brother Ning, who has always been with us, to have such a terrifying background. This is the first time I've seen someone in the top 100 of the dragon ranking. If we can form a good relationship with him, it will be of great help to us in the future. At least if he knows that we are friends with someone in the top 100 of the dragon ranking, he will at least give us some face. Yes, the three of them looked at Ning Qi with burning gazes. Shinta Yuanba looked at Ning Qi and revealed a gratified smile. He knew that Ning Qi's Qi method was well prepared. Back then, when Ning Qi had just entered the Cloud Rising sect, he had created a lotus with each step. After taking 7 steps, he had broken through from the peak of the Do Ling class to a 7-star Doang. It was unexpected that Ning Qi was still able to do so at the Do Huang class. The Qi method that he practiced was likely of a high tier. His Qi method was probably not of a low grade. Shinta Yuanba sighed in his heart. If he had not taken Ning Qi as a disciple when he was still a peak Doling, he would not have had the chance to teach Ning Qi given his potential. Ning Qi smiled and did not want to continue this topic. He took out a few roasted cows and a few other delicacies. The journey is long. We should fill our stomachs first. If the black ghost demon dragon catches up, we will have the energy to run. Tianju looked at the roasted cows and the other delicacies. His eyes glowed green as he drooled. Brother Ning is right. An incomparably dark, deep sea. Blackwater Dragon Clan. In the Dragon Palace. Sister should be breaking through today. Blackwater Proud Dragon thought excitedly as he stood outside Heishui Yisher's seclusion area. At the same time, his lips curled into a sinister smile. Ning Qi, Dragon Slayer Marquis, you're dead for sure. This time, you will be defeated by my sister in the capital city of the 9 provinces empire in front of all the descendants of the various clans. At that time, I'd like to see if you still have the face to stay in this world. Not only will I cripple your cultivation, but I will also swallow your entire clan into my stomach. With that thought in mind, Heishui Ao Long looked forward with great anticipation. There was a stone chamber there, which was emitting a terrifying aura. A whirlpool had appeared in the water above the stone chamber. The whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger. Small fishes would be sucked into the whirlpool and crushed into pieces. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the whirlpool suddenly disappeared, and the water instantly calmed down. At the same time, the stone chamber cracked into pieces. A beautiful lady walked out. She was dressed in black and was barefooted. Even Heishui Ao Long couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw her exquisite figure. Rank 7 middle-level dragon. This was equivalent to a 3 to 4-star Dozong in the human race. Heishui Yisher was only 23 years old. 23 years old was considered an adult by humans, but she was no different from a young dragon in the eyes of the dragon race. Compared to the long lifespan of the dragon race, 23 years was like a drop in the ocean. Sister, you've broken through. Heishui Ao Long took 2 steps forward excitedly. A faint smile hung on Heishui Yisher's lips as she nodded at Heishui Ao Long's sister. With your current strength, you should be able to enter the top 1,000 on the man list, right? Heishui Xian Yi, the son of the clan leader, will be trampled by you. Heishui Ao Long said expectantly. Heishui Yisher frowned when she heard the words man list. She said, I shouldn't be able to enter the top 1,000. However, if Heishui Xian he hasn't broken through, I should be able to fight him now. That's great. Heishui Aolong was overjoyed. His father was the 7th elder of the Black Water Dragon tribe. He had always been suppressed by the clan leader. Now that Heishui Isher's strength had greatly increased, she had become a rank 7 middle-level dragon at 23 years old. She was already firmly in the top 3 of the Black Water Dragon tribe. If Heishui Xian Yi and Heishui Lingyan, who was ranked 2nd, did not break through, then Heishui Isher would be the strongest prodigy of the Black Water Dragon tribe. At that time, his father's status would greatly increase. He would also have more say in the Black Water Dragon tribe. There are still a few months left. Make a trip to the 9 States Empire and invite the old acquaintances of the Black Water Dragon tribe, as well as the nobles in the capital, especially Dongfang Haojie. I want to fight with Ning Qi in the capital, Heishui Isher said. Yes. Heishui Aolong nodded and left happily. Dongfang Haojie, although I'm not your opponent for now, as a member of the Dragon Clan, I will surpass you sooner or later. At that time, I hope you won't regret offending me, Blackwater Yunsher, because of Ning Qi. A cold light flashed in Heishui Isher's eyes. Cloud Rising Sect. The outer sect was very lively today. Some of the outer sect disciples were not in the mood to do the missions, even though they had received high rewards. Instead, they were watching a good show with the other disciples in the outer sect's Cloud Plaza. Senior Apprentice, Sister Tai Bing. Do you think that the servant disciple of Senior Apprentice Brother Ning is stupid? Is he crazy? Not only did he provoke all the outer sect disciples, but he also dares to provoke Mo Wenhui, who is ranked top 10 in the inner sect. Is he trying to commit suicide, or is he trying to make enemies for Senior Ning? A peaked Do Wang stood beside Tai Bing and asked with a doubtful face. Tai Bing, on the other hand, was looking at the bare-chested guy in the middle of the Yunfei Square. He was Ning Qi's servant disciple, Niu Dezhuang. At this moment, his body was covered with cuts and bruises, and he lay on the ground, gasping for air more than he inhaled. He was on the verge of being beaten to death. There was a foot on Niu Dezhuang's face, using the tip of its foot to fiercely grind against his cheek. He was Mo Wenhui, who was ranked top 10 in the inner sect disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. He had been trapped in a certain place for a while and had only recently escaped. Therefore, he had missed the opportunity to go to the Dry Bones Forbidden Land and was in a bad mood. As a result, he was ambushed when he passed by the outer sect. Chapter 532. What's the point of coming back? The Miaoli people looked at Niu Dezhuang with schadenfreude. This stupid cow is really inviting trouble for his master. Who do you think Mo Wenhui is? Even Hua Wushang has to keep his tail between his legs when he sees him. How dare he provoke him? Ha ha ha. Ning Qi, if you come back and see this, will you explode in anger? Duan Tianing was also in the crowd with a cold smile on his face. Before Hua Wushang had gone to the Redbud Dragon Valley, he had made it very clear that Ning Qi had less than a 10% chance of returning. Hence, he was very calm now. As long as Ning Qi died, he would find a chance to kill Duan Ingjun and vent his anger. He still did not know that Hua Wushang had already returned to the Cloud Rising sect with Nu Tao. Ingjun, don't be rash. Duan Feifei pulled Duan Ingjun's arm worriedly, afraid that he would rush out and fight Mo Wenhui. Based on her understanding of Duan Ingjun, this was very likely to happen. Duan Ingjun gloomily looked at Mo Wenhui and transmitted his voice to Duan Feifei. Feifei, this stupid cow is boss servant. If I let him die in Mo Wenhui's hands, I will feel very guilty. Senior Mo Wenhui is a peak Emperor Do, ranked 236th on the dragon ranking. Even Duan Minglong is no match for him. You will die if you go, Duan Feifei transmitted. This, Duan Ingjun's face showed a hint of struggle. I heard you're called Stupid Bull? You've been very arrogant in the outer sect recently. You're not even a servant disciple. How dare you sneak attack me? Mo Wenhui looked at Niu Dazhuang coldly. Do you admit defeat now? Niu Dazhuang looked at Mo Wenhui and said weakly, I don't. You. Mo Wenhui was furious. He raised his foot and was about to step on Niu Dazhuang's head when another inner sect disciple beside him suddenly stopped him. Bao Tu, what do you mean by this? Mo Wenhui looked coldly at the inner sect disciple who stopped him. Bao Tu transmitted his voice in a low voice. This person is Ning Qi's servant. Let's forget about it. Beating him like this is enough to vent our anger. This time the cloud-rising sect had sent 50 people into the dry bones forbidden ground, and Bao Tu was one of them. He had personally witnessed Ning Qi's prowess, so he decided to keep the peace. You keep saying how amazing this person is. From the way I see it, he is merely a useless person. A 7-star Do Huang? Don't forget that I am currently a peak Do Huang. Mo Wenhui smiled coldly and said disdainfully. Bao Tu sighed. You're right to listen to me. Let's forget about this. Forget it. How could that be? If a piece of trash who wasn't even a servant dared to provoke an inner sect disciple in the rising cloud sect, wouldn't that be overturning the heavens? I must let them know that an inner disciple cannot be humiliated. As Mo Wenhui spoke, he coldly glanced at the crowd. Those outer sect disciples hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to meet Mo Wenhui's gaze. When Mo Wenhui saw this, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. What happened here? Why is it so lively? Suddenly, a faint, magnetic voice came from above their heads. Tai Bing and the rest could not help but raise their heads and look over. Their faces were filled with shock. Its elder brother Lu Changqing, one of the top 5 inner sect disciples, a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the first stage of life and death. Even compared to Fong Mo of the Fong clan, he was only slightly inferior. At this moment, beside Lu Changqing were 2 lackeys. Their incomparably cold gazes swept across the crowd as a faint trace of disdain hung from the corner of their mouths. Elder brother Lu. Mo Wenhui cupped his hands together. Beside him, Bao Tu also hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Lu Changqing flew down and landed beside Mo Wenhui. After glancing at Niu Dazhuang, he said indifferently, This person is merely a Dowang. How could he force elder brother Mo to personally take action? Elder brother Lu, you don't know how despicable this person is. Mo Wenhui explained the entire story. The more Lu Changqing listened, the more curious he became as he looked at Niu Dazhuang. Even he could not guess whether Niu Dazhuang's brain was damaged or if he wanted to commit suicide. Daring to sneak attack an inner sect disciple, he is really seeking death. Lu Changqing's 2 lackeys coldly snorted and said, Ah, he is Ning Qi's servant. Let's forget about it. Bao Tu bitterly laughed. Ning Qi, what a familiar name. Lu Changqing's brows slightly furrowed. He felt as though he had heard it before, but could not remember where. His 2 lackeys were the same. I said, Who does Ning Qi think he is? If I want to kill him, it is as easy as flipping my hand. Mo Wenhui coldly looked at Bao Tuesday. If you continue to obstruct me, don't follow me in the future. Ah, Bao Tu sighed and kept his mouth shut. He still had to rely on Mo Wenhui in the inner sect. Seeing that the other party was so decisive, Bao Tu naturally did not dare to say anything else. You are not young master's match. At this moment, Niu Dazhuang weakly said. Mo Wenhui and the rest were slightly startled, following which an explosive aura surged out of Mo Wenhui's body and instantly locked onto Niu Dazhuang. What did you say? I said. Niu Dazhuang seemed to want to repeat himself. Seeing this, Duan Ingjun secretly felt that something was wrong. He immediately rushed in front of Mo Wenhui and revealed a fawning smile. Elder brother Mo, his brain is damaged. You are a magnanimous person. Just treat him as a fart and let him go. Aya, why doesn't he listen to me? Duan Feifei revealed an anxious expression. Seeing this, Duan Tianning was pleasantly surprised. Duan Ingjun, you are courting death. Scram! Mo Wenhui did not speak to Duan Ingjun and directly slapped Duan Ingjun's face. Duan Ingjun only felt a huge force, and then his entire body flew into the air uncontrollably. As he spun, he flew into the distance. At this moment, a battleship flew over from afar. Ning Qi stood on the deck of the battleship and narrowed his eyes. Duan Ingjun? Who did he provoke this time? In the next moment, Ning Qi soared into the sky and flew towards Duan Ingjun. Xiaobing, stop the ship. Let's take a look here. Shintu Yuanba said indifferently. Yes, Elder Shintu. Xiaobing nodded. That fool Duan Ingjun. Even if Ning Qi was present, he would not dare to disrespect Mo Wenhui. He still wants to stand up for that stupid cow. What a fool! Everyone gloated as they watched Duan Ingjun's spinning figure in the air. Just as Duan Feifei was about to fly over to catch him, a black shadow appeared beside Duan Ingjun and grabbed his neck. Duan Ingjun felt dizzy and said in a daze, Who is it? At this moment, the cheek that was hit by Mo Wenhui was swollen to the size of Duan Ingjun's head and was covered in blood. It's Ning Qi. Senior brother Ning is back. Everyone's face revealed a hint of surprise. What's the point of you coming back? At this moment, Miao, Li, and Duan Tianning had the same thought. A faint sneer hung at the corner of their mouths. Senior Sister Tai Bing, there's a good show to watch.